Trowels ready?
Yeah!
Costa here with a treat for our budding young gardeners.
Ooh.
Join me for Gardening Australia Junior on ABC Kids and ABC iView.
Whoa.
With gardening tips, tricks and activities you're gonna dig, and fun new backyard projects every week.
Come on, Costa, it's feeding time. Here, plenty.
Check out Gardening Australia Junior on ABC Kids and ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals.
AFL.
On radio, on digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
3 down and 1 to go in this opening weekend of the 2023 AFL Finals. A home preliminary final is the prize for Brisbane and Port Adelaide, who will be playing at the Gabba in Brisbane in gorgeous Saturday night conditions. Welcome along. It's great to have you on board. The last of the qualifying finals. The loser will have to go around against the Giants next week. The winner, a week off, and the chance to play at home for a berth in the 2023 Grand Final. My name's Quentin Hull. Great to have you on board at the Gabba. Very shortly, we've got a very special guest to open the program, but on a night where we see these two teams face off against each other a couple of decades ago, their glory days when they won flags. There were some big games, and these guys were a part of it. A man who's captained and coached the Port Adelaide Football Club. Matthew Primus, great to have you on board tonight.
Great to be here, Q. Fantastic feeling coming down the street here and getting the park and walking in and seeing a lot of teal and white and black with the Power fans here. And Brizzy, geez, haven't they been awesome up here all year?
And a man that won 3 premierships during that era, Brownlow medalist, Jason Ackermanis.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. How good was it 20 years ago? We had some of the greatest battles Port in Brisbane, and now tonight on arguably the best deck you've ever seen here at the Gabba. It's going to be outrageously good. It's going to be on. It's going to be hot. It's the prize is very big, Q.
We will do it all again, so looking forward to those two gentlemen joining me, along with Aaron Bryans, who's come across from South Australia to broadcast with me, and his first duty is pulled the big names coming to the Gabba. He's down boundary side with the Port Adelaide coach.
Q, it is a privilege to be here at the Gabba. Magnificent conditions, sellout crowd. Ken Hinkley with me. You're no stranger to qualifying finals, to finals, Ken, but a hostile crowd tonight. How are you and the boys feeling?
Yeah, look, we're pretty good. We've been aware for 2 weeks that we were coming up here to play. We appreciate the fact that Brisbane have been so strong at home all year, and our last game against them, we were really strong against them at Adelaide Oval. So, last time we played them up here, we had a pretty strong performance. It was early last year. We just run out of troops a bit with injury on that night. But, yeah, 2 really worthy teams. That's what I'm really pleased about. I know Fags really well. Both these teams, ultimately deserve to get something, but you don't get that given to you. You've got to work for it, and we're going to start tonight.
It has been a long time between drinks since round 1, that 54-point win at home. Do you take any learnings out of it, considering it was the start of the year and you've come so far since then?
Yeah, not so much out of that one game. I mean, the reality was we hadn't beaten Brisbane for 5 or 6 years, I think, before round 1. So there's always firsts in this year for us, and there seems to be a few of them. I hope, we're the first team to beat them up here at the Gabba tonight. That'd be nice.
In terms of Lachie Neale, he loves playing against your footy club for some reason. Do you put a run with player on him tonight, such as Willem Drew?
No, we'll go. We'll have a sprinkling of players that'll be around as they are, and we're ultimately a pretty strong midfield. They're a really strong midfield. Lockie's an incredible part of that, but so's McCluggage. They've got some great players that play in there. The rucks are really important to them as well. I'm looking at them all out here in front of me, and Dunkley. We were in the Josh Dunkley conversations at the end of last year, and Connor McKenna. So, Brisbane have got two players that we were hopeful to get. So I think there's a lot of depth in both midfields. So the answer would be we'll go midfield v midfield.
Let's send it back upstairs to Matthew Primus and Jason Ackermanis.
Good evening, Ken. How are you, mate?
Good big fella, you?
Yeah, terrific, mate. Really excited for tonight. What's the... Brisbane, obviously, an outstanding year, same as you guys, and I think you've flown under the radar a bit. You ended up on the same amount of wins, but Brisbane's forward line, I know it'd be pressure on the ball will be really important, but what's one of the keys to really trying to limit their effectiveness more so than garnering how many inside 50s and shots they can have against you.
Yeah, I think, Matty, that the key with that is that you've got to limit the supply full stop. And, it's a territory battle more often than not up here up at the Gabba. So, stoppage balls are really, really important. Anytime you can just clear the area a little bit and send it your way. Look, they're going to get some looks. They've got some outstanding forwards. That's why, they're second, we're third. So both teams have got some threats. And, across the course of 4 quarters, we've got to limit their supply. And if we can do that well enough and give ourselves plenty of extras, that will give us our best chance.
I think the most exciting thing is, mate, I think, we know you got Winesy in there, who's terrific, and Drew a tagger, but those 3 youngsters, Butters, Rosé, Horn, Francis, how excited are they heading into their first finals?
Yeah, well, it's not. It is for Jace, but it's not for Connor and Zach. They've been a part of it, and it goes unnoticed a little bit how young they are. Zach turned 23 yesterday, so he's and Connor's already played 100 games of football, and he's 23. So they've played finals footy before. I look, the thing I know about them too in the last 2 years since we last played is that their growth has been enormous, and they are much better players than they were in their first opportunity to play finals in 20 and 21. So they'll be better for the experience, but they're going to have to be.
Yeah. Yes.
It's Aka here. Kenny, I was just thinking during the week, Brisbane been here a few times. They talked about it during the week, mentally too, the scars of the past. They're going to be hard tonight. It's going to be on. It's not that you need any motivation. You're playing in a final qualifying final, go home and have a prelim. But what do you do? As a coach, what else can you tell your players? Because it's going to be awesome and hot for both teams. But as a coach, are you looking for anything that just a little bit, let's beat them at home, be the only ones? What are you going to say to the guys?
No, we're not so much chasing. Ultimately we need to beat them at home because we're chasing an opportunity to play in a prelim final at home if we get the prize. And that's a massive prize. Now, we've had a couple of them in the last 2 out of the last 3 years, and we still haven't been successful. So any time you get to play finals, you're just chasing the opportunity to play with freedom. And I think my great strength, or all my strength with my players, is to believe in them enormously and trust them to. We've won 17 games this year playing the way we play. Finals, yes, the pressure goes up. Yes, the contest goes up a little bit. The whistle goes away. But you've got to be willing to go 4 quarters. And I think our blokes have been shown right across the course of the year and a number of times that we've been down that we're willing to go the whole way. And that's what we're going to need to do tonight. But there's no extra. You don't need a bigger prize than getting a home prelim. You don't need to beat Brisbane. You just need to beat, in the next month, you just need to beat whoever you play.
Ken, it's Quentin Hull here. I just thought I'd ask about the way to get the players emotionally ready. You've had some really good and some really indifferent finals performances. A lot of teams that front up in finals do. But look, you coach all the footy. But how important is it for you to ensure that every guy's head is in the right space to do their job for their team and their teammate? Because maybe that's as big as the footy battle, because maybe the footy battle's already sorted. You know what you're going to do.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable call. That's, from before the game starts, as a coach, you get an opportunity to try and help them be ready for what's coming, and you explain as much as you can to them. But I think, as I just said before, the biggest thing I can give them to keep them calm is to tell them that we're a good team and we're very, very capable of beating any team we play if we play to our best, as are Brisbane. But you've just got to put trust into your players, I think, first and foremost, and then the experiences of playing in finals, win or lose, is great because you actually learn to deal with the pressure a little bit easier yourself, and it doesn't freak you out as much, I don't think.
And the common narrative for these two clubs, certainly Chris Fagan's telling us that the experiences have made Brisbane more ready. Are you guys the same? Are you guys more ready than you have been in previous campaigns? You've had a year off from this scene.
I think we have to be, if that's what Fags is saying, because I reckon he's a genius. So, if you played finals, you get better. The 2 boys you got up in the box, they absolutely know what these 2 clubs have been like in finals in the past. It certainly helps you to have played a bit of finals football. Does it help us? Look, we're the youngest team still in games played out of the 8 that were left in the finals in games played. So we've got a fair bit more growth to come, but Brisbane won't want to give us too big a look.
Really appreciate your time, Ken. So close to bounce down. Good luck.
Thanks, Kenny.
Good on you, boys. Thanks.
Well, Ken Hinkley, great to have him live from the boundary with Aaron Bryans in gorgeous conditions.
Super
here
player.
At the Gabba. Wasn't he what? Got close at Geelong a few times.
Yeah.
Underrated halfbacker, wasn't he?
Was he part of your coaching team at Gold Coast, Matty, when you were there?
No, he left the year I came. So yes,
okay.
He's been outstanding. He's been a coach. Vossi was under pressure this year, but this guy's been under pressure for 5-6 years.
Yeah.
We'll touch on it a bit later, Q, but if they don't get some of the results in the next couple of weeks, the pressure's straight back on, even though he's just signed for another couple of years, So he's done a great job to push that to the side and get a team to win 17 games, which is bloody hard to do in an AFL season.
You guys both played your careers at non-Victorian clubs outside of your time at Fitzroy, Matty. But
no final there, Q.
Can you overestimate what it is for a non-Victorian team to not have to go to the MCG until the last day?
That's fantastic.
Huge.
It's vital, and it helps so much. I mean, back-to-back games, we travel that extra hour than probably the Port boys, but it's still, if you want to win, you only want to be there grand final day. It's the only one you want to win. That's it. The only game you ever want to win at the G.
I'm trying to do this without discounting the carrot that was there for Collingwood and Melbourne on Thursday night, but it's different. It's different if you're not a Victorian club.
Well, it is, because the grand final, if you have to go to Melbourne and play and you win your prelim, you're good enough to win it. You then, let's say it's a Saturday, you're back on the Thursday, because then you got the grand final parade and you got the Brownlow on the Monday. Like it's a lot more involved in that week, where if you've just been able to sit at home for 2 weeks and have a week off and win your couple of finals, it does make a world of difference in that regard. Not impossible to do, but geez, it helps immensely, and that's why these games are so big, because Collingwood sit back now and happy days, and DZ now got to front up and play the Blues, who are humming, and one of these two teams win, and a home prelim is enormous.
And that hurt us, Q. Like when Port beat us, like we had to play that home prelim final at the G.
That's right.
That back-to-back travel, and then the
04 when you beat Geelong.
Yeah. Had we played it here
before the rules changed.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that was a killer for us, and we were in front at half time.
Yep.
But we ran out of gas, and Port just had that little bit of extra edge. Playing at home for them was awesome that year. It really helped them get to the big stage, despite they're a bit jittery and all the stuff that comes on. They really just, it was undeniable the energy they had in the third
the second half.
quarters.
Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis with you as we build up to Brisbane versus Port Adelaide. There are no late changes. The news from the subs, as expected for Port, Travis Boak has got that role.
I was going to ask him about that, Kenny, because how close would it? Because a guy like that's a legend of your club.
But you can reject him at any time.
I know, but it would be hard still to make the call as a coach.
I'm not sure exactly what it is, but he has been a little bit interrupted with injury the last 6-7 weeks.
Okay.
He missed a 1 or 2, and I reckon he's been a sub another time. So I reckon it's just getting him right.
Yeah.
But you're right. If the scoreboard goes against him a bit, geez, we're going to need his experience on the ground. How do we get him on there?
So that means Williams is now a full in. He was the sub last week, along with Lysett, Marshall and McKenzie coming back from their injuries. So Hayes, Evans and Jonas.
They are young. When you look at, a lot of their players,
they miss out.
They've got a truckload of youth in their team.
For Brisbane, Jared Lyons is the sub, so Kai Lohman is now dropped. He was the sub for the game against St Kilda. And Lincoln McCarthy comes in.
Yeah, interesting call, isn't it? Because we're just talking about off air. Like, Jared is one of a similar type of player for a midfield role. Unless like someone in the midfield is going to go down, a guy like that. That just shows to me that Fags is thinking contest.
Yep.
And probably not leg speed, which he would have gone with probably a quicker player. That'd be my guess.
Contest and experience.
Yeah.
Going to catch up with Dane Zorko in a moment. I was able to chat to him just before we came on air. But the stories of these two footy clubs, 11th season for Kenny Hinkley. They've gotten to the penultimate game twice. Chris Fagan, 7th season, got to the penultimate game twice. Both of them have had some, pretty good nights in finals and some pretty spectacularly bad nights in finals as well. It's quite interesting. I think the Port list has turned over a little bit more than the Brisbane list. I'd love to have you guys sort of look back at the similar paths that these two teams have taken to get to this position, and it's not just the 2023 story. This is a story that these supporters have been on for a couple of years.
I think Brizz is the main story. Port have turned over significantly, especially their midfield and a bit of their forward line, but their midfield is, apart from Wines, and that's about it. It's a lot of youth through there, but that youth is exciting to watch because it's got speed and power, and that's a bit unknown how they'll perform in the finals in the Cauldron up here, where Brizzy have been building. I heard Fakes talk during the week that we're as ready and as experienced and as rock hard fit and ready to go as we ever have been. They've brought in a couple of players that they think they needed to do to help them get over the finals line. When you talk about a couple of finals games that have been no good, Q, they've been, and same as Port, they've lost 1, 2, 3 points. It's not as if they've come to a prelim and lost by 6 goals. They've just lost. So while that's devastating, it's also, geez, we're close, and that's where Brizzy have just kept on going. And
Port have had a couple of bad blowouts.
Yeah, they've had a couple of blowouts. Yeah, they had Bulldogs in the COVID year. They've had a couple of, I think,
that
West
was
Coast after the
second
Siren.
year after that.
Second year after that, was it? Yeah.
And they got so close against Richmond in the COVID year when they played at home.
And then West Coast the year before, I think they lost the kick after the Siren, or a couple of years before that. So that's why they're so much on these, because you don't want to lose them by 1 or 2 points. It's so hard to get back there.
Just looking at both teams, you've got Port, they've obviously brought in, so this is the recruits, and this is where I think Brisbane have done exceptionally well. They've had a good list, but they'll be able to attract really good players. I mean, don't get me wrong, so is Port. Rioli, you've got Horn Francis, you've got Aaliyah, and of course Lysette, who's they're all great additions. But you look on the Brisbane's list over the last 4 or 5 years, Joe Danaher, you've got Dunkley, who came in last year, obviously this year, Lockie Neal, McCarthy, Cameron, McKenna. Like, these are guys from other teams, and it just shows you that you actually got to want to go somewhere. There's something in that, and that's a good sign for Brisbane.
Connor McKenna's a guy that, it's amazing. He has played every game on return to the AFL this year. He comes back to the AFL having played a couple of finals games with Essendon. Now he's going to play a game for finals for Brisbane tonight, and he's an All-Ireland winner with County Tyrone a couple of years ago.
Do you know what happened? I had an interview this week because I'm coaching the Australian team to go to Ireland next year for the Masters 40s and 50s. And we were talking about McKenna, and we're talking about the guy that I got in a big biffo with, and us two. It was on for young and old. We never got in trouble in our own leagues. A guy called Peter Canavan actually played with Connor.
This was in
an All-Ireland final. So he's now a commentator, but over there, obviously Australian style, and he was dangerous, so fast. It's quite amazing that is, it's where he's from. When I was over there, though, I got a death threat from there.
Is that the first and only you've got, Jason?
There was another one in Ireland.
I think
from another county.
I think that's probably a good time for me to queue up our interview with Dane Zorko. If you want to get in touch, by the way, we'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. Please send us your name and where you're listening to us. 0437 774 774. Well, a guy that's ridden the highs and lows of the Brisbane Lions footy club throughout the journey. He's getting closer to the end of his career than the start, but boy, if he can get it right, he's still a pretty impactful player. Dane Zorko, I was able to catch up with him just before coming on air.
Yeah, it felt really good, really relaxed. Obviously a big occasion, but the experiences over the last 4 years have got us into a position now where we know what we're about to embark in, and now it's over to us just to go out and do it. And I think our last 2 weeks of build-up have been quite calm, quite relaxed, ready for the occasion tonight.
You're one of the guys that's been on the full journey, from the lean times to Chris Fagan coming in, and even a couple of lean years under him, and now you're here still fighting to get to the top of the mountain. But it all starts again this week, tonight. What do you feel about this group that makes it different from others you've played in?
Well, I feel like we've got a lot of that experience now in a final sense. I mean, we've added guys into our team like a Josh Dunkley, who's played a number of final series as well. 2019 we had about 3 people that had played a finals game. You fast forward at 5 years and the majority of our team now has played in a number of final series. So I just think the experience, which people I reckon you can underestimate it a little bit, and we certainly haven't been. But yeah, just it's a different calm vibe around the group, as I said to you earlier. It just seems different. So it's I'm intrigued just to see what's about to happen.
Mate, you look nervous.
I look nervous. Believe me, I'm not nervous. So not nervous at all. Clearly, there's butterflies. I mean, we're about to play a finals game, but in terms of understanding the occasion and the situation that we're in as a club, really comfortable as to what's about to happen.
Got a couple of kids now. It's very different from when you used to turn up as a young guy. So what's match day look like for you? And is it different when it's a finals day?
Well, you're up early, which isn't always ideal. The 1-year-old certainly keeps you on your toes. But I enjoy it. I love being a parent. It's an amazing thing to achieve in your life, I reckon, being a parent. And kids and family are first and foremost in all our lives as players, especially. That's something that we've really prided ourselves on a club. Ever since Faye's got here, we wanted to really become a family club. We understand that this is a club where majority of our lists are from interstate, so it's really important that we carry that family aspect through everything. And for me, match day, spend time with family, go out, have a stretch, swim in the pool, really relax, stay casual, constantly eat. It's really important to eat, keep your nutrition up. eat the kids' leftovers. And then rock up to the game a couple of hours early and get some treatment and get ready to go.
Treatment. Okay, how's that body holding up?
No, not worried about getting my body right now. It's been a different year for me. I worked really hard in the pre-season to get my body in a really good shape. Let me down a couple of times through a number of various reasons that we're on top of now. So, look really comfortable where my body's at. Really excited about this next month, really, and what this team can do. So, not looking too far into the future, but hopefully it's not my last finals campaign that we embark on.
What's your role?
In the team?
Well,
tonight?
everywhere. In the rooms beforehand as a leader, out on the field, because we can know you can pinch in the middle, go up forward. So, as far as what do you feel like you've got to do your job tonight?
Well, I think first and foremost, pressures. We're a heavy pressure sort of team, so I first and foremost need to bring that. But then, I can see the game as fit. The coach has given me not so much a licence, but the ability to sense the occasion, understand the momentum swings and stuff, and put myself in positions that allow us to get some forward momentum. So, understand that that's my role, but other than that, it's bring pressure in the change rooms before the game. Keep it lighthearted, keep it cool. Exactly what we've done all year. And then, once we get out here with about 10 minutes to go, we start ramping things up. But, role hasn't really changed. It's just found myself more consistent in my body, finding myself to be able to run our games a lot better over the last month, which has given me a hell of a lot of confidence. And, that's about it, really, Holly.
You're next to Cam Rayner, are you? 15's next to 16. So I'm assuming that, and the great Jason Ackermanis has said that he's a guy that, without dropping names, he said if he gets it right, he could be as influential as number 4 from Richmond in a final series if he gets it right. How's he been throughout his career and on the eve of the final series?
Yeah, I've gotten really close to Cam. Obviously, being locker buddies, you tend to, but he is that X-factor sort of player, isn't he? I think we've seen him at times. He started the year at half-back, so, that just shows the flexibility of the kid. He can pinch it in the middle, he can play up forward, he can play as a third tall for us, so he's a very versatile player for us. He's exciting. He brings a lot of fun, a lot of energy, and that's what he is as a person as well. He's exciting to be around the club. He generates so much energy. He smiles at just about everything. You'd really walk in here and see Cam Rayner with not a smile on his face. So we see that in his footy on occasions as well. There's times he gets frustrated, but we all do. But mostly, he's a really fun, exciting character.
Just a couple before we let you go. This house.
Yep.
You haven't been beaten here this year. You've had such a good record here. Is there anything that you can put your finger on as to why you play so well here?
Oh, not really. We've actually trained here less than what we have in previous years, so I'm not sure that has anything to do with it. Maybe we just appreciate getting on the Gabba because it's always difficult, especially with the cricket pitch in the middle. We know the Gabba staff like look after their pitch a fair bit, but I can't really put a finger on it. But certainly when we started out our journey with Faye 6-7 years ago, we really wanted to make the Gabba a hard place for teams to come and win. And I think, what are we, like 49 and 3 or 4 since.
Home and away very good, finals not so good.
Yeah, that's right. We're not too worried about that. It's a new season, as everyone says. So, we just got to go out, execute our game plan, understand the occasion, which we certainly do, and the rest will take care of itself.
And how do you rate the quarter time and pre-game speeches from Lockie Neal and Harris Andrews, the new captains, now that you don't have to do that?
Yeah, look, I need some work. I won't lie. A lot of the boys have asked if I could take over.
Is it fire and brimstone stuff from them, or how have they attacked it?
Yeah, it's clunky. It's really clunky, but you've got to work into the job. There's no doubt about that.
So who's got it tonight?
I'm not sure. Harris has taken the last 6 or 7, so I think Lockie might have just said, hey, mate, you can do the pre-match speeches. So not sure if they've decided that's the case, but it's certainly Harris has had control over that. Certainly the last 6 or 7 weeks. So it's clunky at times, but it's great. They add their own spice to things. I just sit there and help them out if I can, or whisper in their ear beforehand, maybe we should try and focus on this just for the first 5 minutes or something, mention that in your speech. But other than that, let them get accustomed to their new roles, and they're doing a fantastic job with that.
Really appreciate your time. If this is you not nervous, I'd hate to see you nervous, Zorks. Good luck.
Thanks, Holly. Cheers.
Always great to catch up with the players so close to the game. A very experienced man, Dane Zorko, playing game 248 for Brisbane tonight. Guess what, Jason Ackermanis?
What?
You played 248 games.
I did.
For the Bears/Lions. Now, he's got 4 more bests and fairest than you, but you've got 3 more premierships and 1 more Brownlow than him.
Yeah, I got 2 best and fairest. What did he get, 5 or 6?
He's got 5.
5.
So he's got 3 more than you.
3 more. Yeah, he's a super player. I'm not going to tell you that the guys that beat me in the best and fairest were all now Hall of Famers. These things happen.
You're so beautifully predictable. Jason.
Just wind me up. Let me go.
Quentin Hull, Jason Ackermanis, Matt Primus and Aaron Bryans to bring you the call from the box of Brisbane versus Port Adelaide. Jess Stewart's going to join us from the boundary as the umpires walk out onto a pristine playing surface. The Gabba is in absolutely gorgeous conditions. 36,000 is about the max out now. So sold out. We don't get as many as finals of previous years because the veranda corporate area takes away some of the seats and there's a second big screen. But it's going to be full. There's going to be a massive atmosphere and we're playing on a very fast track. If you want to get in touch, the way to do so is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. And just before we see the teams run out and we get our 2 experts to really wind into their previews, just a reminder about our local Footy Legends competition that we've launched across the weekend. What's it all about? Well, how awesome would it be if we could come and call one of your local footy games in 2024. We're celebrating the local footy legends. How do you find out about it? Head to abc.net.au/footy legends, all one word. The way to nominate, share a photo of someone from your footy club and tell us what makes them the legend. Now, it can be the veteran full forward or a strapper or someone who cooked a world record number of sausages on the barbecue for your club and has done it for 1,000,000 years. Any of those stories, send us a photo, abc.net.au/footy legends. And on grand final day, we'll announce the winner of who will have their match called live on the ABC Listen app in 2024. So who's the heart and soul of your footy club? Share their story. The T's and C's apply as usual. But abc.net.au/footy legends is the place to go to check that out. Here come the Power onto the Gabba. Playing in their away strip white tonight. We're at the Gabba. We're one step closer to the last game of the year, reads their banner on one side. On the other, it reads, "Thank you, Queensland supporters." Kenny's boys come to the Sunshine State looking to earn the right to play at home in the preliminary final. Matt Primus, great to have you on board. It's a place that you've been as a player. What's going through their veins right now?
Well, the noise and there's a bit of support down there, the goal square where they've run there, but it is a really tough place to go. It's a unique ground, a unique surface with the cricket pitch in the middle acre. Yeah. Takes a little bit to get used to, but look at the starts. I know we talk about the start going to be important. I just read that Brizzy won 16 first quarters for the year, number 1 in the competition, and finals, it's played over 4 quarters, especially when you're away from home, to be within touching distance on the scoreboard is really important. So that start by Port with that youthful midfield is going to be really important.
Oh, no doubt. Battle of the midfields is going to be, and we heard before the game there, Kenny's not going to go the heavy tag, which worked well in round 1, which means they get to go head to head.
Do you believe him?
No, but but if he does, oh man, that's even.
Why would you not tag Lachie Neale? Here are the numbers.
I know, we're talking about unbelievable numbers, really.
So this is the things us broadcasters do. You think, okay, I've got a thought here. I've got some numbers to back it up. Neale got only 20 possessions in round 1 when Port won by 9 goals. So I thought, okay, how do I statistically back this up? And I used a rudimentary number of 25 possessions, higher or lower. So this year, Brisbane have won 73% of their games, give or take. But that drops to 58% when he has less than 25 possessions. And then back last year, when they won, 68% of their games, they won only 25% of games when Neale had 25 possessions or under. It is not the be-all and end-all, but surely it's the first place you go to try and stop Brisbane if you stop Lachie Neale.
Yeah, he's so important and creative around there. He brings other guys into the game, and I think that's why his handballs and his ability to get after a ball and get handballs away when he's falling down.
Here come the Lions. Amazing. Through a smoke haze at their home tunnel down at the western end of the ground. flamethrowers and fireworks going off, and they're about to crash through a banner which congratulates on one side Charlie Cameron for 200 AFL games, and on the other Jack Payne, the big man from Noosa.
Big Baywatch.
Baywatch, as he's been nicknamed by Jason Ackermanis. Jack Payne plays his 50th AFL game tonight, and they're in their home maroon with the maroon shorts as well. Acker, what's it like playing a final at the Gabba? You guys are unbeatable here. This team not quite as good.
Yeah, it's such a... And for me, when I played, I mean, this is our home, but it's a nervous excitement, but it's such an... Like, I don't know how I could sleep. I didn't sleep that well. I couldn't wait for the game. Night games are horrible because you got to wait all day. Man, I remember just running around. You feel like your legs don't work, or they're just... You're running on air. It's an amazing feeling. But when you get that first touch or kick a goal, I knew when I was in space because the crowd would tell me. They got up, they lifted, the noise would go up. So this place is special, and I'm sure the boys will have that advantage today.
You see the Port team in the middle doing their centre bounce. So what is it, Matt, as a ruckman as well? Do you have to, every venue, you've got to read the bounce?
Oh, this one here is totally different. The ball goes 3 times higher than anywhere else because of the cricket pitch. So therefore you've got to hold your run up, and if you hit back a little bit in centre bounces and it's not a perfect hit, you lose your momentum and you're facing away from goal. So there's a lot of just surge mentality I found on the cricket pitch, and I think Brizzy do that really well. The big O in the centre bounce, he doesn't muck around with the ball, and Brizzy surge it forward, and that's going to be a crucial area because Port are the best centre bounce scoring team in the competition, so a key thing to watch for them.
Matty, an old teammate of yours, Josh Franco, is one of our experts in South Australia. Yep. He's a big fan of Connor Rosie, Zach Butters, Jason Horne-Francis. He reckons they're the best trifecta of midfielders in the competition right now, which is incredibly high praise. Some may say a little bit ignorant, but where do they sit for you?
They're up there. I think, Brisbane have an amazing group of midfielders. I think Melbourne, all the teams that are playing finals have a super group. But that group is, as Ken mentioned, one's 21, one's 23, and the other's 23. But they have... And that's the interesting thing in tonight's game. They have something that I think is still Brisbane's Achilles heel, the spread away from stoppage. They have power, leg speed to get outside them, and they're going to need to do that tonight, Port, because if they give Brisbane too many inside 50s, I reckon then Port's backline will be under siege. Most backlines are against Brisbane's, but Port's, especially with Jonas out, is going to be hamstrung a little bit there. So their midfield's going to have to really dominate, which is a difficult task, but those three are certainly capable of doing that.
It's a big call, though. I mean, they are super players. They've had a super year. In fact, I would argue that they're the reason outside. I mean, all their recruits have really stepped up. And those two boys and their maturity and their growth, that has been the difference, I think.
Absolutely.
Everything else looks pretty similar, but those guys have been outstanding.
Yep. Speaking of big calls, Acker, Brownlow medalist, is Zach Butters worthy of the title as well?
Oh, he's had a super year, absolutely. If he won it, I'm not sure if he will, because it's going to be a close count. You've got the Bont up there. You've had amazing year from Dacos, Nick, of course, and you've got other guys who just pop up because you don't watch every game. Errol Goulden, how many votes are you going to get? There's so many guys. Will Lockie Neal poll strongly? Like, what's going to happen? It's Brisbane won a lot of games. It should come from the top 14s, but you just never know what the umpires are thinking.
Well, the intrigue about these two groups and some of these names that we've dropped, it continues the narrative of the collective of these clubs. They've done it in home and away football. But can one of these guys, and Dustin Martin is the modern benchmark, and it doesn't have to do it his way, but who can have the impact on a final series the way that Dustin Martin did for Richmond? Is there someone in these two teams? Is it the Butters for Port Adelaide, or do we look for, is it Neil for Brisbane, or I know you love Cam Rayner. You reckon he's made for finals, Acker? Yep. Have we got someone in these two teams that can stand up and say, this is my final series?
Well, I think with Cam, and I say there's another level. If he gets 20, 26 touches, he kicks 3 goals. Like, no, you're not going to stop Brisbane. They've got too many avenues. And him, and probably, I think, with Zach Bailey, they can... their averages are sort of 14, 15, but they get to that 20, 22 and kick a couple. Like, they're super players that have got another level to go. What I expect to see, from Connor, of course, and the boys in the midfield from Brisbane who start in there, it's going to be good. It's going to be high level, but I just think Brisbane have got these couple other guys who could just step up a little bit, and it could be just they can explode and play amazing final series. They're good enough. They're experienced enough now. I just want to see Cam do it.
Oh, I think the big thing, I'm a bit opposite of what you're saying there, Q, with I think an individual doesn't win your finals. Dusty played at a high level all the time. And, the grand final here, he was amazing. But the reason Brisbane haven't got past the prelim is because they've had their best players not play at their best. And Port are going to be the same. So Port doing tonight, they need their best players playing the best. Acker was brilliant in finals, but he was brilliant in the home and away too. All their best players played at their level. That's why they're a gun team. And as you mentioned when you asked Ken in our chat before, it's the collective 22 will win you the game, not somebody playing an out-of-the-box game. Very rarely does that happen. It's the collective 22 playing to their best, and that is where the best teams come over and win finals.
You sound like a coach.
Well, on that collective, Matty, I mean, if you look at the two clubs, Port Adelaide have 6 players who are playing their first final tonight. Brisbane have 1 in Jasper Fletcher.
Yep.
So already there's a sense that the Lions have more experience on the big stage, which hopefully leads to some more composure.
No doubt. I think it's significant. The home and away season, that's significant. Let me spit it out there. But I reckon finals, it's even more important. And that's the question mark of Port. They have youth and exuberance, but will the experience of playing in finals compared to what Brisbane have done for 7 years in a row now, will that be the difference at the end of the game?
And that group for Port Adelaide is Farrell, Horne-Francis, Williams, Lord, Jones and McEntee. Could have had a few more, but Hayes and Evans and Jackson, they didn't get a start. On the other side, you've got a sub in Travis Boak who's lining up for final number 14 in year number 17. And a guy who was winning bests and fairest before a lot of the players playing tonight were even in high school.
Yeah, exactly right. And the opposite way you can look at it is these guys haven't played finals, and so they're not scarred by any history, where Brisbane have got some scar. And I went through that when I played for Port Adelaide. We lost some finals, and you carry that scar in, even though you want to prove it wrong. You have that in your mind that, gee, we can't lose this one again. It's too hard to keep getting back there. So Brisbane have that, where Port, to an extent, they have some players who do, as you mentioned, Q, but a lot of them, hey, this is finals, my first one. I'm just going to go out there and enjoy it, and that can help you also.
Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis, your experts, Quentin Hull and Aaron Bryan's about to call the action. You're welcome as ever to be a part of the broadcast on 0437 774 774. Hi to Fran, regular listener. Murray from Geelong is tuning in. Hamish from Wagga telling me that Yorokurong Creek won the Farrell League Grand Final today. Beat the Northern Jets, who play in a Port Adelaide strip. They're the merged version of Ardlethan and Area Park Marul, so I don't know whether that's an omen. That's the word. The Rockhampton Creek are the Magpies, by the way. So maybe Collingwood supporters can take something out of that. 0437 774 774. If you are just tuning in, the Saints are gone, the Giants are through, and the Giants will play the loser of tonight's game. GWS winning by 24 points. And the late breaking news in the last hour or so is that Jack Martin is facing a 2-game suspension for his strike on Blakey from the Swans last night. So, of course, the Swans are out, and the Blues will play the Demons next week.
Big week at the Tribunal. Q next week.
Imagine those barristers. The billable hours. It's going to be ridiculous.
Let's get down to Jess Stewart, who has had a busy day already. Thanks for filling in, Jess, who's been a part of our team throughout the season. Our thoughts to our old mate Zane Bojack, who's ill. But, Jess, I know that you were going to be in the stands alongside your family tonight, and I've ripped any part of impartiality. I'll put that upon you tonight. I've ensured that instead of cheering with the family, you're going to be working the boundary for us. How are you doing?
I can assure I will maintain full ABC non-bias, tonight. Gosh, that slipped out wrong there. But yes, beautiful conditions here tonight, lads. You could...
Oh.
Have you lost me? No,
yep, got you back.
We got me back. Oh, gosh, not off to a great start. But yes, no, we've got beautiful conditions here tonight, lads. The crowd is slowly building in here, but they're very vocal already so far. There's a bit of a weird mood amongst the crowd tonight. I've been speaking to Chris Fagan in my job, as you know, as a journalist at ABC in Brisbane throughout the week. I've never seen the coach as relaxed as I've seen him this week. The players too, oozing calm, collectedness. But as for the conditions, as I said, 17 degrees tonight. You couldn't ask for better conditions for football. Let's hope it's conducive to high-scoring football. We love high-scoring football in finals. But yes, perhaps a sign for Chris Fagan's side. I don't know much about Port Adelaide because I don't work down there, but I do work here in Brisbane, and I can tell you that I've never seen Chris Fagan as relaxed heading into a final series than I have this week.
And I'll ask you this, though, Jess, because you've got your finger on the pulse of Lions fans. They've been here, they've had ups and downs. Are they nervous ahead of this embarkation onto September?
I think they're excited. I've got lots of friends that are Lions fans, and I've asked them, I've said, are you guys as nervous as I was, obviously, up until a couple of hours ago when I changed my role tonight from fan into sideline commentator or boundary commentator. And a lot of them said they're really excited. I think they too can sense just how great an opportunity is in front of this team.
Good on you, Jess. Looking forward to your input from the boundary line tonight. Ben Davis is our MC for the on-field proceedings before the opening bounce.
Best man at my wedding. True story.
Really?
Yeah, Benny Davis.
Both teams have lined up on the Vulture Street side of the ground, and the traditional anthem before finals is upon us here at the Gabba.
On behalf of the AFL and their premier partner Toyota, this is the 2023 AFL Toyota Finals Series, and tonight it's the second qualifying final between the Brisbane Lions and Port Adelaide. The AFL acknowledges the Turrbal and Yarraguru people, the traditional owners of the land in which we gather, and we pay respect to their elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land, and we respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and their contribution to the game of Aussie rules. To conduct an official welcome of country, please welcome Shannon Rushka.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Yagara homelands, my people who have been here for over 65,000 years. In this place we call Wollongkappum, but you all know it, repeat it after me, the Gabba! Now you're talking our lingo. Not only our homelands, but homelands of the brothers out there, the Brisbane Lions. Now this place was where battles took place, where two nations would come together and sort out their differences, and there would be only one winner that would go home. It'll either be these guys or these guys here tonight. I'd also like to acknowledge Mangrook, where AFL began. Down there in the south they call it Mangrook, we call it Purupuru up here, but we are so proud that all the Aussies have taken this game to another level together since the 1850s right up until now, right where we stand. And for that, we did it at Suncorp Stadium. We did the biggest Aussie Kiwi call-out that Australia and the world had ever done in a stadium. Now, AFL, it is your turn. On the count of three, we're going to call out Kiwi. We're going to give our team some encouragement. We're going to call out to the old people. 1, 2, 3. To Nelly, ladies and gentlemen, have a great night on behalf of my people. Repeat it after me, the welcome word. We say, Yura! Have fun.
Not just welcome to country. Shannon Ruska's a part of the pre-game entertainment. He is an icon here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, please rise and join with the coaches, players and umpires as we sing the Australian National Anthem performed by Liliana Butanova.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every state advance Australia fair. Strains that let us sing advance Australia
fair. The nerves get to everyone at finals time. It set the scene at the Gabba. The two teams break. A berth at home in the preliminary final is the prize for the winner of tonight's clash between Brisbane and Port Adelaide, and it's fantastic that you can share it with us on the national broadcaster ABC Sport through Grandstand AFL. Final thoughts from two men who are legends at these two clubs going around tonight, Matthew Primus and Jason Ackermanis.
Got to be tight game. It's got to be on for young and old. It's going to be a ripper. Hopefully the Lions can kick straight tonight. Obviously, being a Lions man, I want them to win. I think 3 or 4 goals would be a good reward, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, I'm going with my heart. Port by 4 points.
Well, that's a real close game.
Yeah, I think it'll be beauty. Like all the finals games so far this week, haven't they? They've been rippers, so I think this one will be exactly the same.
Charlie Cameron's always a bit of a barometer for his team and this house. What a scene for him. He plays his 200th AFL game. Charlie Cameron picked up an All-Australian gong in the lead-in to the game, the only Brisbane Lion to do so. 3 for Port Adelaide did so in Butters, Rosie and Houston. But Cameron, he's kicked the 53 goals so far this season. His best was 57 back in 2019, so All-Australian for a second time. All the barometers are that he's been just as influential as he was in that breakthrough year for the Lions in 2019, as looks like the toss has been won by the Lions, and they're going to be kicking to the right of the radio dial to the western end to their home race end.
I went to Subway Queue before, and I saw Charlie pull up in his Merc and then get out, and I've got Charlie, and he just give me nothing. And then he goes, there, how you going, brother? And he goes straight in. And I'm like, I couldn't eat that close to games. And then I came through the car park. I saw him parked there in the disabled spot. So, it's going your way. It's going your way. But it's not doing anything illegal. It's actually a car park for all the players. But anyway, it's pretty hilarious.
Do you reckon he's on tonight?
He's on. He'll kick 4 or 5. He's just going to... 200 games. He's one of those players. If there's a place and there's a game for Charlie... and a 200 game has got to be tonight.
Who gets him for Port first up?
Oh, yeah. I really don't know. I think it depends where they play him, whether they play him a bit higher up or a bit closer to goal. But what I've loved Charlie's work this year, when he doesn't have the ball, he's still invested in the game, which I reckon's been a question mark on him. But this year he has harassed and tormented Oppo when they don't have the ball, and that's what I'm looking forward to tonight, apart from his special goals and his song after him too, Yaka.
Oh, we love the song. Oh, wow.
Well, Marshall's gone deep, as you'd expect, for Port Adelaide. Finlayson just in front of him. We're waiting to see these matchups, and Cameron's gone deep, and it's going to be Burton going to him at the start. Payne's going to go deep on Marshall. Looks like, well, where's Andrews? He's just floating around to work things out.
And he's got Cruz in the middle as well, Q.
Yeah, well, we wait to see it. Is he next to Lockie Neal?
He is.
Yep, he is. Here's the opening bounce. Qualifying final. Aaron Bryans to call it for you from the Gabba.
Oscar McInerney staring down Scott Lycett. Beautiful high bounce, but both rucks mix the ball drop. Dunkley flicks a handball out, but it's coming back for a free kick. The hold to go the way of Oscar McInerney. The big man wants to move it quickly for the Lions. Launches it long into the 50. Going down in the back of the pack was Hitwood. Hits the deck. Houston's there to gather. Hands it off to Burton, who spirals it out towards the broadcast wing. Bounces in the hole between Hitwood and Lockie Jones. Coming across Starcevic. Hands it to McInerney, now wide towards Bailey. Under immense pressure, the Lions. And Bergman's wrenched it away from them for the power. Here's Rioli in the square. Pops it up to centre half forward. And McEntee floats into the 50 to take the mark. 45 out, straight in front.
Oh, good movement there. They were under pressure. I don't know who went to ground the forward line, but the weight of numbers and the pressure from Port, outstanding.
Jed McEntee, the mid-season pick from a couple of years ago, playing in his first final. There's a fair bit going on off the ball here.
Finlayson and McInerney was that tangle. That's why the crowd went up. Nothing much in it.
The set shot will remain. Jed McEntee starts inside the centre square. A massive moment for the 22-year-old. He loads up too much power and slams it through for a minor score on the right-hand side. Port hit the lead early by a single point.
Great vision from Rioli, though, already bringing McEntee into the game. Very important, McEntee.
Connor McKenna, now a finals player with the Lions, having played a couple with the Bombers. Chips in with the short ball to Berry. Marks in the right back pocket. McKenna runs on, receives the hand pass, runs the right half back and right around the boundary line. Spears the pass to Leicester. Chips in field, marked by Hipwood. Brisbane successfully getting the ball to right half back. But Hipwood not really looking forward for the moment. Looked infield and now does. Kick the long ball down the line. 3-on-2 in favour of Port. Coming to the front of the pack, McKenzie to spoil down. Roved by Jones. 1-2 hand pass exchange with Rosie. Jones from the wing. Kicks Port to half forward. Finlayson the target. A couple against him. And guess who's there to punch it away? Well, Hipwood was there. I thought it was Andrews for a moment. He was not too far away. Hipwood doing the spoiling with McKenna. Jess on the boundary.
I'm just keeping an eye on Trent McKenzie for Port. He just put up a bit gingerly in that first contest at the start of the game, so we'll keep an eye on him. He is limping a little bit.
On return from a PCL injury as well, off the ruck contest went to Butters, caught quickly in the tackle as he tried to head inside 50, and Lockie Neal forces the turnover as it goes out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Lions, trailing by a point at the moment, right back pocket. Starcevic quick to bring it in and squares it up to McCluggage.
He's had such a good half of this backhander this year.
McCluggage looking to the broadcast wing, Hipwood on the charge, hits him magnificently, right half back. He turns around and sends it up the wing. Danaher's in space. Aaliyah came late with the spoil though. Knocks it down to Lysett. Dersma now launches it up towards the 50. It'll bounce in open territory towards the boundary line. Leicester was happy to see it over, and Starcevic makes sure of it by charging into the footy. Boundary throw-in to come. Port up by a point.
Dare we ask what the noise of affirmation is worth tonight?
It's an extra free kick there. Unlucky there, Joey, though. We like Joey jumping at the ball early if you're a Brisbane fan.
And already they're up and about at the Gabba. They generally don't come this ready to go, but it's finals time. Boundary throw in, attacking 50 for Port. Clearance for Berry of Brisbane. Toe pokes it to the wing. Hipwood nudges his opponent in McKenzie off the ball. Wins it. Hand pass to Danaher. Hand pass backwards to Dunkley. Bumped by Rosie as he kicks from the wing to half forward. And again, Jones is in front for Port Adelaide to take the mark in front of Rayner. And he takes a moment to assess Lockie Jones at left half back. He's playing in his first final among 5 other power players tonight.
He looks like he should be, in one of those cartel movies.
Jones went to Dersma, but kicked it wide of Aaliyah and turns it straight over centre wing. McCluggage to bring it back in, nearly hit the umpire, but in the end finds his former skipper in Zorko. Will head up towards the 50. Danaher rises, clunks the mark, looking to silence some demons tonight. He's too far out to score here, tight in the right half forward region. 50's been flooded by power defenders, so Danaher will pop it up to the top of the goal square. Hipwood's got some space and floats in front of the pack to clunk it. Eric Hipwood, 15 out. Will have a chance to kick the first for the Lions on a 45-degree angle to the right.
The big O was outstanding then. He pushed deep forward. He got a block on McKenzie, which then allowed Hipwood just to get it, and McKenzie was nowhere. In a really bad mismatch early on. Hipwood's pushed up the ground, and his aerial capability is going to really make it a hard night for Trent.
Joey was working hard though on Lee, got that mark, and that's a smart kick. Usually Joey has a shot from there, but if Eric can go back and slot this, it'd be great for his confidence.
A career best season for Eric Hipwood, 39 goals. Methodical in his approach. It's long and it's poor. Always straight, but never looked like the right angle. Through for a minor score on the left-hand side. One apiece in the opening 5 minutes here at the Gabba of the second qualifying final.
Easy to say after the fact, but those that have spent a lot of time watching his body language were never confident. He shouldn't have taken that long. He took forever. It was 25 metres out.
Yeah.
Houston in the pocket receives the kick in. Dangerous kick to half back, and Bergman earns it. Takes the mark, but got a clip over the ear from Berry. Good mark. Right on D50. Do you agree with that shot from Eric? You look...
Yeah, he could have gone around the corner.
Oh, he could have done... Yeah. He made a big thing of it. Anyway, here's the kick from Bergman to the wing. On the head of the pack, fisted away from Lord, roved by Danaher of Brisbane. Hand pass to Neal, tackled by Drew. Got a hand pass out the back to Berry. Takes on Dersma, who makes the tackle, holding the ball. No, high free kick against Berry. High fend.
And Drew hasn't left Neal's side, so Kenny was lying to us at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Cute.
Well, telling mistruths.
Mistruths.
Telling mistruths. I mean, Neal had only 20 possessions in round one. Why wouldn't you try something that worked then? As the power switched to right half back, Aaliyah takes the mark, kicks it to the wing, turns it over. Archie's in the hole to take the grab for Brisbane.
Heads towards the attacking edge of the square to McCluggage. They're on the charge here. Coleman raced towards the 50. Rioli pushed him. He missed the boot, but the free kick will go Brisbane's way.
Just the pressure there from both teams, but Charlie Cameron forcing that turnover.
Kitty Coleman spots a target in the pocket, puts it in the Danaher direction. McInerney fists it down. Dersma with the crumb, looks for the exit. A panic kick up towards half-back. Bounces wayward of Rioli, picked up by Starcevic. Hands it back, looking for some territory, but there's no room to move right now in the Gabba. Port Adelaide swarm and force the ball up on the Stanley Street wing.
We've only had 3 inside 50s, Brisbane, but 2 of them have just been to the top of the goal square we saw last week against the Saints. That was a real dangerous spot for them.
Dunkley's wrapped up by Wines at the stoppage. We'll do it again.
Well, they kicked 8 out of 9 goals from the square last game.
And they've got a height advantage, definitely, with their key forwards.
Yeah.
Tossed in the air, left half forward for Brisbane. Lysett taps down, kicks clear of the congestion by Farrell of Port. Rolls it to half forward on the deck. Marshall half a chance for Port. Sprawling, can't pick up the football. Robertson comes through for Brisbane, taps it to the advantage of Fletch for Lions ball. Hand pass to Zorko, runs to the wing, kicks to the pocket. Danaher engaged with Aliir. Aliir does enough to spoil. Both men to go to ground. Crowd yells. Joe gets up with his arms out saying, "Where's my kick?" He's got 36,000 mates trying to help him, but the ump says no. Out of play, throw it in. Jess on the boundary.
Connor McKenna just getting some treatment to his ankle. He landed awkwardly in a marking contest before, so just keep an eye on that one for you guys.
Scores level at a behind a piece. Toss back in, left half forward for the Lions. McInerney wins it down. Wines is there to try and crumb, but he's bowled over. Manages to flick a handball out straight to Bailey, though. The former Norwood product just brushes off Bergman with ease. Snaps tight in the left forward pocket. Outstanding finish. Zach Bailey stands up in a massive moment. And the Gabbers rocking early as Brisbane takes the lead. They're up by 6. 1-1-7. Plays are behind. 8 minutes into the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, we said it before the game. Zach Bailey's one of those players. He is such a good player when he can get shots on goal early. And if he's up and about, he's so difficult to match up on. Super quick, great fend, great goal, Matty.
Brilliant fend, wasn't it? A great finish.
Really aggressive, though, from the takeaway there. Just the ability to get it up, pick, take them on, break the tackle. That's not an easy goal, Q.
Is it just me, or is the house turned up with a bit more juice in it tonight?
Oh, yeah.
You can feel it, can't you?
Absolutely.
It's spine-tingling when they get this loud here. They're not usually like this, and when they're up and about early, the noise is unbelievable.
So Zach Bailey now has 27 goals for the year. Centre bounce, Lions lead by that kick, 1-1 to a point.
The back.
Free kick in the middle goes Port's way. Wine's got a push in the back. Plays on with a hand pass to Horn Francis. On the wing, a high kick puts Port Adelaide into attack. 2-on-2, and Marshall reads the drop better than anyone and takes a clean one clunker. 30 out in the right forward pocket.
Ugh.
It was close, wasn't it? He
just
probably didn't give it
under,
just a little nudge there, but they are the best marking team inside 50 Port for the year, so that's going to be a great battle because Brizzy have some great key backs, but we saw the aerial ability there even without Dixon in the team.
All spread, one-on-one, Q. Beautiful.
The angle's kinder, but for Port fans, this is Robbie Gray's pocket. Remember that game where he kicked the winner against the Blues a couple of years ago? A great Port memory at the Gabba. Marshall trying to make his own. He has not even made the distance. He's kicked that across the face, and it's been punched out of play. Did he mean to pass that? No. Or did he miss-hit that terribly?
Shank-a-dank.
Off his shin nearly.
That is just not what you want to do your first goal.
That is a terrible miss. Boundary thrown in the left forward pocket for Port.
They get a second chance here. But gee, that'd shake your confidence. Toss back in. McInerney front position, beaten by Lord from behind, who rips the ball out of the air, hands it back to Butters. The ABC Footballer of the Year from 45 curls it to the goal square. Off the hands of Marshall, socket on the line by McEntee, but it carries right across the goal face. How did he manage that on the angle? And in the end, it's over the line for a boundary throw-in. Right forward pocket. School end. Still in Port Adelaide's 50.
Sorry, mate, that was a nervous drop by Marshall. He ended up coming off the inside of his ankle.
Yeah, he tried to steer it.
Yeah, missed it by a mile.
Kick through it, man.
Brisbane by a goal. Shallow throw-in. McInerney taps down for Brisbane. Starcevic is over it. Tackle by Horn Francis. Ball still in the chop. Lord applies a tackle on McInerney to keep it hot in there. Lets them play. Here comes Byrne. Jones couldn't pick it up. Lord wins the footy in the end and snaps and hits the post. There's about a dozen players who had a go at trying to win that, and Lord got it on the outside, tight to the boundary. Right foot snap into the post. Brisbane 1-1-7, Port 2 behinds, 11 minutes played.
How many games has Lord played this year, Q? Sorry,
he's played 12.
12 games.
Well, this is his 12th, should I say. So 11's the answer to your question, Matt.
Thanks.
Playing the role of Charlie Dixon tonight. He still looks fairly sore at the moment. Not sure if he'll be back if they need to play next week.
Great matchup this one, isn't it? Danaher and Aliir.
He's got the early chocolates, hasn't he?
Coleman with a long exit to Danaher, who loads up through the outer wing, up to left half forward. It bounces in the hole of about 6. Cameron tries to thrust it forward to the 50. Jones was sitting back for the power. Gives it to Finlayson. Underground handball looking for Wines. He left it behind, and Zorko breaks away. Sends Brisbane inside 50, and McKenzie only had eyes for the footy whilst everyone else was tangled up. and he floats across for the intercept mark in the right back pocket.
Zorko's look dangerous, so he's that spare at the stoppage at the moment.
Chip to Houston, chip to Butters, who takes the mark right half back. Couple of very short passes, and the physicality is right on here. There's a fair bit of pushing and shoving, and Zorko's in among it, standing the mark there. Butters kick towards Alier, spoiled away, roved by Brisbane's McCarthy. Hand pass to McCluggage, 60 out, centering kick hits the chest of Hipwood. He's right in front and 45 metres out.
Kick through it, man.
Well, he will kick through it from here. I think he took a long time over that previous kick, and there's a spot fire out on the 50.
Yeah, that went on. Zorko's been stirring him up. They both went at him, and then they got a bit of fisticuffs, and then it was...
it's not quite Josh Carr and Michael Voss, but there's a hint of that old rivalry about this.
There is, yeah. Brizzy guy's down. Must have been hitting the belly, accidentally, of course.
Eric Hipwood had a bad miss from a closer range a moment ago. 45 out, straight in front, left foot, strike. He's missed another one. And the wasteful Lions, albeit early on here through two behinds from Eric Hipwood, lead by a goal. Quick kick in marked by McIntyre. Defensive 50.
He'll head out towards the Vulture Street wing. Burne-Jones marks in space. A former All-Australian backman, now forward. Seems to be a masterstroke by Ken Hinkley this year, but finds himself far from home. Called to play on. He'll send it up towards the 50. Charging out Andrews, try to get a run in it. It won't matter because Payne, all alone at right half back, will take the intercept mark. Dangerous kick though to Coleman, who's strong in the air and nearly juggled the mark on the second bite. Goes to ground. Burne-Jones flicks it out to Rioli. Dersmer and now Rosie into the 50 for Port Adelaide. Marshall's outnumbered 2-1. Can't get past the Australian backman Andrews. He'll get the footy anyway. The Shepherd prevented him from jumping, and Todd Marshall is handed the pill. 20 out, slight angle to the left.
Just took his eye off the ball. Ricky Harris there didn't need to do it, but took his eye off the ball to allow his spare defender to come in and mark the ball, and
just got caught there, just a little bit nervous there, but can he kick this one? I mean, kick through it.
Put 4 goals on the Lions in round 1. This set shot a little closer. Marshall comes in, close to the man on the mark. It starts right and won't curve back enough. Oh, the mental demons for the goal kickers early. A behind for the Power puts them at 3 points. Brisbane 1-2-8. 14 minutes into the opening term. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Yeah, that spot fire before Dane Zorko was down on his haunches. So something's going on behind play. There's a bit of niggle happening. They were into Zach Butters as well.
Kick in from Brisbane, gets beyond defensive 50 but turned over. Dersmer picks it up for the Port. His injection doesn't find a teammate. McKenna's in the way to take the mark in front of Marshall for Brisbane. So McKenna goes to Dunkley with a short pass. He chips to Rayner. Cam Rayner on the wing for the Lions. Kicks it wide. Berry takes the mark. Jared Berry taking his time before chipping over the man on the mark to Dunkley in his first final as a Lion. A premiership winner with the Bulldogs. One of the heralded off-season recruits. 70 metres out right half forward. High kick from Dunkley to a pack and in front. Horn Francis gets to the drop to take a fine grab for Port Adelaide. Brisbane 1-2-8. The Power 3 behinds. 15 minutes played first term.
They were happy there, Brisbane, just to be able to march the ball down till they got at a spot where they could attack the goal square. Looks like that's a bit of a tactic for them.
Poor exit from Connor Rosie out towards the Stanley Street wing. He's trying to find Rioli, but Andrews floats across. Brisbane with possession now.
We'll see if they get another short kick to get a bit closer inside 50 here or bang it in.
Pops it short to Fletcher. He'll send it long and strong into the pocket. 3-on-3. Crashing the pack. Horn Francis spills to ground. Robertson can't keep it in play in the left forward pocket. We'll get a boundary throw in. 25 out. Brisbane with the early lead. 5 points the advantage as we approach time on at the Gabba for the second qualifying final.
I don't know why they went slow then. Berry, if he had a better left foot, he had the big fella, Big Eric out the back. I'm not sure why they're going so slow. It's too easy for Port to get back.
Last of the finals of week 1. Home prelim, the prize tonight. Boundary throw in. Danaher tackled off it by Finlayson.
Tripped.
And off the play that I was describing, Rosie was in that pack and he gets a free kick for being legged. So Connor Rosie, who in his third game announced himself with 5 goals, and he was nommed for the Rising Star back at the start of his career, and what a career it's become so far. A long kick to the wing, off hands, out of play. I remember calling that game. We thought, who is this guy? That was round 3 of 2019 when he kicked 5 goals in just his 3rd game. Matt, I think you were on with me that night.
Yep, he looked like a player from the word go, hasn't he? His career kept on building. But they're doing a really good job here, Brizzy. Pinning Port in. They're not giving them any easy exits and dominating a bit of field territory.
Willem Drew remains on Lockie Neal as well from the ruck contest. Finlayson won it down, but it's Brisbane with the clearance into the 50. It was a rushed kick, and Aliir read it best. He takes the intercept mark at the top of the defensive goal square. Pops it short to Wines.
So this is where they've been really good. They've given them nothing, making them kick long down the line, and that's advantage to Brizzy.
Called to play on and to race around Neal as Wines heads to the outer wing. Andrews again gets free of Lord and takes the intercept mark for Brisbane.
At least he's going for his marks tonight. Sometimes he's just happy to spoil it, but a couple of good grabs early.
Lions by 5 points as Andrews dumps it high and deep to the pocket. Oh, huge fly from Hipwood against 3. Got a hand, couldn't mark. Bailey Roves in the same pocket where he kicked the first goal. This time snaps to the top of the goal mouth, and Jasper Fletcher takes the mark. His dad was a part of those Brisbane Bears teams that finally made the finals in the mid-90s, and here he is, Jasper in his first final.
Son of Piggy.
A chance to kick a goal in the opening term for Brisbane.
Oh, Piggy Fletcher couldn't get up that high, but boy, he could run. His son's got some wheels. Good jump. Again, Zach Bailey looking dangerous. Good centering kick, though.
25 out. Straight in front. And the Gabba likes it. It's been influential since coming in mid-season, Jasper Fletcher. Game 12, final 1, goal 6 of his fledgling AFL career, and it's Brisbane by 11. At 2-2-14 to 3 behinds through 19 minutes.
Fledgling, doesn't that mean it's struggling?
No, fledgling.
Fledgling, what's that mean?
It means it's in its early stages.
Is that what that means? I always thought it meant he's going no good. I got to get in my thesaurus. Listen to you blokes. But another great sort of scramble, chaos ball goal from Brisbane. And they are struggling here just to get those matchups right and get the ball out of the defensive 50, Matty Price.
They are, and attack the top of the goal square again, didn't they? And that looks really dangerous for them with their smalls and talls, Brizzy.
Great to have Jason Ackermanis and Matthew Primus as experts tonight. The Lions by 11. Danaher and Lysett stay down. The ladder gets the tap down. Archie charging out across from the wing, trying to slap it to Neal, who now becomes the tackler on Drew and holds things up just inside the centre square as they push towards the Stanley Street wing.
It's a really good challenge for Lockie Neal to another tagger to get the better of.
Just the one disposal so far, yes.
Sorry.
Tossed down by Lysett. Tap down rather to Rosie. Rushed the exit. Wilmot was sitting back. Just launches it back up to left half forward. Trying to gain some ground for the Lions, but it's very wide of Robertson. And takes a bounce before it heads over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into the play close to the benches on the outer wing.
Brisbane 11 inside 50s to 5 early on.
The Adam Treloar in the crowd. Obviously, his season is over, watching his good buddy.
Well, he's got strong links to Brisbane with his wife playing for the Firebirds. Boundary throw in and no clearance for Bergman. Took the footy, immediately tackled by Zorko. So a ball up left half forward for Brisbane, right half back for Port Adelaide. Danaher nudges Lysett off the drop, clean possession, snaps it inside 50, bounces in front of Rayner, who's pushed off it by Houston, picked up by Williams. His hand pass, though, doesn't find a teammate. And the umpire's found a Brisbane free kick at the bottom of all of that.
Rayner high there.
Cam Rayner taken high by Kane Farrell.
The cluggage pressure was outstanding then. That's what they've done really well, haven't they? The small Brizzy forwards have harassed Port's backs and caused a lot of turnover.
Really?
He just works so hard.
Is that a kick?
Oh, that's...
Noise of affirmation, perhaps?
No, well, that got him right on the side of the head. I think that's a... Well, I mean, they paid worse than I.
Yeah, OK. Rayner, 3 steps infield. Right foot snap from 30 out. Oh, he is a talent. Cam Rayner with a perfect finish to continue an excellent start for Brisbane in this qualifying final. 3-2-20 placed 3 behinds after 21 minutes of the first term.
Honestly, what have they listened to growing up? This is from the 60s. But anyway, Cam Rayner, Zach Bailey, the 2 guys I mentioned pre-game, already on the scoreboard. This is what I was saying, Matty Price. I know one player can't win your game, but if you get these guys and they ignite, good luck.
Oh, mate, if you're giving them 12 inside 50s and the balls and the bigs are bringing it to ground, happy days, Acker, for those. And they are chock full of confidence, those Smalls. And there's 4 or 5 rippers. They're all going to get a bite of the cherry tonight.
Absolutely.
They love a hot start, Brisbane. They've won 16 opening terms this campaign and are currently up by 17 points at the Gabba. Unbeaten here across 2023. And the noise gets louder from the sellout crowd. Both rucks again stay down. Neither get a tap, and Drew manages to break out of traffic. Heads into 50 for Port Adelaide. Spoilt down by Payne. Lord does the crumbing though. Manages to brush off Andrews. Snaps around the body. Ollie Lord! The youngster kicks Port Adelaide's first, and they answer back immediately to make it an 11-point margin once again. Time on in the opening term, 3-2-20 Brisbane, Port Adelaide 1-3-9 on Grandstand AFL.
Well, you said it before the game, Matty Promise, how good they are. They're the best scoring team if they get it out of the centre square. And again, I mean, classy snap, don't get me wrong. And the missed tackle, who was that on? Was that on Drew?
Drew got out of there. And then what about Lord's effort on Harris Andrews, who's probably lowered his colours early, the young fella, but, geez, his recovery then, the marking contest, then get on the ground and snap over his shoulder was outstanding.
Oh, missed tackle was killer. But, hey, that's the quality of Port. They never die wondering, and they certainly got the class to do this all night.
His dad won a flag with the Cats, and good to his granddad, should I say, and Ollie Lord, his first final, takes his moment early at the Gabba. 11 points is the lead to Brisbane. Centre bounce, Lysett too early. McInerney taps down, Brisbane clearance. Zorko hands to Dunkley. Hands to Wilmot to the edge of the centre square. Kick wide to the left half forward flank. Pitches favourably for McCarthy near the boundary. Left foot kick towards the goal mouth. There's a whistle.
Out of bounds.
He went out of play. That's why there's the whistle. Go back, throw it in.
Yeah, what a battle in the middle though.
Yeah, Big O's getting his hand to the ball. Lycett's going to have to be better in the ruck there. He's all over the shot with his timing and giving Brisbane's mids the first look at it.
Hugh McCluggage with 5 touches alongside Eric Hipwood and Joe Danaher for the Power. 6 to Dersma leading the charge in this opening term. Toss back into play. Right on the paint of 50. Lysett gets front position. Wins it down to Drew. Hurried exit. Up the Stanley Street wing. It bounces through Palpepper at the back. Starcevic to Archie. Back into the 50. And in space, McCarthy takes the mark on the chest.
Lots of fortune, small forwards. I think McCarthy, you can't give him that much space, but just pressure kick there, dumped it forward. Not as long and as deep as we'd be expecting, but Lincoln McCarthy, if he kicks these and he has a good night, he's due, I tell you. He's had such a good season.
On return from a calf strain, he's backed it all the way up to nearly centre wing on the outer side.
Oh, Garner.
Man on the mark, 45 out. It's a slight angle to the left. 23 goals, 9 this season for Lincoln McCarthy. The boy from Bordertown. Hop step approach. Loads up from 55. It's a massive kick, but a minor score on the left-hand side. Brisbane up by 2 goals. 3-3-21 plays 1-3-9. 25 minutes into the opening term. Aaron Bryans, Quentin Hull, Matthew Primus, Jason Ackermanis and Jess Stewart with you for the call.
Williams runs beyond the goal mouth. A long inbound for Port. Starcevic to the front of the pack on the wing. Dropped the mark he could have taken. Somehow it ricochets back to him. And Starcevic boots Brisbane back into attack. Cameron nudged under the drop by Williams. Well played, young man. Takes the grab for Port in the pocket. Quick chip pass to Aaliyah, who marks and holds it up at left half back. He sees Butters presenting and chips it down the line to him. Butters marks, now looks infield. Or chip on Houston's head, sets him a task. Good ball from Bailey, but Houston roves the crumb, wins it for Port. Hands to Dersma, hands it to the wing, where, well, Burn Jones has had a shave of that head a bit. He kicks it towards half forward to a pack, no mark. Ricochet to Dersma, who runs through and gathers for Port. Hand pass to Palpepper, went for a big kick from 52, slewed it off the instep, the full forward, bounces around. Wilmot emerges for Brisbane, got tackled, holding the ball. And it's Lysett doing the work in the forward line for the Power. Oh, the big ruckman, Matt, earns himself a kick with a forward 50 tackle.
That sounds as if that's something extraordinary, Q.
Well, is it or is it not?
No, I loved it. He pushed hard forward from the kick in, took the Big O deep in the forward line and then just found himself in an area where he could lay a tackle and a really strong effort. Hopefully they got to kick this because they have been inaccurate with their set shots tonight.
And McKenna straight to him said, mate, get it on the boot. You cannot do that on the boot.
He's had a tough year. Knee clean out, leading to the finals. Back into the team tonight. Scott Lysett, straight in front, 40 out, should kick the goal and pokes at it terribly.
Ruckman.
Misses to the right. Behind, 11 points the lead to Brisbane, 3-3-21 to 1-4-10.
McKenna seems good, though, with that ankle roll. He doesn't look as good as he normally does, but he's out there.
The Irishman brought it back into Dunkley, then gets the handball back. Long ball up the Vulture Street wing. Archie got the launch, but didn't quite hold on to the footy. Umpires will give him the benefit of the doubt. He dropped it as he hit the ground. Great launch. Gives it off to McKenna. Here comes the Gaelic footballer. A couple of bounces, and then into the 50. Aaliyah in front position. Manages to keep Danaher out of it. So Mackenzie can take the intercept mark. His kick is smothered, though. Now they're under pressure. Port Adelaide in defensive 50, but there's a holding free kick that will get them out of trouble. It'll come all the way back to Willem Drew. Port Adelaide trailing by 11.
Sorry, Aaron, it was probably there, but, geez, their pressure is causing Port a lot of issues down back.
Drew puts it on Aaliyah's head. Archie's there to spoil it away.
Yeah.
Kick to left half back, and Archie read it beautifully. Thumps it out of play. Boundary throw in.
They're doing that well, Brisbane.
It's got no flow, have they? Compared to Brisbane's flow out of their back half, Port are very stagnant and got nothing to kick to and are trying to make things up.
No handball receives. It's good.
Archie coming into the team mid-season. Played a bit of a swing role for Chris Fagan. Boundary throw in. Well, McInerney tumbles down. Lycett gets a knuckle. Ump lets them play. McCluggage wins the clearance. Hand pass out the back to Archie. Right foot snap from 80 out. Will pitch about 40 from goal in the pocket. Rolls towards the boundary. Danaher gathers, tries to evade Aaliyah and does. And snaps on his left. It's a across the face. Didn't have the curl or the carry, and marked by Bergman on the last line for Port.
Fingertip stuff from Aaliyah.
The Gabba faithful were in a squat position, ready to rise above. Just didn't quite get what they were hoping for. Bergman clears it out towards the Stanley Street wing. Palpepper was his target. Spills to ground. Wines there to Crum. Turns through the logo, and they run out of time. Port Adelaide on the counter. Excellent start to the second qualifying final. But Brisbane unable to capitalise on their momentum. 11 points the margin. 3-3-21, plays 1-4-10.
Bailey, Fletcher and Rayner, the goal kickers for Brisbane. And Ollie Lord, the only goal kicker for Port Adelaide. If you are just late to the broadcast, Travis Boak is the sub for Port Adelaide. Jared Lyons, the sub for Brisbane. And no real need for thoughts of the coaches injecting them in a first term, which was probably blighted by some nervous kicking at goal. Dare we say that, gentlemen? But as it is, it's the Lions by 11 points. The victor gets a home preliminary final. The loser goes around next week against Greater Western Sydney. 4-goal winners over St Kilda in the elimination final at the MCG today. GWS 15-11, 101 over the Saints 11-11, 77. We've got 2 finals in the first weekend of the National Rugby League being played today. One of them a qualifying final, which has been run and won. Penrith has qualified for yet another preliminary final. The 2-time reigning champs, too good for the New Zealand Warriors. Scoreline at Penrith, Panthers 32 over the Warriors 6. So Penrith with a home preliminary final. Warriors play a home eliminator next week against the winner of the game, which has just got underway in the Shire, the Cronulla Sutherland Sharks, taking on the Sydney Roosters. No score as yet. And as ever, as is the case throughout the finals and throughout the entire season, the ABC Listen app is there for you to make your choice wherever you are at any time. The green button for the NRL and the red and blue button for the AFL. Quarter time in the qualifying final at the Gabba. It's Brisbane by 11 points. Hope you're enjoying your seat at the footy with Grandstand AFL.
And here we go in 10.
The team from the News at 6 are back with new stories and new battles.
Please welcome the golden couple of news.
Can we expect a newsroom wedding?
It's time the truth about her emerged.
She can't. We talk replacement.
The critically acclaimed series returns.
Maybe you're not the marrying type.
I don't function without you. Anna Torv and Sam Reid in The Newsreader.
It's going to be huge.
Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Scores level at a behind a piece. Toss back in, left half forward for the Lions. McInerney wins it down. Wines is there to try and Crum, but he's bowled over. Manages to flick a handball out straight to Bailey, though. The former Norwood product just brushes off Bergman with ease. Snaps tight in the left forward pocket. Outstanding finish! And the Gabba's rocking early as Brisbane takes the lead. Marshall comes in, close to the man on the mark. It starts right and won't curve back enough. Oh, the mental demons for the goal kickers early. Behind for the power puts them at 3 points. Brisbane 1-2-8.
Bailey Rose in the same pocket where he kicked the first goal. This time snaps to the top of the goal mouth, and Jasper Fletcher takes the mark. Jasper in his first final, a chance to kick a goal in the opening term for Brisbane, straight in front. And the Gabba likes it. Rayner, 3 steps infield, right foot snap from 30 out. Oh, he is a talent. Cam Rayner with a perfect finish to continue an excellent start for Brisbane in this qualifying final.
Drew manages to break out of traffic, heads into 50 for Port Adelaide, spoilt down by Payne. Lord does the crumbing though, manages to brush off Andrews, snaps around the body. Ollie Lord! The youngster kicks Port Adelaide's first to make it an 11-point margin once again.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Both teams with 17 wins and 6 losses in the regular season. But it means little now as the new season begins for them. Brisbane and Port Adelaide battling for a home preliminary final. Quentin Hull and the team for Grandstand AFL at the Gabba. It's quarter time. Brisbane lead by 11 points. 3-3-21 plays 1-4-10 in the AFLW today. Gold Coast, Brisbane and Geelong were the victors. The Suns over the Eagles, the Lions over Port and Geelong over Sydney. Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus, legends of these two clubs, are casting an expert eye over this game for you. What about the first half hour, gents? What have you picked up?
How'd you find the ruck battle? Because that's been really good. The midfield's been, it's a little bit sort of one way than the other. Brisbane on top early, kicking it long and then stopping the outlets. That's what I'm seeing. If I'm Ken Hinkley, I'm saying, boys, can we get in the corridor? Can we get a few more handball receives?
Yeah, they have to try play a little bit quicker. You're exactly right, Aki, because a lot of the stats are pretty even, except for the inside 50s, a double, 16-8. And you're giving the best attacking team in the competition that many opportunities. It's going to be a long night. Saying that, they've only had one more scoring shots, but Port are kicking at 61% and Brizzy are going at 78%. So Port are just long down the lines. They've done some terrible turnovers. They have to try and fix up their back half ball movement, which is a bit of a credit to Brizzy. Acker, they're doing a lot of work and shutting down the entries, but the exits, But Port are going to have to get a little bit better there because they've shown when they do go inside 50 that they can produce some shots. But if that stat of the inside 50s continues, Brizzy are going to kick a winning score.
McKenna's had 6, so too McCluggage and Danaher, all with a half dozen in the first term. 5 for Starcevic, 5 for Dunkley, 5 for Hipwood. Where's Lockie Neal on that
Still on the
list?
On the one.
Yes,
that's something I wonder if he's going to change and ask for a bit of help, because if he knew the stat that you just said before, Q, he would make that change.
Which was basically, if you keep Neal under 25 possessions, you're a much better chance of beating the Lions. And he only had 20 in that round 1 game where Port won by 9 goals. Dersma's had 8 for the Power. Houston, Wines and Rosie with 5. McEntee, Butters and Jones with 4. Overall, Port plus 3. It's 69 to 66 disposals. Contested wise, Port are winning that stat by 9 at 35 to 26 and reiterating that inside 50. Yeah, if it keeps going 2 to 1, it's going to be bad for the Power. 16 to Brisbane, 8 to Port, inside 50 in the first quarter. Second term ready to get underway. Brisbane by 11 points.
Frantic footy early, but no one's imposed themselves just yet. Let's see if that'll change in the second term. Nice high bounce. McInerney flies up for it. Tapped it to Dunkley, who left it behind in the end with Horne-Francis on his tail. Drew slaps it off towards Houston. Rushed his kick about 5 metres to Neal and he's set upon. Will get a ball up. Still inside the centre square, but in Brisbane's attacking half.
Contested ball's a bit interesting. If Brisbane get that up.
Lycett entangled with McInerney. Neither get a clean tap. Berry trying to break away, but loses it to Butters. He can't control it either. Farrell diving in. Coughed it up. Dunkley wrestling for the footy. Driving his head through the pack is Lycett and stripped to the footy in the process. Gets another go. Hands it back to Butters and Port Adelaide will get the first exit out to the Stanley Street wing. Coleman in a one-on-one with Burne-Jones. Here's 2 pocket rockets and neither of them can control the footy as they wrestle their way to the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play on the Stanley Street wing.
I checked that contested possession, Acker, but even though Port are dominating it, it's all in their back 50, Port are winning it. Right. So I reckon the coaching staff, they'd be happy with that because that's where Port are winning their contested ball.
Gorgeous Saturday night for footy at the Gabba. Boundary throw in on the Stanley Street wing. Ricochets back towards the line and Butters or McCluggage can't control and will be thrown in. Expecting 36,000 plus in the house.
It's full.
Oh, it's a gorgeous night. And deck looks fast. An absolute picture of the best of Australian football in the Sunshine State. Boundary throw in, roved by Horn-Francis support, tackled by Dunkley holding the ball. Play on advantage is taken by Brisbane. Zorko from the wing, kicks to half forward. Cameron Marks, 70 out, kicks to full forward. Danaher locks horns with Aaliyah. Aaliyah does well to spoil out of play.
Yeah, Williams came off and helped him out there because it looked pretty dangerous, didn't it, Q? Out the back.
Dunkley, what a tackle, though. Horn-Francis, he's so strong, though.
He's powerful, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player.
We've seen some glimpses of greatness from him, just waiting for that next step. Could be in this finals campaign. Toss back in. Lycett caught behind, wins it down to Houston, the All-Australian defender. Clears it high up to centre-half back. Reading it best was Fletcher. He tried to reel it in with one arm. That's because he was held and he received a free kick for it.
Have a shot, they say.
Man on the mark's about 47 out. Straight in front. Fletcher doesn't look confident. The youngster, though, already has one tonight. Will kick from the centre square. It's an absolute bullet to the goal square. Danaher launched early. Couldn't control the mark. Rising up above Aaliyah. Williams shoveled a handball out. Wasn't clean to Houston. Diving low wine. Stripped of it by McCluggage. Blind turn into Aaliyah. He wraps him up. He got it to McCarthy. But he runs out of room in the left forward pocket. It'll be tossed back into play at the school end. Brisbane by 11.
You'd love to get a GPS on how quick that ball is going around. If you don't pick it up, boy, is it just moving.
Early stages, second term. Boundary throw in right near the veranda. Oh, that's a shallow throw in. So the ruckman race forward. McInerney gathers it, tackled by Lycett and lost it. Houston's clearing kick went straight to Fletcher. Snaps it to the goal mouth and Danaher's in front of Aaliyah to take a fortuitous chest mark 20 metres out.
Floyd's in front.
Oh, well.
Free kick.
No.
Blood rule.
Blood rule. Oh, Lycett.
Lycett's got to go off for a blood rule. Okay. Well, we thought that no one could beat Joe's miss here against St Kilda until Harry Mackay turned up last night. And there will be some nervous fans at the Gabba with Danaher lining up this goal from 20 metres out.
Well, he had that one, remember, last game from this spot after he shanked that one into the post and kicked it.
And the pregnant pause as well, as Lycett's got to run the best part of 100 metres.
Build the pier off Hugh.
Out to the interchange gates. He's had a great year, though, Joe Danaher. He kicked 65 in that All-Australian BNF year at Essendon, and he's up to 51 goals this season.
Wow.
Most prolific season as a line in front of goal. He's been forced to play that secondary ruck role as well. But this is, dare we say it, the elementary part of the game which can probably test him at times.
I'm going to say he's going to kick it cute.
Well, it's a big call, Jace. He's 20 metres out, slightly to the left. Danaher on the approach.
Yeah.
Straight through the middle. Never looked like missing. Brisbane 4-3-27. Port Adelaide 1-4-10. Lions by 17. Blood watch on the boundary, Jess Stewart.
Yeah, so both Josh Dunkley and Scott Lycett were brought from the field with the blood rules, so both of them are needing some attention at the moment. They'll be back on shortly, no doubt.
It was a pretty good strike from Joe. We've seen some dodgy ones so far tonight.
He just kicked through that. The umpire didn't even move.
Played every game this year as well. Joe Danaher, one of only 9 Lions to do so. You just sense that if Brisbane is to take the next step, what he writes over the next 4 weeks is going to be a big part of that story for Brisbane.
Absolutely.
It's just Aaliyah just likes to play behind the man so he can judge the play, but on that occasion it hurt him.
The thoughts of Jason Ackermanis and Matthew Primus. Brisbane by an equal game high, 17 points. Bounce in the middle. McInerney rises early, tapped it to Neil, but too much pace as he ran past the footy. McCluggage couldn't gather either. Tripped over is McInerney. Flicks one out to Bailey. Now inside 50, Robertson turned into a wall, but managed to get it out to Fletcher. Bailey with a 360 from 45 out. Hurried the kick up towards the left forward pocket. Jones was there, got caught in the tackle. No free kick as Aaliyah gets the exit. Brisbane have the numbers, and Fletcher is brave, back with the flight to take the intercept mark. Will pop it short and wide to Coleman, who can send it back into the pocket. Unable to get a run is Hitwood. He's held up behind the pack. Fisted away. Butters spins out of trouble from Zorko. Hands it inside to Burton. Beautiful vision. Here comes Horn-Francis. He'll chip it out towards the broadcast wing.
McEntee takes the mark, plays on, kicks it on the bounce to Burn-Jones. High half forward, kicks inside 50 to a 2-on-2. Andrews with a telling knuckle. Rode by Powell. Pepper hands it away from the pressure of Leicester, but then Payne comes in. to monster him with Starcevic and wrap him up in the forward pocket. Sam Powell-Pepper. He rarely looks out-bustled, but boy, when Jack Payne's around, he generally wins the battle of the flesh. He's a big boy. Big tackle. Stoppage right forward pocket for the Power. Powell-Pepper goes crashing through again, gets tackled. No prior ball up.
Better ball moving act of them from Port, though, wasn't it? They took it on. Rosie started it. It looked a lot better from their back 50 to the forward 50.
That handball out in the space, brilliant.
Tight angle right forward pocket for the Power. There's a free kick for a ruck infringement. And it'll go... Gee, they're both asking for it. It'll go Port Adelaide's way. Sam Powell-Pepper tossed the footy.
I think
15 out tight angle.
Starcevic gave him a bit too much of a nudge off the ball. Or held on to him.
A fair bit of Guernsey there at the back, but I mean...
And the crowd was oohing and ahhing, Aaron, before that because Powell-Pepper was seen wrenching his elbow back towards the stomach of Starcevic, so it may have been a bit of payback.
There were plenty of players kept out of it, but it's somehow fallen in the lap of Sam Powell-Pepper. Goalless in 3 of his last 4 finals, and he won't be able to break the deadlock. He sprayed it wide right. Another behind for Port Adelaide. 1-5-11, plays 4-3-27. 7 minutes into the second term of the second qualifying final.
Kitty Coleman saw a second footy come out in front of him, so Carbley just taps it behind the goal line. Now with the one in hand, he steps beyond the goal mouth, the inbound. Long kick from Coleman to right half back. No mark. Wines taps down to Aliir. Kick semi-smothered for the Power. Dunkley picks up for Brisbane. Hand pass to Neal. Hands it out the back to Payne, who's at right half back, D50 for Brisbane. Long exiting kick to the wing. Aliir went with the flight, couldn't mark. Ricochet falls to Berry of Brisbane. Runs to right half forward. Kicks inside 50 over the head of Hipwood. Bergman does well. Fell over. Picked himself up, picked up the footy, kicks it beyond defensive 50, hoping for Burton. He can't mark under pressure from Zorko. Boundary throw in between wing and right half forward for the Power. Jess?
Hugh McCluggage is just going down to the rooms for the Lions. He's receiving some treatment to his hip, it looks like. So not in a great sign for the Lions at the moment.
Not a good news report at all for the Brisbane outfit. Toss back into play. Drew, off the ruck contest, falls into the footy and holds things up for a ball up on the Stanley Street wing.
Maybe that's why they had Lions. Nearly like for like, not talent-wise, but style.
McInerney smashes it forward with a big fist. Rolls up to right half forward. Wines is first to meet it. Tried to handball back where it came from, but walked over the boundary line prior. And toss back into play. Right half forward for Brisbane, up by 16 points.
And Jace alluding to Lions, Lyons, as in Jared, who is the sub for Brisbane. Port Adelaide sub is Travis Boak. Boundary throw in. Robertson roves boundary side for Brisbane. 70 out right half forward. Snaps it to the goal mouth, but nowhere near a teammate. Bergman reads the drop and takes the grab in the left back pocket for Port Adelaide. Bergman.
Nothing again, though, Q, has he? Nothing.
Yeah, Matt. He's going to have to dump it long with a kick towards the Stanley Street wing. Lord presents in the pack. Andrews knuckles it away for Brisbane. Wines roves, tackled by Hipwood. Play on. Ball comes free. Kicked off the ground by Rosie to the wing. Powell-Pepper has a fumble. He goes again twice and thrice. Kicks it off the ground. But straight to Andrews. Not 15. He's tackled by Butters. And the ump says no prior. Ball up. Ball it up on the outer wing. Brisbane leading by 16 points. 10 minutes second term. Lions 4-3-27. Power 1-5-11.
Lysett wins it down. Straight to Robertson, though, jumping with the handball. Clears it out towards Archie. Off a step up to right half forward. Hipwood presenting his hit on the chest. Too far out to score as they flood forward Brisbane. He heads into the right forward pocket to Danaher, who had to shove Burton in the back to try and get some clear air. McCarthy at the fall of the footy has sprayed it out on the full. Danaher just cannot get a run at the footy right now. Port Adelaide's defence, which has been miserable throughout 2023 at times, certainly standing up tonight. At the other end, though, is where they're struggling, Q.
I just see a shot on the big screen. I think Zach Butters maybe gave McCluggage a bit of a corky. That's the reason he's off. Long exit from Port's coming back in. Well, hold on. Ump's found a free kick. It's going Brisbane's way. Starcevic had banged it back inside, attacking 50, but it's not his kick. It's Archie's kick.
High. Got him high, right in the mush.
Cal Archie. 10th game of the season. What was his role? Well, he's the everywhere man now.
Darren White.
Yep, the old swing man in your day, Acker. Long kick from 70. All the way to the goal mouth. Aliir underneath it. Read it. Takes a chest mark. Uncontested. In front of the goal mouth, he's defending. Short chip to Dersma in the right back pocket. Dersma for Port Adelaide near the patrons in the veranda at the school end. Kicks it beyond defensive 50. 3-on-2 Brisbane in the pack. Wilmot has a chance to mark and can't. Goes to ground level, won by Burne-Jones of Port. Hand pass to McEntee under pressure. Shunts it to the advantage of Horne-Francis. He under pressure. Dumps it to half forward. Met by Payne of Brisbane. Hand pass to Lester on the wing. He kicks a spiral back towards half forward. Hipwood makes a big spoil on Houston. It sat on his head. Ball on the wing. Zorko's foraging for it. Slings it out.
Right.
Houston, slings it out. Threw it out, Jace. Free kick to the Power, who are called with the advantage. Horne-Francis on the wing.
Had to fend off Starcevic and then curls it up towards right half forward. Beautiful kick. Finds McEntee. About 60 out. Pinpoint pass. Perfectly weighted to Finlayson, who reels it in with one arm. 35 out, slight angle to the right.
Well, very adventurous ball use from Port, but better. Obviously at quarter time, they say you've got to get it on, boys. You've got to find a way, move it quicker. And that's what they're doing. They're getting these uncontested marks and moving it, and their forwards will be a little bit happier to have one-on-one and have a jump at the ball.
Jeremy Finlayson knows all about finals footy. Made it all the way to the big stage with GWS. But only his second touch tonight so far. Port Adelaide's leading goal kicker, Jeremy Finlayson, crosses the Payne of 50. Again, put too much on the kick as he tried to slam it home, and it's through for a minor score on the right-hand side. 1 goal, 6 Port Adelaide. Will this cost them in the long run? They trail by 16 points. Brisbane 4-3-27. 12 minutes into the second term.
Jess on the boundary.
Just quickly, Hugh McCluggage back on the field for the Lions.
Good news as Robertson marks a short kick in the pocket for Brisbane. Kicks it long to the wing and off hands and out of play. Matt promised Jason Ackermanis. Can you temper my description of, is this just awful set shot goal kicking?
No, it is.
Okay, so you can't. It is.
Can't temper it.
I don't want to be too negative, but it's awful set shot goal kicking so far. Yeah,
they're not missing by. They're missing by a lot.
Yeah. Boundary thrown on the outer side. Horne-Francis wins the ball, kicks it inside 50, but Payne meets it for Brisbane. Took an age, got tackled by Rioli, just got rid of it in time. But the ricochet to Lord. Lord's kicked 1, make it 2. He's all right in front of the sticks.
Snaps.
Ollie Lord makes it a 9-point ball game. Port has 2, he has 2. Brisbane 4-3-27 to the Powers 2-6-18. 14 minutes played second term.
Got to win ground balls, Q, and get snaps. That's how Port's going to kick their goals. That's how they've kicked them tonight, both by Lord. But every time Horne-Francis gets the ball in his hand, he's able to break out of traffic. And even though that was a rush kick, he's able to get out through the front and give some easy ball. And then it's 4v4, 5v5 in the forward half. And then they're able to get some talent, get to work down their forward 50. And that Lord, he's done some nice things. He matched up on Harris Andrews all night, but geez, when the ball hits the ground, he's got an advantage over Harris there. But Horne-Francis, he is fantastic to watch coming out of a contested situation.
Just the tackle pressure. Was that Rioli, I think, made that tackle, that
Payne.
forced Payne. He should have thrown it on the boot, but hindsight's a bit of a thing. Great goal, though. Oh, Lord, what a name.
And that's what they're capable of doing, but they've only had 11 inside 50s, Zacco. They need more to be able to get more pressure on Brisbane Lions on the scoreboard.
9-point ball game. Lysett wins it down in the path of Rosie. Beautiful crumb. Gives it off to Horne-Francis. He's run down by Cameron. Here come Brisbane. Rayner, little 1-2 with Dunkley. Sends it long from 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick.
There he is.
Cam Rayner shining under the bright lights. 2 for the night. Brisbane are up and about in the second qualifying final.
What a finish.
15 points the margin once again. 5-3-33 plays 2-6-18. 15 minutes into the second term. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
And it is fiery down here at boundary level. They were straight into Horne-Francis after that tackle. And I can tell you they are fired up. It is firing up both sides. There's energy everywhere on the field right now.
I tell you.
Charlie Cameron's tackle.
That was the reason he had a shot on goal.
Yeah.
Awesome shot from goal. Cam Rayner again. But that tackle to chase down. Horne-Francis is very difficult to tackle. But he got him good and let him know about it.
Yeah. Great stuff by Charlie without the ball in hand.
Number 1 pick in the draft a few years ago. Missed a season with an ACL. Always has had the potential to be a game breaker, Cam Rayner. He's got 2 goals in a qualifying final. Brisbane by 15. Centre bounce. Dunkley with the clearance for Brisbane. Left foot toe poke at a half forward. Archie, an illegal spoil on Bergman. Pushed him in the chest. Free kick to Port. at centre half back.
They're invested, the crowd.
So that's a bit soft. But anyway, good.
Bergman with his right boot. High ball towards half forward. 4 in the pack. Off knuckles. Burne-Jones rides the tackle of Neal to kick inside 50. A rush kick, though. Straight to Coleman of Brisbane. Takes an uncontested chest mark on D50. Kick to the bullseye. Jones spoils away from Bailey. Wins the ball for Port. Hands it out the back to Bergman. Bergman's hand pass to the wing. Doesn't find an immediate target. Hipwood toes it to his advantage. Can't really pick it up. Burton does for Port. Hipwood tackles him. Hipwood then overruns the ball. Cameron mops it up. Near the boundary on the Stanley Street wing. In tight confines. His kick is smothered by the desperate diver Burton. Out of play. Boundary throw in. On the Stanley Street wing, Quentin Hull, Aaron Bryant's calling the action with Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis. Jess Stewart's on the boundary. This is the national broadcaster ABC Sport. Grandstand AFL with Brisbane leading by 15 points. 17 minutes played second term.
Toss back in, Lycett front position, won it down. Willem Drew ran past the footy. Horne-Francis battling with Neal to try and get the disposal, and in the end it'll carry over the boundary line. Jess Stewart.
Transmission problem.
Sorry, after Hugh McCluggage went down to the came back on, he's gone back down to the rooms. I believe maybe a head injury assessment, so just keep an eye on that one, boys.
Frustration for the young midfielder. Toss back in. Danaher this time gets a hand to it. Up towards Dunkley. Neal threw his body in. Manages to stand up out of a couple of tackles. Kicks it up to half forward. McCarthy left it behind for Cameron, who has a rare fumble. The skillful forward can't capitalise there. And it's a boundary throw in. Right half forward for Brisbane, who will kick into the school end and up by 15 points.
I reckon it took me about a year to work out that Bergman wasn't Birdman.
Yeah, Bergman.
Bergman.
Berg with the G, Jason.
Well, that's a great
Charlie Cameron's doing the Dev Robertson, Jack Viney fashion statement. It's becoming a thing. He's got his shirt half ripped off. His pectorals showing to 36,000 fans here from the boundary throw-in. Dersma with the clearance for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Houston, hands it to Drew, under pressure kick. Got to Wines fortuitously in the middle of the ground. Hand pass, goes to Rosie, runs 60 from goal, kicks to deep full forward, and Lord's taken another mark. Oh, Lord, this is some finals performance from him. He'll line up for his third from point-blank range.
What about the kick?
The run and carry, and the best kick you'll ever see if you're a forward. 2 metres out, right in where the opposition cannot, and he's a good opponent, Harris Andrews. Couldn't even get a knuckle on it.
Is this the joker in the pack for Kenny Hinkley and the Power in September? Ollie Lord, for his third before half-time, slams it through. He's kicked all of Port's 3 goals. And we're back to a single-figure margin of 9 points. Brisbane 5-3-33, Port 3-6-24. Jess?
So McCluggage now back up on the bench and about to come back onto the field.
Here he comes. He's got the old magic sponge. You know the soccer? Remember this to come out with the magic sponge? The blokes looked like they were going to go to hospital and back they come. But what a transition, Matty Primus. That is what you want. And how did Connor Rosie get that far forward?
That's what they're capable of doing. They've got speed through the midfield. Very rarely have we seen it tonight because Brizzy have been super with their pressure, but they were able to get out the front, and then that kick inside 50 unpressured. He's going to hurt you with his kick in there. They've defended really well this quarter, Port. Still a lot of inside 50s against, but they've been holding up really well in their back six.
Andrews is currently standing, Lord. I wonder if that's been the case because he's been damaging.
That's been the whole game that way, and I reckon he's trying to go in to stop Andrews intercepting the ball, but he's doing a great job offensively too.
9-point lead to the Lions. McInerney straight down to Bailey. Quick clearance for Brisbane. Bounces off Hipwood. Danaher's at the back. Snapping. Missing. Minor score on the right-hand side. 10-point lead to Brisbane.
Oh, it's just going bang, bang. Out of the middle, shot on goal. Outstanding.
Houston's going to bring the ball in for Port. Just beyond the halfway mark of this second quarter, about 9 minutes of playing time remaining. Short to Bergman, chips it back short to Houston. So the conservative inbound. Houston now, beautiful kick down the corridor. Marked in the middle of the ground by Drew. Hand pass to Butters. Has a bounce. Holds up. Chips it for McEntee or Pal Pepper at half forward. Pal Pepper says it's mine. Can he get out of his way when he says that? He marks it 50 out. Kicks to the pocket. And Marshall takes the grab. Hard in the boundary. 20 metres out. What a transfer. He plays on. Hand pass to Finlayson. Snap. Left foot curler. Near side miss.
Umpire's bringing it back.
Not allowed to do that. Have another go. Score does not count. Todd Marshall didn't play on from the mark. So it's his job to try and have a snap-on goal. You reckon the Gabba fans will have a Have a crack here if this one goes through. Marshall already looked dicey with a set shot early on. 2 steps, left foot snap. He's kicked it all right. Oh, wow. Reckon the Gabba fans aren't keen on that. But Port Adelaide has kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game. Marshall's on the board, and it's a 4-point margin. Brisbane, 5-4-34. Port Adelaide, 4-6-30. 22-minute second term.
And they've been braver with the ball. As we said, they're getting dominated field position, but they're moving the ball from the back 50, which you're not going to rely on all night, but they're getting some handball receives, Zaka, and Houston's kick then. That was a bit on it. It was very risky, but once it played off, then they're able to come out and once again go inside 50 unpressured. And they've got enough talent in their forward line to keep kicking and score. They've had more scoring shots than Brizzy, yet they've only had 14 to 25 inside 50s.
Yeah, it's a concern for Brisbane, but that said, great work from Port to get back with slick movement.
Yep.
4-point game. High bounce in the middle. Finlayson stays down, as does McInerney. Neither gets a tap. Rosie there. Hands it off to Houston. Then Finlayson gets it back. Connor Rosie as he breaks through the centre square. Long ball into the 50. Pal Pepper in front position. Good spoil from Starcevic. Spilled to Rioli. Gives it off to Houston. Burn-Jones turned into the kneel tackle. Loses the footy. Dunkley just trying to clear it. Rolls to Willie Rioli. Shrugged a high tackle. Whistle stays away. Burn-Jones gave it to Coleman. He tumbles one for the Lions to the centre square. Lockie Jones fists it straight back where it came from. And Coleman is wrapped up by Zach Butters. High pressure footy at the Gabba. This quarter's had a little bit of everything, but it's Brisbane up by 4.
The only thing soft about this kid is his name. That was a rock-hard tackle from Butters, locking it up. Stoppage and McInerney comes through for Brisbane. Toe poke to the middle of the ground, turned over. Williams there for Port. Left foot launch, deep towards full forward, 2-on-2 pack. Andrews punches it back towards attacking defensive 50, but Rosie Rose for Port has time to swivel and shoot from 55, and he kicks the goal to put Port Adelaide in front. Pal Pepper watched it sail over his head, and he didn't even have to apply a shepherd. Such was the penetration of the kick from Connor Rosie. And Port's kicked 4 of the last 5 to lead the qualifying final at the Gabba 24-minute second term. Power 5-6-36. Lions 5-4-34.
This Zach Bailey there, just that missed tackle. They were both at the contest. But Connor Rosie, nice hands, got away from Zach Bailey and turned around and kicked a beautiful goal.
And even the Butters tackle on Coleman to lock it up, Matty.
Yeah, their pressure has lifted, no doubt, and they're getting that because they're actually getting some life out of their scoreboard. And what about Drew's job on Lockie Neal? Stuck on 3 possessions. He would never have had that least amount of ball in his life, would he?
No, it's too good. He'll bounce back.
In round 1, it was the third quarter where Port Adelaide came barnstorming for victory. 8 goals to 1. In this second term, it's 5-2. A lapse from Brisbane has got this contest right back on level pegging. In the middle, Rayner gets a clearance, a tumbling footy into attacking 50. Jones couldn't control it, shoveled out to McCluggage, gets it to Danaher, 45 outside angle, sprays it. Never a chance. Out on the full.
Had to be top of the square, that kick.
Top of the square, then. They were running there.
Hate to say it, but it's almost vintage Joe Danaher tonight. He has not delivered in the opening half.
Houston with a short inbound to McKenzie. Takes the mark. Trent McKenzie arrived on the AFL scene at the Gold Coast in its formative days. Kicks it to right half back beyond the fingers of Alir and out of play.
This match.
Boundary throw in. Yeah, Alir's on Zorko at the moment.
Yeah. He did well then, Zorks, didn't he? To make sure he didn't get out marked.
Well, Zorko, a Broadbeach cat, and Alir, a junior Queensland representative. He's well travelled, Alir, but played his formative representative football in this part of the world. Toss in. Licence back out there, bandaged up. Won the tap. Oh, cleverly, Rosie taps it once and twice to his advantage. On to Wines. Runs the wing, hands to Drew. Spent it, dropped it. Picked up by Rayner of Brisbane. Turnover. Rayner from the wing. Kicks it to a 2-on-2 at half forward. Hit with a chance to mark. Couldn't. Was nudged off it by the pressure of McKenzie. Picked up by Farrell, who kicks the power to the outer wing.
That long lethal left boot out towards the wing. Burn-Jones couldn't control it though. Coleman picks it up. Low driving ball into the 50. Trying to hit Bailey on the bounce. He's wrapped up almost in a headlock from Burton. And we'll get a ball up inside attacking 50 for Brisbane.
That's the thing about the stick ball movement, Matty Promise. If you turn it over, it comes straight back in interest.
Tossed up. Lysett wins it down, charging through. Zorko, like a steam train, is tackled without the footy. He dropped it as he was heading towards goal, and the whistle stays away. Handball comes out to Rayner.
Oh.
He brushes off a tackle. Cam Rayner! He soaks in the admiration of the Gabba faithful. Cam Rayner has 3 in the qualifying final. Brisbane take back the lead. They're up by 4. 6-4-40 to 5-6-36.
Because he's a humble guy, Jason Ackermanis, I'd better say this. But about 5 or 6 weeks ago, our friend Acker, didn't you say something about he had the ability to break open Brisbane's season, Cam Rayner?
Ignited, I said.
3 goals before half-time.
Yeah, and him and Lord. I mean, 2 of the lesser likes, they can kick goals. Obviously, Lord's a bonus, but Cam just has always been there, and you're just wondering when it's going to happen. But it could be a big night for the boy. He broke the tackle, great left foot goal, great pressure, and a bit unlucky. A couple of free kicks there for Brisbane. They'd be a bit stiff.
This is developing into a handy game of football. Hope you're enjoying it on Grandstand AFL. Brisbane back in front. Neither ruckman get a clean tap. They tangle and the ump comes in.
And they need him, Acker, don't they? Because he's their only forward that's beating their direct opponent at the moment, isn't he? All the others are getting beaten by Port's back, but he's the one that's significantly got a good matchup.
Yep. Gabba crowd really getting into it. Secondary bounce in the middle. Butters charges through for Port. Ham passes it to half forward. Coleman first to meter for Brisbane. Had a fumble. Wines picks up. Tackled by Coleman. Hand pass comes free. Burne-Jones in the left forward pocket. Tackled by Starcevic. No prior. Ball up about 30 metres from Port's goal. Brisbane by 4 points. 28 minutes played second term.
Wait for the big O to get down there.
Finlayson in the ruck with McInerney. He shepherds the Brisbane ruck out of it in the end, and then Finlayson picks up the footy, caught in the tackle. Held up basically where we started. Umpire circles and says holding the ball. Free kick to go Port Adelaide's way. Finlayson was bowled over with the footy, has managed to roll over in the contest, laid on top of Dunkley, and has been handed the football for a set shot.
It was the drag in. Yeah, the drag under Aaron, what he got pinned for.
Todd Marshall they're giving it to in the end.
Probably a good thing for the Lions fans.
Yeah, he hasn't looked fluid in his hips and hammies and glutes and stuff, so this is testing the set shot.
It's usually a beautiful kick.
A late free kick to Todd Marshall. Controversial. He comes in, and karma there from the footy gods as he sprays it out in the full. Brisbane free kick, left back pocket.
That lot of groin problems, and he doesn't look fluid in his set shots apart from the snap over his body. His 3 set shots have looked really sore or scared about through the ball.
All 3 results. A goal, a point and an out of bounds on the full. Acker's grained him because Lockie Neal got the treatment after marking the chip in. Drew is making him earn every centimetre of this day of football. Neal chips it back to full back for Andrews. Andrews puts Brisbane to the right back pocket. McKenna takes the grab. Kicks it to the corridor. Marked by Cameron, who's inside defensive 50 at centre half back for Brisbane. Kicks wide to left half back for Starcevic. Kicks to the wing for Zorko. Marks. Farrell mans the mark. Zorko runs around him. Chips it to Berry right on halfway. Zorko runs on. Receives the handball. Has a fumble but gets it back. Hands it to Hipwood. 2 kicks from goal at high half forward. Kick to the pocket. Rayner flies but can't mark under the attention of McKenzie. Out of play it goes. And in a quarter and a half now, the Lions fans, they've always loved Cam Rayner, but they are now seeing the game breaker that he might be at the most important time of year. They're up for everything that he's near.
Yeah.
As the Lions lead it by 4 points, getting late in this second term.
Boundary throw in left forward pocket. Toss back in. McInerney gets away from Lysett, run it down. Dunkley paddles it looking for Cameron, who fell over in contact. Rosie slapped it back down to McCarthy. Comes centrally to McKenzie. Now Farrell under immense pressure, and it's coming back. McKenzie's disposal to Farrell was not a clean one. He flung it out in the tackle from Hugh McCluggage. And Brisbane will be handed the football. Top of the goal square. Slight angle to the left.
Yeah, just a slight throw. Great forward pressure from the Lions, but here he is again. He's bounced back up. He's come back from the magic sponge.
Oh, they were hungry, Brisbane. And McCluggage will cash in from the pressure. 10-point ball game at the Gabba. The Lions 7-4-46. Port Adelaide 5-6-36 as we close in on half-time in the second qualifying final. Your experts, Matthew Primus and Jason Ackermanis.
It has been so willing, and it really is. Can you be clean? Can you get it out? 2 goals there off, one a drag in, and that was an incorrect disposal. You've got to be so quick. You're not going to have time. Pain down here, you've got to get rid of it.
Finals footy, isn't it? Okay, you think you got that extra second, you haven't, and both teams have shown that when the ball gets inside their forward 50.
The only thing I want to say, with Lockie Neal is maybe they get Lockie to go to Connor or somewhere just to try and get a 3-on-1 or 3-on-2, just to mix it up.
Well, they try something. He hasn't done too many 2-on-1s and that stuff at stoppage, or he really hasn't had the ability to go play a wing or a forward either. It'll be interesting to see what they do with Jared Lyons later on in the second half.
4 goals each in this quarter. This is hard footy and high-scoring, entertaining stuff. McCluggage, the clearance from the centre bounce. Roller inside 50 for Brisbane. Alias onto it for Port. Tackled immediately by Hipwood. No prior. Ball up. The Gabba crowd.
They're right.
We ride them a bit. They can be a bit finicky every now and then, but boy, they're into it tonight. They are into it. From the bounce, or the ball up, Lysett and McInerney, no tap to a rover, and at their feet, we'll do it again.
You know what I put it down to, Q?
What's that, James?
You pay your money and you want to see your team. There's nothing like it. They're just even louder than normal.
McInerney wins it down off a couple of hands. Fletcher's just outside the 50, picks it up and gives it to McCluggage. Sold him into danger as the bull Pal Pepper saw red, bowls him over and then slaps it over the boundary line. Deliberate is the call in the end that will go his way. Battling for it with Zorko. Not sure there was much in that, but Port Adelaide received the free kick. Pal Pepper sends it up the Stanley Street wing. Francis set himself, couldn't reel it in. Big fist from behind. Spilled down. McCluggage got it out. Thrust forward for Brisbane. Neal trying to break away. Excellent tackle to hold him up. It tumbles into the 50. Fighting for it, McKenzie. Great handball coming out from Rayner. Fighting for it is Cameron. There was a tug of the Guernsey in there. Whistle stays away. Port Adelaide get out of danger. Farrell racing through the right back pocket. Sends it up the Vulture Street wing. Finlayson used the body to edge out Payne. Here comes the power play on the counter. Finlayson goes to ground. There's nothing ahead. And he curls it towards the square to turn it over.
Lovely hand pass from Dunkley to Coleman running off half back. Gets to the middle of the ground. Hands it to Berry. Shins his kick to half forward. It comes off. Hipwood picks up on the bounce. Hand pass to McCarthy. Chips to Cameron in the pocket. Doesn't get to Charlie. He falls over with Burton. Play on, says the ump. McCluggage arrives, swoops up and dribbles it out of bounds near side for a throw in. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Jason Horne-Francis has come to the bench, and he's just struggling with something at the moment. He was struggling before with some kind of rib problem, but now he's in a bit of discomfort at the moment.
Certainly launched himself into that pack mark that wasn't successful and had a heavy landing. Toss back in. Brisbane's attacking 50. McInerney wins it down, bounced off McCarthy and rolls back where it came from to the boundary. 10-point lead to Brisbane.
Charlie Cameron could get a lot of free kicks. He gets held a lot off the ball. But anyway, umpires, some days they pay it, some days they don't.
He's very physical, Burton, on him. He's had a terrific first half on him, hasn't he? But you're right, it's walking that tightrope.
Yeah, he's super quick.
We go again. Toss back in, 30 out. Lysett wins it down this time and went straight up and down. McInerney on the second bite, tried to get it to Neal. He's got plenty of players around him. Rayner in traffic, finds McCluggage. Here's Zorko with the curl from 35. Sets the Gabba alight. Brisbane on fire late in the second term with 3 unanswered goals. Back up by 16 points. 8-4-52, plays 5-6-36. 35 minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL.
I tell you can't do much about class like that. Off one step, great goal. Zorko is the best user of the ball in that side, but Port have been fantastic, but they're just taking a little bit of momentum and getting shots on goal and kicking it.
Yeah, Brizzy's last 8 minutes, haven't they answered back? Port lifted their intensity, but Brizzy have lifted, won some contested ball, and their pressure the last 5 or 6 minutes has given them 3 goals.
Hey, Matt, what was it like playing against Jace's teams in red time?
No fun at all, mate.
Lions are doing the old red time job here, aren't they? Yeah, time on in the quarter, they've kicked 3 goals.
Good teams just they keep coming at you, and if you just take your foot off and think, half-time's coming, bang, the scoreboard goes against you.
Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis, your experts. About a minute of the quarter left. Centre bounce. Robertson almost got clear for Brisbane. Great tackle from Lysett. Ball spills free, but Neal picks up. A rare touch for Lockie Neal. A long kick inside 50. Pitches in the pocket. Cameron's out the back. He's got Aaliyah for company. Aaliyah does enough to keep it away from him. Clever toe poke from Burton. Gets it to Williams. Williams for Port. Chips it to Jones. Lockie Jones takes the mark. Kicks the left half back for Dersma. Dersma beyond defensive 50. Marks and holds up for the power. Now called to play on. Launches a pancake punt towards the wing. Oh, it almost hit Burne-Jones in the head. Ricochets away from him. Brisbane's ball at the drop. Wilmot picks up from halfway, kicks back to half forward. 3-on-1 power advantage there. And Zorko could do nothing but sit on top of Dersma after he took the mark.
Oh, they are making the Port Adelaide defenders nervous. Getting it deep, one-on-one.
So Dersma heaves it all the way through centre wing. Packer waits. Pepper in front position. Sport away. Front and square. The Brownlow medalist, Lockie Neal, heads inside 50. Cameron's his target. Held out of it by Burton so Farrell can take the intercept mark. Charlie Cameron has had the raw end of the umpiring so far tonight. And Brisbane won't be able to cap off an impressive quarter with a ninth goal. 16 points the margin after they had the last three of the term. The lead changed multiple times, but we find ourselves Brisbane 8-4-52 to Port Adelaide's 5-6-36.
So what was 11 points at quarter time is now a 16-point lead at the main break for the locals. The goal kicking got a bit better in that quarter as well. And hold on before the goal kickers. It's the acknowledgement of the officials here at the Gabba. They're walking beneath us on the Vulture Street wing. And some of the fans acting like the aforementioned street name behind us. We sit with the Vultures, don't we?
The Vultures.
Matty? We sit with the Vultures.
Mate, yes.
Cam Raider has kicked 3 goals for Brisbane. Singles to Bailey, Fletcher, Danaher, McCluggage and Zorko. While for Port Adelaide, Ollie Lord has kicked 3 goals for Port. Singles for Marshall and for Rosie. Brisbane 8-4-52, Port Adelaide 5-6-36. The loser has to go around next week at home against Greater Western Sydney. The winner gets a week off and plays a preliminary final on their home deck. Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus at half-time.
What an amazing quarter. Port just looked like they were getting themselves grinding back in the game with some unbelievable ball use, taking the game on. It was beautiful to watch. Brisbane just picked it up as a gear just late in that quarter, got a bunch of shots on goal, and their pressure was to be admired. And I think some of the work from both teams, some of the skill, and then Lord stepping up, kicking 3 goals. You've got Rayner kicking 3 goals, the lesser likes. Charlie Cameron getting manhandled and not getting a free kick. It's got everything, this game.
It has. There's not many easy balls out there, Acker, to win, as a final shouldn't be. But I thought Port fought hard in that second quarter to get some ascendancy back. Some better ball movement. They were tougher in the clinches, got some more inside 50s. And then their backs are holding up well because they're minus 16 in inside 50. So their backs are under enormous pressure. But I would say most of their backs have beaten their direct opponents, and I think that's where Brizzy, even though they're winning on the scoreboard, nearly 3 goals, but I reckon when that siren sounded, I saw a couple of their forwards, Hipwood and Danaher, were sort of talking to each other like they want to be more involved in the game. They're actually getting beaten by their direct opponents, apart from Rayner. So if they can find a couple of their forwards to bob up and win some more of their ball, geez, it's going to be pretty hard work for Port, and they need to win some more centre bounces and get some better territory because they've shown when they can get down their end, they can make Brisbane's backs pretty nervous also, but they're not getting enough opportunities. But set up for a ripping second half.
I think the only headache for Chris Fagan is his best player, Lockie Neal, not in the game. He's got to do something about that. He's got to either give him another role.
Up to 9 possessions now. He got a few late in red time there.
Yeah, James. It was all right, though. Lux of fortune. It wasn't like his normal sort of the way he gets him around the packs. But, is his teammates going to help him? Or they said, mate, you're on your own here. And that's not the way it should be. He's got to get some help, either support or a new role, because it's not working at the moment, because he should be 16, 17 touches normally.
Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus at half-time. It's Brisbane by 16 points. Earlier today, Greater Western Sydney kept its season alive, and in doing so sent the Saints out of September. It was the Giants by 4 goals, 15-11, 101 to the Saints 11-11, 77. In the National Rugby League, the Back-to-back reigning champs Penrith has qualified for yet another preliminary final. They've defeated the New Zealand Warriors by 32 points to 6. So a week off for the Panthers. They go to the prelim. Warriors to play a home elimination final next week against the winner of tomorrow's game between Newcastle and Canberra. Currently, the Melbourne Storm are awaiting the victor of the first of the NRL eliminators. It's Cronulla Sutherland taking on the Sydney Roosters. And at halftime in the Shire, it's the Sharks 6 leading the Roosters 0. For those of you that have sent messages, thank you. It's been such a hectic first half, been focusing on the call. But if you'd like to send us a message, we'll see if we can get through a couple. The way to get in touch is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. Thanks to Kevin from Myrtleford. The inaccurate kicking reminded him of his demons in that second and third terms on Thursday night when Melbourne paid a hefty price for, what was it, 1-6 at one point, where they had that little period of dominance against the Magpies. 0437 774 774, the number to get in touch. Brisbane by 16 at halftime. Jace, just hold it. I know you've probably got more to say, but we've got the news. I'm going to have a little break. You can have a drink and refuel, and we'll be ready to go for the second half after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hi, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. The death toll from a powerful earthquake in Morocco has climbed sharply, with authorities now saying at least 820 people have been killed. The magnitude 7 quake struck the Atlas Mountains south of the city of Marrakesh. Video posted online shows collapsed buildings and panicked people fleeing into the streets. A local official says most of the deaths are in mountain areas that are hard for emergency crews to reach. India is urging the G20 leaders to unite as they discuss a range of issues at their summit in New Delhi this weekend. Avani Dias reports from the leaders' meeting.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi called for trust. He wants countries like the US, China, Russia and other Western countries to come together, and he said that if the world can battle the COVID-19 pandemic, then they can resolve the current global tensions that are happening today. There is a session happening about climate change. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has spoken about the disasters like the bushfires and the floods which have happened at home. He has called for more cooperation among the G20 countries, especially on increasing renewable energy.
Victoria's Premier Daniel Andrews says there is no way to better fortify Melbourne CBD, despite another major incident which claimed the life of one man and injured several others last night. A 76-year-old from Brunswick was killed and 5 others taken to hospital after a car hit pedestrians at a tram stop on Burke Street before colliding with 2 cars. Police say a 26-year-old man arrested at the scene has no criminal record and remains under police guard in hospital awaiting a mental health assessment. Mr Andrews says Melbourne CBD is safe and the government has carried out $50 million worth of safety improvements in the wake of the 2017 Burke Street incident.
An enormous amount of work was done following 2017, as was absolutely appropriate. But there's not an engineering treatment that we are advised about or aware of, or I think practical, that would change this outcome.
New polling suggests the Labor's primary vote has fallen sharply in Queensland. Peter Quattrochelli reports.
Between August 26 and September 6, the Redbridge Group asked around 2,000 Queenslanders how they would vote if the state election was held today. Just 26% said they'd give their first preference to Labor, while the LNP's primary vote has grown to 41%. The opposition is also significantly ahead on a two-party preferred basis, 55% to Labor's 45%. The survey shows the Greens have the highest share of the vote amongst younger Queenslanders. Almost 1 in 3 voters aged between 18 and 34 would give their vote to the Greens if the election was held tomorrow.
Ambulance ramping in South Australia is getting worse, according to the latest figures from the state government. They show 3,700 hours were lost to ramping in August, up from 3,300 in the previous month. However, the Health Minister, Chris Picton, says patients collectively spent 1,000 fewer hours stuck waiting in an ambulance outside a hospital this winter compared to the previous one. He says a new program to shift older patients from hospital to a residential care home in Elizabeth will also help with overcrowding.
So even while we're building these additional beds, even while they're yet to come online, we are starting to see improvements in reduction happening, but we know that there's a lot more that needs to happen as well.
A legal challenge has been launched in Japan against the ongoing release of nuclear-contaminated wastewater from the crippled Fukushima power plant into the Pacific Ocean. About 150 people, including fishery workers in the Fukushima region, have filed a suit claiming the discharge violates fishing rights and threatens the rights of consumers. Japan began releasing the wastewater last month, despite strong opposition domestically and from neighbouring countries including South Korea and China. The government and the power company operating the Fukushima plant say the treated water is safe to release. People in the Maldives are voting in what's expected to be a tight contest for president in the Indian Ocean archipelago. President Ibrahim Solih is seeking a second term as national leader of the popular tourist destination. He's championed an India First policy, while his main rival, who has a record of being close to China, is promising to remove a small Indian military presence from the Maldives. And in AFL, Greater Western Sydney has knocked St Kilda out of the finals race with a 24-point win at the MCG. The Giants led for most of the match, holding off a Saints comeback during the third term. And that brings you up to date with ABC News.
Ever wondered how awesome it would be to have us come and call one of your local footy games in 2024? ABC Sport is celebrating local footy legends. Head over to abc.net.au/footy legends and nominate someone by sharing a photo and telling us what makes them a legend. Maybe someone at your club scored 14 goals or had 40 plus possessions. Every club has an unsung hero. On AFL Grand Final Day, we'll announce the winner of who will have their match called live on the ABC Listen app in 2024. Who's the heart and soul of your club? Share their story now. Visit abc.net.au/footy legends to find out more. Terms and conditions apply.
Trowels ready? Yeah! Costa here with a treat for our budding young gardeners. Ooh. Join me for Gardening Australia Junior on ABC Kids and ABC iView. Whoa. With gardening tips, tricks and activities you're gonna dig, and fun new backyard projects every week.
Come on, Costa, it's feeding time. Here, plenty.
Check out Gardening Australia Junior on ABC Kids and ABC iView.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, Francis wins the ball, kicks it inside 50, but Payne meets it for Brisbane. Took an age, got tackled by Rioli, just got rid of it in time. But the ricochet to Lord. Lord's kicks one, make it two. He's all right in front of the sticks.
Rayner, little 1-2 with Dunkley, sends it long from 60 out. Oh my goodness, that's a massive kick.
Goes to Rosie, kicks to deep ball forward, and Lord's taken another mark. Oh, Lord, this is some finals performance from him. He'll line up for his third from point-blank range. Ollie Lord, for his third before half-time, slams it through. And we're back to a single-figure margin of 9 points. Andrews punches it back towards the defensive 50, but Rosie Rose for Port has time to swivel and shoot from 55, and he kicks the goal to put Port Adelaide in front.
Their pressure has lifted, no doubt, and they're getting that because they're actually getting some life out of their scoreboard. And what about Drew's job on Lockie Neal? Stuck on 3 possessions.
Handball comes out to Rayner. He brushes off a tackle. Cam Rayner has 3. Brisbane take back the lead. Rayner in traffic, finds McCluggage. Here's Zorko with the curl for 35. Brisbane on fire late in the second term with 3 unanswered goals.
Brizzy's last 8 minutes, haven't they answered back? Port lifted their intensity, but Brizzy have lifted once a contested ball, and their pressure the last 5 or 6 minutes has given them 3 goals.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
3 goals in red time at the back of the second term sees Brisbane lead Port Adelaide by 16 points at half-time. Hope you're enjoying the footy from the Gabba. Quentin Hull and Aaron Bryans are calling the action. Jason Ackermanis and Matthew Primus are your expert. Jess Stewart keeping a close eye to all the movements on the bench. ABC Sports Grandstand AFL delivering what is just a really hot, really entertaining half of qualifying final footy. The winner gets a week off and a home prelim. The loser has to front up against the Giants next week. It's Brisbane, 8 goals, 452. to Port's 5-6-36. Thanks for your messages. 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. I love this one from out west where the sun's just set, out in your old part of the world, Aaron. Ola from Cora Bay, Ningaloo, WA. The sun has just set on half-time. A couple of old girls are enjoying your call. Thank you from Joe and Lurleen. Can you just imagine a couple of hours behind us here on the East Coast?
Is that a song, Lurleen? Is that in the song or is it a similar name, Lurleen?
No, that's Lucille. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille.
Wasn't there a
You know what you're
famous
thinking of?
Lurleen?
You're thinking of Jolene.
Jolene.
That's Dolly Parton, Jolene.
Yes, sorry, I was close. Have a look at the Oz kickers.
You're about as close as Todd Marshall and Eric Hipwood set shot goal kicking.
That has been bad. Oh, man.
I do like Joe and Lurleen, the Jolene as a couple name.
Yeah, it's Jolene. Good evening, Q and team. It's Paul and Darwin, hoping the Brisbane Lions can do what the Brisbane Broncos did last night and move on in the finals. Love the call. Thank you. Have a great night. Sent with loud effect. Thank you, Paul. Hi, men. Acker, how much does it hurt players when a forward continually misses relatively easy shots for goals? I played at a reasonable standard, and it was devastating to me, says Andy from Wodonga. I'll let you ponder that before Aaron goes through the stat.
Sorry,
no, Jace. He was asking. I hit my microphone off before.
Yeah.
You're too
I
eager to
finished
get out of
talking.
here.
Yeah.
It can be demoralising, but when you're Brisbane and when you're Port, you really don't have time to think. It's coming back in. All you got to think about if you're a forward is when it's my turn. I always say as a coach, you got to steel yourself. It's your turn. You got to put the best kick you can on it, and I guarantee you more times than not you'll kick them. So it's disappointing. Big forwards missing, and it is frustrating, but. You know, as I said, probably the last game, Matty Promise, we were here, Brisbane had stinking shots, missed so many points. I said they're not always like that. It'll turn.
Yep.
And for Port Adelaide, it's their game like that. They're very rare, but they do happen occasionally.
It's a funny old game, football. I mean, there'd be punters at home, furious, stamping their feet, hopefully not banging their TVs. There's players who are, earning $700,000 to $800,000 a year, and they say, why can't they kick a goal? They're being paid to do this, but 80% of it's mental.
Yeah.
And, it's a big stage. It's a sellout crowd. History says both of these sides struggle in finals when it's big games.
Yep.
And at the moment, their key forwards at either end are just failing to cash in.
What I say, when I coached, I said, look, this is how you kick for goal. I said, look, there's the goalpost. Don't worry about them. I said, it's quite amazing. If I tell you to kick it to a guy 40 metres away, you'll hit him on the head 9 times out of 10. But look how many steps you take. They take like 3 steps. And I always say, a run-up doesn't have to be long. You don't have to be overly worried about anything. Balance. 2-3 steps. You can kick it pretty comfortably within that 35 metres. And you should be doing that. And it's quite amazing. I'm not sure what the kicking coach does there. Every kicking coach will go, whatever you're comfortable with. But when you're missing in big games, don't tell me that you're that comfortable if you are missing. You've got to find a new way. But that's what I did with my players, and it worked more times than not. But it is mental. But if you're happy with your routine and understand that you kick it so exactly off 3 steps, as we look over Sean Burgoyne, old Mr. Silk, I tell you, I used to play on him a lot. It was always me and him going hammer and tongue winner.
Good match up that one. Yeah.
There's some absolute legends in the media centre tonight. Obviously, you two boys, Matthew Primus, Jason Ackermanis, Robin Treadray's here, Sean Burgoyne, Luke Hodge. It's
Diamond Black.
It's a massive game, and everyone's here for this big moment, and it's certainly lived up to the hype. Talking about goal kicking, the players at the moment that are capitalising are the 2 youngsters. Ollie Lord, 21 years of age, has 3. At the other end, Cam Rayner, 23 years of age, has 3 as well. Other goal kickers, all individuals. So Danaher, McCluggage, Fletcher, Bailey, Marshall and Rosie. In terms of leading possession getters, Dan Houston, the All-Australian halfback, leads with 15. Connor Rosie has 13. Hugh McCluggage, the best for the Lions, with 13, despite the fact he spent half the second quarter in the rooms with a concussion test. Josh Dunkley has 11. Eric Hipwood, 10. Lockie Neal on 9 after only 1 in the opening quarter, so certainly bounced back. In terms of the overall team stats, pretty even. Disposals, Port Adelaide's way by 2, 152 to 150. The contested possession count, Port Adelaide's way by 5, 71 to 66. Marks even at 39 apiece. Contested marks, Port Adelaide's way 8 to 6. Clearances, Brisbane's way 23 to 18, which is generally how we expected this game to play out, considering both clubs love their forward half territory game. Brisbane's leading at the moment in terms of the scoreline and also the clearance numbers. The tackle count put Adelaide's way by 4, 37-33. Inside 50 count, massive gap. Brisbane 33-17, but it's a 16-point game at the Gabba.
And you spoke about those legends. I'll pinch the short assessment from Luke Hodge, who's working for Channel 7. Had a quick chat to him in the hall. What do you reckon, Hodgie? Could go either way, he said.
Absolutely.
Legend player.
Still in the balance. Port were really good, the way they used the ball. I think Ken will be pretty happy with that part. But you know the Lions at home, late in quarters, you just cannot rest. You've got to keep going, and Port Adelaide will be reminded of that.
G'day to Scott, Jack, Ollie and Tom, who text, "Hey boys, listening to the call from Lofoten in northern Norway, looking over the mountain ranges." Good coverage coming. Thank you. Scott, Jack, Ollie and Tom, 0437 774 774. Happy Valley from Adelaide text. Great call, legends. You maybe go watch the goal highlights. Go the pair.
What about Norway? The sun would be getting up there, wouldn't it? They'd be on the beers early, the ball.
Probably hasn't set, mate, has it?
It never set this time of year, yeah. About to go into darkness.
What's the biggest factor in the second half?
It's going to be kicking goals, I reckon. It's so even.
Taking your chances?
Taking your chances.
Yeah, more forwards winning their ball in the forward half of Brizzy and Port trying to lock the ball in their forward 50 better.
Brisbane start the second half with a 16-point advantage. Hope you can enjoy the ride with us. Come inside the Gabba with us on Grandstand AFL, and that is a horrid bounce. I was about to head it over to you, Aaron, but I won't do that. I won't do that with a bounce that almost landed at long on.
Or Andre Gianfagna, the veteran umpire.
Yeah, okay. Second half, off you go.
Tossed up, Lysett wins it down. A little bit wider for Butters, who battles with McCluggage. The ladder goes to ground, leaves it behind as well. Drew shovels it out for Port Adelaide to Rosie, who races away from the contest, heads to the top of the goal square. Big double fist from Payne. Spilled to Rioli, though. The showman in the pocket. Willie Rioli. Something from nothing. Port Adelaide strike first in the second half. 10-point ball game, I should say. Brisbane 8-4-52. Port Adelaide 6-6-42. And Willie Rioli puts his stamp on this contest.
This shows you, Matty Promise, doesn't it? Like, get out of the centre, and you said how good they are kicking goals out of them, and that's another example. Willie Rioli, though. Oh, what a gift.
What a gift and class there. But you can see why they do score well at it. They get out fast, don't they? Out in the front, they've got some leg speed out there, and hasn't been often, but a couple of times tonight they've been able to do that. Can they replicate that a few more times?
Been quite the journey to play his first final for the Power.
Yeah.
Having had 4 finals experiences for the Eagles and a couple of years out of the game, but that was a brilliant snap from the pocket to ensure that if you're slow settling in for the second half, you better get ready. Back to 10 points. Lysett with the tap in the middle of the ground for Port. Drew shrugged off the ball. Farrell arrives. He's tackled by Fletcher. No clearance. And we'll have it tossed in the air at the edge of the centre square. McInerney and Lysett lock horns. McInerney got the tap at row by Houston of Port. Bangs it towards full forward again for the Power. 2-on-2. No mark. Starcevic rose. Tackled by Rioli. No Pryor. Ball up.
He's hungry, Q.
Oh, yeah.
Willie Rioli.
Lord was terrific then, wasn't he? Crashing the pack and not making sure Harris Andrews didn't mark it.
Oh, yeah, another one.
McInerney taps it down, then does his own crumbing, but handballs it straight to Rosie from 50. Empty territory ahead of him as he kicks to the goal face and not through for a minor score by Harris Andrews, who just broke away from Lord at the last possible moment. 9-point game now. Brisbane up 8-4-52 to 6-7-43.
Coleman quick kick into Leicester on D50. Marks and kicks it to right half back. Archie takes the grab for Brisbane. Easy exit for the Lions to this point, but now Archie has to hold up. Called to play on. Dersma closes his down. Archie kicks down the line and in front. Burton got a hand, couldn't mark. Jones roves for Port. Ham passes to Butters. Enthusiastically runs defensive side of the pack and chisels off a brilliant pass across half back. It was into danger, but never really, because it went straight to Farrell. You're nodding your head, Matt. What a kick.
Oh, just the way he moves. It's fantastic to watch.
Farrell kicks to right half back. Aaliyah makes space to take the grab, running away from Danaher. Aaliyah kicks the wing for Port. Miss times the kick and Payne's in front of Burn-Jones. Marks for Brisbane at left half back.
Squares it up to Coleman, defensive edge of the square. Continues to switch to Leicester. His 13th season. Lowers the eyes. Nice short pass to McCluggage in the centre square. He'll turn and go as well. Spots Bailey. Nice ball movement from the Lions. Slow, methodical. They head up to the attacking edge. Marking out Wilmot. Thought it might have gone Fletcher's way, but he left it for the youngster in the end, and the 19-year-old launches it from the attacking edge of the square. Hipwood, caught behind two power defenders, has plucked it.
And he checked him twice too, Hipwood. Right in the chest, gave himself some space. Good mark.
It's a good matchup, isn't it? He's got the height of McKenzie and the agility.
Yeah.
Dead set, straight angle. Tough task for Eric Hipwood in the left forward pocket. He'll step inside the boundary. Snap on the right. Can't finish. Minor score on the right-hand side. Back to a 10-point ball game. Brisbane 8-5-53. Plays Port Adelaide 6-7-43. 4 minutes into the third on Grandstand AFL.
And Hipwood now has 3 of those 5 Brisbane behinds. Quick injection down the middle. Butters marks. Plays on, kicks it to Jones, hands it back to Butters. Outside of the boot, kick to the middle of the ground, evades Lysett. On the deck, Drew applies a tackle on Neal. And it's a ball up. Lockie Neal will go to bed tonight and check under his bed if Willem Drew's there. He is everywhere with him. Ball thrown in the air. Lysett with the punch. Out the back, Houston wins the clearance for the power. And they're winning a few more of those. Tumble kick towards the wing. Neal beats Drew to that one. Wins it for Brisbane. Chips around the boundary. McCluggage is spoiled off the ball by Locke Jones. And a boundary throw-in will take places. Hugh McCluggage calls for the farrier. Redoes his boot. He's okay.
Might check in with Jess Stewart in a moment. Jason Horne-Francis is still listed as injured on a Champion Data laptop and hasn't hit the field yet in this second half. McInerney takes it out of the ruck. Lysett wraps him up, though. Ball hits the deck. Whistle from the non-controlling umpire. I believe
holding the ball.
Holding the ball, going Lysett's way. But the rule is you can take it out of the ruck and be tackled and not be pinged.
Yeah,
Gives it to Houston.
Doesn't know that rule.
Butters to Rosie. Now Dersma turns straight into the tackle of McKenna. Brisbane mop it up. Neal thrusts a handball inside. McCluggage gave it off to Archie. Ran out of room. Rosie gets him. Late handball finds Lockie Jones for the power. Butters on the logo. Vulture Street side. Spots McEntee. 55 out. Kicking to the school end. McEntee takes his time, spots a target, tried to hit Rioli. Finlayson crunched the pack and took out a couple in the process. It meant that Payne could exit, but his kick is terrible. Straight to Dersma, who sends it back in. McEntee grabs the footy and thrusts the handball straight back to McKenna.
That's a better kick.
Brisbane now get a clean exit. Bailey at right half back.
His kick is poor, though, in front of Hipwood, right near the boundary line. Hipwood makes good of it, gathers, turns infield, left foot kick, one-on-one. Danaher and Allaire. Allaire makes the spoil and fights on at ground lever. Danaher fights on 2. Ball spills free. McCluggage picks up 60 out, kicks Brisbane to full forward, and the Big O lumbers, clunks it, but has given away a free kick. Or was it against a team? I think it was Robertson. Robertson gave it away. McInerney had marked it 30 out. But Farrell was knocked off the ball illegally. Free kick to Port.
Come on, umpire. Fair dinkum.
Everything's coming up Port Adelaide at the moment, as it did in round 1 in the third term when they kicked 8 goals to 1. Dersma sends it to the pack, centre wing. Marshall front position. Off hands goes to ground. Ball up to come.
What game are these umpires watching? Honestly, the softest free kicks at times, and they're not paying the other ones that everyone can see. Crazy.
The thoughts of Jason Ackermanis alongside Matthew Primus from the ruck contest. Rosie got a handball out. Houston tackled. Didn't think he had the footy. Play continues. McCluggage turns.
Look out.
Spots Rayner all alone right half forward. The wild card for the night. Heads all the way to the goal square. Cameron pushed into the air. Falling through by Fletcher. Right place, right time. Jasper Fletcher strikes for his second. Brisbane back up by the half-time margin, 16 points. 9-5-59, plays 6-7-43. 8 minutes gone in the third. Jess Stewart downstairs.
Yeah, Jason Horne-Francis is about to come back onto the field at the moment. So he did get a bit of treatment before by the doctors, so that's a good sign for the Port Adelaide fans.
I need him back, but I tell you, there was a free kick, and that was actually called play on. So the umpires did see that one. Obviously, Allaire getting hold of Big Joey. But that's a tough kick when you're a defender. It's coming so deep and you're one-on-one. But Hugh McCluggage, the don't argue, and then out the back to Rayner. Rayner could almost go and have a shot, but great kick, long, deep. Not much you can do, and Fletcher there for a very nice goal.
High quality stuff, as you'd expect from two teams that have won 17 games already each this season. 2v3, home prelim, the carrot. Centre bounce. Finlayson's now against McInerney. Neither gets a clean tap. Picked up by McCluggage. Toe poke just went the required 15. Marked by number 15. Zorko grabs it in the middle. Kicks Brisbane forward and Cameron takes his first grab of the night. Charlie Cameron grabs the ball 40 metres out. 45-degree angle at left half forward.
Just have a look at that kick, Q. I mean, that's why Zorko, the ball in his hand, he's the best kick in this side. What a kick, just over the fingertips. And Charlie takes a nice mark.
This would be for a game-high lead. One of the crowd favourites. The Gabba ready to explode. Cameron kicks the goal. You got to play 23 pretty good footballers and 36,000 others, and you got to beat John Denver too if you come here to win. They won't do this at the MCG if Brisbane get all the way, but I reckon there'll be a pocket of Lions supporters singing it anyway.
Exactly right. Well, great to see another forward instead of just McCluggage winning the ball. Another forward and Cameron winning the ball there. Just as you mentioned, that kick. Houston hasn't done much wrong, and Burton down the back tonight, but there's a couple of times they got themselves out of position there, and the Brisbane forwards are getting on top here the last 3 or 4 minutes.
Game 200 for Charlie Cameron, a vital goal in the finals. It's Brisbane 10 goals 5, 65 to Port Adelaide 6-7, 43.
Game high margin. Brisbane with 5 of the last 6, and McInerney takes it out of the ruck, brushes off Wines with ease, long ball into the 50, off hands at the back. McCarthy gives it off to Cameron, who races into an open goal. They're roaring at the Gabba. Charlie Cameron goes bang bang. Brisbane are up by 28 points.
I've only just reviewed the tape.
Repeat. What a goal, Charlie. Fortuitous there off the nice handball from McCarthy, just getting it forward. Lions, they've got that ruck dominance, and I think that's really that he's using it, Big O, to his advantage there.
Yeah, they couldn't very quickly. Finlayson got thrown off onto the bench and brought Lysa back in the last couple there. The Big O's just dominated an inferior size-wise and strength-wise ruckman there and just surged that ball out of the forward 50. All Brizzy's backs went straight to the Big O once that goal was kicked, saying well done.
Well, what a goal. You love those.
Still going with the same.
It was going when the play was going.
Yeah. They let it roll out for the crowd to sing a bit, and literally the sing-along was going, and he was having another shot at goal. Centre bounce, crowd singing. McInerney's got a tap. Still in the middle. Berry tackled off it. Yeah, it's still in the middle. Free kick to Port Adelaide. Now they'll boo. I thought I'd let that run. If something happened, I was ready to go. Now something has happened. It's a free kick to Butters. He kicks Port into attack. They need something. Marshall, 95% of the mark, but not the 5% that counted. Because he got a chop of the arms free kick. And you reckon he'll be nervous over this one? He has had a terrible night kicking for goal, and this is the key forwards must kick moment. The opposition's just kicked 3 again now. It's a 28-point margin. Marshall must do his job here.
Got to respond. You're exactly right, Q. They worked hard to win this ball. Beautiful kick inside 50, but this is when if you kick it behind, it sucks the energy out of you, doesn't it?
Yep. It's so important. I think he'll kick it.
Straight in front and 40 metres out. Port need a response. Marshall approaches, strikes truly. Kicks his second goal. Take that, John Denver.
Yeah.
Porter got one back. The power, 11 goals, 5, 71 to Port 7-7, 49.
I think even that free kick, that's why the crowd was not happy. He actually didn't chop any of his arms. Got him slightly over the shoulder, but you've got to kick him, and that's what he did. And I tell you, if Port Adelaide need a guy to step up and kick those ones and the opportunity, he got a good block. He got 5 metres break, and then
should have marked it, shouldn't he?
Yeah, it was an easy mark, but anyway, he dropped it, but the umpire paid the fee.
2 for Todd on return from hip soreness. As our experts have mentioned, a little bit of mobile tonight, but he's getting the job done.
Hasn't silenced the crowd, though. We're right into this contest. 22 points the margin. Home prelim at stake. Bounce favours McInerney. He stays down, though, and Lysett smashes it forward. Charging off halfback Wilmot, sandwiched. We'll get a ball up. Now we reset. Lysett down looking for Horn Francis. Big tackle late in the end. Looks straight at the umpire. No chance, as it was a pretty quick one as he set on Berry. See if third time is the charm. Lysett wins it down. Thrust out by Dunkley to Berry. Brisbane get the clearance. Bounces off the bootlaces of McKenzie. Spilled out towards McCarthy. No look handball to Rayner. Didn't quite hit him. He's set upon by Burton. Got it out to Dunkley. Beautiful 1-2 through the logo. Can Rayner, the MVP tonight so far, sends it inside 50. Double fist by Williams. Danaher's at the back though. Danaher, he cannot miss this. And he finally puts one through. He's got 2 for the night, Big Joe, after a string of misses. The settler he needed. Brisbane back up by 28 points. 12-5-77 to Port 7-7-49. 14 minutes into the third on Grandstand AFL.
They sing this song, will they, Q?
Oh, they'll do their best.
Oh, this is a terrible song. But Aaliyah had the run then, but Archie just got a fingertip on it. That rolled it out the back where they had 2 Brisbane Lions running onto which Joey was one. But good to see the big fella getting rewarded. It's a hard game, but I tell you, Cam Rayner, the fend, the 1-2, the long kick.
Yeah, exactly right.
And Archie's just a little deft touch there.
Yep.
Great. How do Port stem the bleeding? It's starting to get a bit dangerous.
We're not winning enough of the ball through the middle of the ground. Simple as that.
Centre bounce. Hand pass comes clear of the congestion. Horn Francis picks up for Port, defensive side of the circles. Kicks the power towards half forward on the head of Powell Pepper, thumped away by McKenna. McKenna follows up, almost regathered his crumb before the boundary line, but the Sherrin goes out of play for a throw in. Lions by 11 at quarter time, by 16 at half time. Willie Rioli kicked the first goal of this half 30 seconds into it. But since then, Brisbane has kicked 4 of the next 5 goals to lead by 28 points. 16 minutes third term.
Clearance is 7 of 4 Port Adelaide's way, but they're not capitalising. Toss back in. Lysett won it down. Rosie's there. Flicks a handball out to Wines. Now Drew. Over the top to Horn Francis. He'll send it inside 50, right forward pocket. Coleman's in the hole. Coming with the fist is Andrews. Smashes it back towards the paint of 50. Powell Pepper head over it. Threw it back towards Wines, then retrieves it. Powell Pepper to Burn-Jones from 40. The check side. Magnificent. Outside of the boot from straight in front. Darcy Burn-Jones shows why he made the move off half-back. Port Adelaide pip one back again as we go goal for goal in this third term. 22 points the margin.
Yeah, great response. Wasn't a great response. A couple of good ground ball wins, some slick hands, and then a terrific shot under goal with still some pressure. And they've responded well. Brizzy are able to get 2 or 3 goals and then advance it back with one. But they need to get another repeat goal against them here.
Tongue firmly in cheek. Who needs the home of football and rain in Melbourne?
Oh, exactly right.
How good is the Australian football display here?
Oh.
All the elements of the game, Jason, Matt.
On show. And the slick hands of Port Adelaide there, and the great long handball out to space where he actually, you could have kept it in there, but they didn't, and that's brilliant there from Powell Pepper.
Mind you, the sun was shining particularly for the Giants this afternoon. They're through, 4-goal winners over the Saints. The Saints are done. Giants watching on. They'll play the loser of this game. Centre bounce. Free kick goes to Port Adelaide. Rosie held off the ball. He plays on immediately. Kicks it towards Butters at half forward. Gathers 60 from goal. Wheels in. Board on the right boot. Chips it. Looking for Rioli. Doesn't get to him out the back. Finlayson has a go. Can't mark. Powell Pepper. He's given away a free kick for kicking in danger, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, Kadeen Coleman to take the free kick for the Lions at full back.
Yeah, the one that could have gone either way. Take the legs out, it could be the other way around.
Coleman heads to the Vulture Street wing. Archie had arms all over him. Dylan Williams, the offender. And the free kick goes his way.
Getting a couple of soft ones here, Brisbane.
The lad from Kelmscott, Archie, former son, now a Lion, heads through centre wing. He's looking for Hitwood. Aaliyah behind him. Brings it to ground, the power defender. Gets a handball under pressure to Farrell. Hooks it back where it came from. Bouncing through the hole. 6 players around it. Slapped in the path of Drew. Centres his kick up towards Marshall in the square.
I was lucky.
Yep.
Tries to run around Payne, didn't realise he had Robertson next to him. Gets the kick off in the end, into the right forward pocket. Lord put it down. Pal Pepper slams through, bounced off Berry, but is caught in the tackle as he gathers the footy.
Free kick.
Free kick going Brisbane's way. Gee, there was a bit of nervous energy there from the Gabba faithful. Pal Pepper, the unstoppable object, trying to race his way through a contest, but it is Leicester's free kick.
Getting rubbered the yellow at the moment, Brisbane.
Short pass to Berry, marks and hand passes to Leicester. From defensive 50, a long kick towards the wing, and Rayner too strong for Jones. Boy, he is making a statement early in September, Cam Rayner. Already has 3 goals. Great contested mark there. Chips to the edge of the centre square. Wilmot takes the grab. Made his debut in the final series last year. Darcy Wilmot hasn't missed a game since. Kicks long for Brisbane to full forward. Alier spalls away from Hipwood. Claims the mark. Yep. 3 touches. Mark to Alier at full-back for Port. 19 minutes played third term. Brisbane's lead is 22 points at 12-5-77 to 8-7-55.
Alier spots the leading Horn Francis. Hits him just outside the 50. Thrust the handball forward in the path of Butters. Bit of space to run into on the Vulture Street wing. Wheels around McCluggage. Sends up to the attacking edge. Magnificent skill as he hits Finlayson. Big Jeremy spots a target inside 50. Marshall's been left all alone, and he did so with a forward run from the centre square. Takes the mark, hands it off to Rosie from 55. It's a heave of a kick. On the goal line, Lord clunks it up against Harris Andrews. Plays on. Lord has 4.
Wow, what a mark.
Oh, Lord, Port's saviour. 16 points the margin. Charlie Dixon is going to struggle to get back into the 22 at this rate. Lord with 4. Brisbane 12-5-77. Port 9-7-61. Time on in the third. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Sorry, guys. Substitution has been made.
Unfortunately, Jess, your mic drops out just as the crowd gets a little unsavoury. Darcy Byrne-Jones is out of the game and Travis Boker's in. Is that what you were trying to say, Jess? We'll try again.
No.
No good, unfortunately. But Byrne-Jones is out and Boker's into the game, and Port are back within 16 points.
Well, the game's opened up, hasn't it? It's going back and forward. It's not many stoppages. Both teams are moving the ball with ease, and then forward lines are getting a really good looks both ends.
What you'd expect in a final. Port coming here, showing some real steel. Centre bounce, Rosie with the clearance. Brilliant hand pass over the back of his head to Farrell. Kicks Port into attack to the pocket. In front, Payne can't mark for Brisbane. Rode by Finlayson to the power. Hands it to the boundary for Rioli. Centering kick. Dersma can't mark. Fletcher makes the spoil. Rode by Coleman of Brisbane. Dump kick straight to the middle and straight to Burton of Port. Marks will kick the power back to the attacking zone. Wide to half forward. Pal Pepper uses his body. Can't mark. Good work from Wilmot to force a neutral and see it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
These Butters and Rosie have had big quarters, 8 possessions each, and damaging 8 possessions.
How awesome is September?
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
The footy is so good. I hope you're enjoying it here on Grandstand AFL.
16-point game. Toss back in. Lycett front position, claims it up against Danaher, hands it off to Houston. We know he's got range. Heads inside 50. Horn Francis with the fly, couldn't clunk it. Rioli at the fall of the footy, hands it to Dersma. He's cleaned up without it. Whistle stays away. Bergman caught in the tackle, drops the footy, holding the ball. Port fans would be incensed on the other side of the country. Here at the Gabba, it doesn't matter. Brisbane ball.
It's Charlie.
Charlie again.
Yeah, Charlie gets a free kick at centre half back for Brisbane. That was hot. Chips it to left half back. Wilmot takes the grab. Kicks Brisbane out wide to the wing on the head of Dunkley. Spoiled away by Finlayson. Out of play, throw in. So repeating that news from the Port Adelaide bench, Darcy Byrne-Jones has been subbed out of the game. And the veteran, the former captain, in his 17th season, Travis Boak, has been injected for Port Adelaide.
Then he can run, so he gives them a half forward, bit of inside on ball, and a power runner.
Good decision maker.
16 points the lead to Brisbane. Boundary throw in, true centre wing out of side. Ball ricochets back towards the paint. Drew meets it for the power though. Gets a boot to it, just kicked it out on the full though. Rush ball inside 50. Goes about, hold on. There was a push in the back afterwards. Free kick to the blood nut.
He's done another great job this quarter. He's kept him to 2 touches. He's had 4. This is his 5th touch himself.
Neil's had 11 touches for the game, and Drew's been the lock on him. Kick and a half from goal at right half forward. Port with the last couple after Brisbane led by 28 points. Drew kicks it to the pocket and Marshall presents. Big piece, couldn't take the mark. Rode by Dunkley, immediately tackled. Got a hand pass to Coleman. Rush clearing kick for Brisbane. Goes up and down the mine shaft. Rayner crashes the pack, can't mark. Pal Pepper picks up for Port on attacking 50. Hands to Farrell, hands to Drew. From 55, a snap to the goal. Faces punched away by Starcevic. Out of play for a throw-in. Brisbane 12-5-77. Port Adelaide 9-7-61, 24 minutes, third term. How's your mic there, Jess?
Trent McKenzie is limping from the field. He's thrown his mouth guard.
The same knee that McKenzie has missed so many games this year. The PCL injury that's kept him out from round 21.
Cam Rainer's fly just got him, caught him, and he's in trouble.
He's landed on the ankle of Houston and it's forced the injury to Trent McKenzie. Tossed back in meanwhile. Finlayson shoves Danaher. Spilled out. Diving tackle in the back.
Oh, finally.
Will go Brisbane's way as Drew, the offender, gets Lockie Neal. That tag just a little bit too hot that time.
And we've just seen another poor player's gone on the bench getting
Williams
straight on his hamstring.
Yeah, left hammy for
They've
Williams.
already activated their sub. Burn-Jones is off.
Come on, Lockie.
As the activated substitute. Oh. And now all of a sudden they've lost Dylan Williams with a hamstring and maybe McKenzie with a knee. Meanwhile, Brisbane goes out on the full off the Lockie Neal kick. Right half forward. Speaking of subs, Spoke sends it into the 50. He's looking for Pal Pepper. Footy hits the deck. Pal Pepper gets another go off a step. Heads for home and it's through for a minor score on the right-hand side. It's not going Port's way right now. 15-point margin.
Reset there. Porter down to 2 on the bench. Port down to 2 on the bench. Injection from Brisbane. McKenna receives, kicks to the middle of the ground. Gathered by Rayner on the half volley. He evades a tackler, hands it to McInerney, hands it to Berry. 70 out at left half forward. Deep kick to McCarthy in the pocket. And McCarthy marks it right near the boundary line, 25 metres out.
Well, here it is again, red time. Late in this quarter, it's been hurting Port. Brisbane getting shots on goal and making them count, although this is very difficult.
Lincoln McCarthy. So injury ravaged at his time at Cardinia Park. He was part of the bait that helped Lockie Neal come to Brisbane.
Wasn't he?
And he has been an invaluable lion. 2 steps infield, right foot snap. Great finish.
Oh.
McCarthy kicks the goal. And Brisbane find another riposte in this thrust and parry of a qualifying final. It's the Lions 13 goals, 583 to Port Adelaide's 9-8-62, 26 and a half third term.
Are you kidding me? Cam Rayner again. He is lighting it up. He is not just kicked goals, Matty Promise, but he's been the guy setting him up upfield, winning the ball, taking marks, bringing guys in, handball receives. Fantastic.
He's been outstanding, and their forwards are doing what they've got to do. As you keep on mentioning, Cameron has a shot from out on 50, kicks a goal. Danaher kicks a goal. And we've just got another goal there. Their forwards, even they're getting their opportunities. They've only been limited. Port have dominated territory. I think it's 14-6 inside 50. So they've dominated Port Adelaide this quarter. But Brizzy, when they've had the chances, making them pay.
Bounce in the middle. Brisbane by 21. McInerney wins it down. Bailey ran past the footy. Clearance goes Port Adelaide's way. Charging out of the 50. Pal Pepper shrugs off the tackle. Gets around Archie as well. Sends it into the right forward pocket. Rioli stayed down. And a good launch there from Jared Lyons. Or Brandon Starcevic.
Starcevic, yeah. Great mark.
Wondering if Brisbane had made their sub early.
He's such a good mark too.
So Starcevic left back pocket will send it out towards the Stanley Street wing.
High kick, which, beats the pack. McInerney has to chase after it. Won it. Hand passes to Coleman. Tumbler into an open 50. Alia's leading the race. He's got help from Farrell. The bounce favours Farrell for Port. Gathers it. Kicks it beyond defensive 50 to a big one-on-one here between Dersman and Fletcher. Fletcher advantaged by the bounce. Chucked it over his shoulder. Ump lets it go. Pushing the back on Andrews. Ump let it go. Dunkley picks up for Brisbane. Gives it off to McCluggage. 70 out right half forward. Kicks to full forward and Danaher presents. And hugs the gold Sharon to the gold line on his chest.
Oh.
And we'll have a shot from 35 out.
I reckon not only was that a great turnover, but I think McGluggage was actually looking for Rayner, but forwards in front.
Yep.
Ali always likes to play behind, and Joey, after that big chase, gets another chance. What do you reckon, Q? Kick this one?
Oh, don't ask. Don't ask.
This is what they've done this quarter, isn't it? When they've had their opportunities, they've taken them. Can they do it for the fourth time in a row?
The assignment is 40 metres out, slight angle to the right. Danaher strikes beautifully. We're getting late in the third term. And Brisbane lead by 27 points. The Power have been manful. But they just can't bridge this elastic band at the moment. The Lions keep it beyond 4 goals. The management of the margin is there for the Lions at 27 points. 14-5-89 to Port's 9-8-62.
But they're just losing men.
Yeah, losing men, and Brizzy just kicking accurately. You know what that reminded me of? As soon as that hit his boot, he just started walking off. You know when a golfer gets on the tee with the drive and you hit a good one, Acker, you just turn around and swivel in off you go. You know you've just iced it, and he did that beautifully.
I actually seen a golfer, his hit is going to the green. Before the club has even got to the top, he's taken his glove off.
They were 8 goals 5. They're now 14 goals 5. So picked their last 6 straight.
And look at the ones Porter missed early in that first half.
27-point lead to the home side. Lysett wins it down, charges onto the footy, hands it off to Butters around the body, sends it up to right half forward, bouncing in front of Boat. Powell-Pepper comes out with the assist. They're trying to get around McKenna. Powell-Pepper fumbles. Ken Inkley had hair, he'd be pulling it out.
But that's a great matchup. McKenna has made him earn everything, but Powell-Pepper's so powerful.
Strong, isn't he? Strong.
So good.
A bit of concern for Jack Payne on the bench for Brisbane as well. He's getting attended to, some tape on his ankle. He's off the field at the moment. Boundary throw in right half forward for Port. Towed forward by Butters, but picked up by Wilmot of Brisbane. Desperate clearing kick. Farrell half a chance for Port. Made it a 50-50. Houston wins it for Port Adelaide. High toe poke to centre half forward. Wilmot in front of the pack takes the mark.
What a mark.
Important couple of minutes here for Port. They can't allow Brizzy to get another one in red time.
Wilmot short to Starcevic at centre half back. If you are just joining us, a cruel twist of fate. Hold up a second. Wilmot's kick is poor. Bit too floaty for Fletcher. Lord cuts it off around the body. Sends it inside 50 for Port Adelaide. Floating across. Leicester couldn't claim it. Spilled to McKenna. Rushed the exit. Bounced wide of Lord. Just outside 50. Wines is wrapped up. Bailey just won't let go. In the back. He slipped late as Wines fell to the turf. Port Adelaide with a gimme.
I'll tell you, some of these umpires are looking to play,
Come on, Jace, you know what Brownlow tax is worth?
I know.
Ollie Wines gets one there.
So he should, but very lucky. He's going to have a shot, I reckon.
I thought this would just be on his range, wouldn't it?
Man on the mark, 52 out. If you are just joining us, Burne-Jones got subbed out, not injured, and in a matter of minutes, Williams did a hamstring and McKenzie's hurt his knee. Wines races to the edge of the square, skies it. It'll sit up in the goal square, floating across Archie, nearly plucked it. Rioli ripped it away at the last moment. Powell-Pepper tumbles one towards the goal line, and smart from the youngster Fletcher to handball it through for a minor score. 26-point margin. Brisbane lead 14-5-89 to 9-8-62.
Port wouldn't want to give another goal away here last minute.
McKenna going really deep with the kick in. Almost to the wing, but Bergman gets to the front of the pack, takes the mark. Danaher saying, come on, Ali didn't give me a run at it. But the ump says no, mark to Miles Bergman. Just forward of the wing, kicks it all the way to the middle of the ground. Space for Burton to take the grab. Kicks it to Dersma. He waited for it. Fletcher met the ball and takes the mark. And here, ping Brisbane off half back. Fletcher hands to Cameron. Cameron kicks the Hipwood. Hipwood marks, rolls on, and kicks the goal. He went, he stopped, he looked at the up, and then he thought, I've got to kick it. I've got to kick it. And he did.
Oh, my.
And Brisbane lead by 32 points.
What was he doing?
That and Matt Owies is the Quinella for the most indecisive goal of the first week of the finals.
He didn't want to, did he?
He's one of the fastest guys in the team too, and he's just waddled in and stopped and then kicked it.
Port are almost broken here. They've got men down on the bench. And outside of that, the margin's now ballooning out. We're about to hit three-quarter time. And it's beyond 5 goals.
Yeah.
It's 32 points, the difference.
A poor press by Burton. He came off. He shouldn't have come off because that just left Hipwood all by himself in forward 50. He had to wait till some chase pressure come. He left, and that just made it a simple goal. Even though Hipwood nearly messed it up there. But yeah, a big couple of minutes here from Brizzy. 3 goals straight.
32-point margin. It missed both rucks and then bounced past them as well. Neal gets the clearance, sends it inside 50. Danaher taps it down, does his own roving, snaps a tumbler that bounces through. Stand up, Big Joe Danaher. The mystery box is a winner tonight. He's got 4. And Brisbane are barnstorming towards a home preliminary final. Game high, 38-point lead. 16-5, 101 as Chris Fagan's men raise the bat. Port Adelaide 9-9-63 as we close in on three-quarter time.
Red time goals.
Same second quarter, Racco, isn't it?
And that's the thing. That's what's killed Port, although very unlucky with the injuries. But the turnover off half-back here, they're out. Hipwood's goal and now the big Joey with a little bit of sugar.
Well, the margin is, just beyond 6 goals. Brisbane kicked the last 3 in red time in the second term. Now they've kicked the last 4 in red time in this third term. Red time being the colloquial phrase for time on back end stage of the quarter. Centre bounce, only about half a minute before three-quarter time, no clearance, and the ump comes in. And we'll call for a secondary stoppage. You reckon the Gabba faithful are going to make some noise when the hooter sounds here for three-quarter time as McCluggage wins a clearance. They're not done with yet. Kicked a half forward. Cameron taps it to his own advantage. He's near the boundary. Keeps the ball in. Keeps himself in. Slots the pass. Almost taken by Hipwood, but parried away by Bergman. And the three-quarter time siren sounds at the Gabba. And near on 36,000 of them. Most in maroon, gold and blue. Cheer for that 4-goal surge at the back end of the third term. Port got within 15 points, but just as they did so, lost Mackenzie with a knee, Williams with a hamstring, and Byrne-Jones had been subbed out as well. And as things were going mad on Kenny Hinkley's bench, the Lions were going mad at the Gabba. And they lead it at three-quarter time by 38 points. Brisbane 16 goals, 5, 101 to Port Adelaide's 9-9-63. It was after it was an 11-point lead at quarter time for Brisbane and 16 points at half time. Joe Danaher has kicked 4 goals for Brisbane. Cam Rayner has 3. Jasper Fletcher has 2. Charlie Cameron has 2. He kicked 2 in the space of about 15 seconds of playing time in that quarter. Singles for McCluggage, McCarthy, Zorko, Hipwood and Bailey. While for Port, Ollie Lord's been one of the stories in just his 12th game, his first final. He has 4 goals for Port Adelaide. Todd Marshall has 2. Willie Rioli, Connor Rosie and Darcy Byrne-Jones have kicked goals as well. So I'll repeat that progression. 11 points at quarter time for Brisbane, 16 at half time for Brisbane, and now the Lions with a match-winning 38-point lead at three-quarter time. Lions 16-5, 101 to Port's 9-9-63. We're Grandstand AFL. Hope you're enjoying it with us. Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis to tell you more about it in just a moment on ABC Sport.
Step into the heart of creativity on ABC iView. A place to embrace a national treasure with inside the Sydney Opera House.
Opening nights are always stressful.
It's ridiculous how emotional it makes me.
We just need to make sure we get it right.
And enjoy artworks, Last Night of the Proms, Knowing the Score, and so much more.
Do you expect to be that mood?
I didn't.
Your heart's desire in arts, music, and culture.
It is magic.
All streaming for free on ABC iView.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
McCluggage turns, spots Rayner all alone right half forward. The wild card for the night heads all the way to the goal square. Cameron pushed into the air, falling through by Fletcher.
Zorko grabs it in the middle, kicks Brisbane forward, and Cameron takes his first grab of the night. This would be for a game-high lead. The Gabba ready to explode. Cameron kicks the goal.
Brisbane with 5 of the last 6, and McInerney takes it out of the ruck. Long ball into the 50. Off hands at the back. McCarthy gives it off to Cameron, who races into an open goal. They're roaring at the Gabba. Charlie Cameron goes bang bang.
Lions, they've got that ruck dominance, and I think that's really that he's using it, Big O, to his advantage there.
Cam Rayner The MVP tonight so far sends it inside 50. Double fist by Williams. Danaher's at the back though. Danaher, he cannot miss this. And he finally puts one through.
The assignment is 40 metres out, slight angle to the right. Danaher strikes beautifully. And Brisbane lead by 27 points.
Danaher taps it down, does his own roving, snaps a tumbler, that bounces through. He's got 4. And Brisbane are barnstorming towards a home preliminary final.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Is it a bridge too far for Port Adelaide? They are in a huddle out on the Stanley Street wing, receiving three-quarter time instructions. 38 points is the lead for Brisbane. They have been unbeaten at this venue in 2023, and they take a better than a 6-goal advantage into the final term. Quentin Hull and Aaron Bryant's calling the action with Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus. Jess Stewart's down on the boundary with Port in a matter of 5 minutes losing Mackenzie and Williams to injury at the same time that Byrne Jones was subbed out, so they're down to 2 on the bench, the power, and Brisbane kicking the last 4 goals of that third term. It was a 15-point margin at the 26-minute mark, but the Lions exploding away to lead by 38 at three-quarter time. Giants are through, Saints are gone. 4 goals was the margin at the MCG earlier today, if you missed that one. So GWS awaiting the loser of tonight's game. In the National Rugby League, Penrith through to a home preliminary final. They've beaten the Warriors 32-6 earlier today. Warriors get a home eliminator next week. Cutthroat game currently being played in the Shire between Cronulla Sutherland and the Sydney Roosters. We're getting late on. It's a tight finish there. Roosters 13, lead the Sharks 12. Winner plays Melbourne. Loser goes to Mad Monday. Big stakes. What about here, three-quarter time? Jason Ackermanis, Matt Primus. What say you for the last half hour ahead of us?
Well, that was a scintillating start. I mean, it had everything that quarter, but just Brisbane's unbelievable persistence and red time. Everything sort of looked like it was going against them. Been some outstanding efforts today, but just how unlucky Port Adelaide were with those injuries. Their men down, and it's unlucky for Ken, but that said, hey, whoever's on the field is fit and healthy, so give it everything, because you'll need it.
Their efficiency is what got them 8 goals won. From only 14 inside 50, so Port won that battle, but 8 goals won to 4 goals 3. They were just super efficient when they went inside 50.
Oh, it was like the first half. Port Adelaide were generating shots. They weren't getting them all, but their efficiency inside forward 50 to get the shots was amazing.
Yeah, Brisbane's forwards got on top that quarter, and there's the game.
McCluggage with 20, Dunkley 15, Coleman 14, Rayner 14. Interestingly, Lockie Neal still only had the 13 touches to this point. Connor Rosie leading the way for the power with 21, Butters with 20, and Houston with 20. The inside 50s, Brisbane leading that by 9 at 37-46, so Brisbane 9 in front there. Overall possessions, not much in it, Port plus 3. But now it's the scoreboard that's the major factor. Port are going to have to produce something ridiculously good to get back from here. 38 points the margin as we start the final term.
Is it finally Brisbane's time? High bounce in the middle. Taken out of the ruck by Lycett, who stayed down. McInerney launched but missed the footy. Long torpedo into the 50. Charging out Lord, put it down. The fall of the ball. Wilmot in the tackle. Gets a bouncing ball out towards McCluggage. Trying to brush off McEntee, who's hungry, but he got it out to McKenna. There's a launch of a kick as well. McCarthy tried to use the body, but ended up edging Bergman into the fall of the footy. And Port Adelaide now on the counter with some massive kicks, almost volleyball-like out on the Gabba.
Oh, long kick towards centre-half forward. Target was McEntee, couldn't mark. Rove by McCluggage at Brisbane. Hand pass to Dunkley, who's tackled ferociously by Horne-Francis. No prior ball up.
And that's what Port will probably have to do, is attack a little bit more off half-back, try and get the ball down there in, which will open themselves up, and whether that lack of run in the back half of this last quarter might sting them.
No percentage in finals, Matt.
No.
Got to roll the dice here. High tackle back, Powell Pepper. Free kick, Port Adelaide.
He's been dangerous tonight, all night.
Maybe's attack on the footy.
Going back for the set shot.
Well, the man on the mark standing 55 from goal.
Here he goes.
There it is.
Hand passes it. No, ump doesn't let him do that.
No.
What is wrong with that umpire? You let him play on down here. You won't let him play on down there, and then he plays on fine here.
Anyway, Powell Pepper's got it back. There's a bit of byplay between Farrell and Zorko. Powell Pepper kicks it towards the leading forwards, and offhand's out of play. He's looking for Finlayson, couldn't get to it. thanks to the Brisbane defence. Boundary throw in, right forward pocket for the Lions.
Just quietly, I think Jason Francis may actually be in a bit of trouble. That tackle was a dump that put Dunkley on his head. He's okay, but that's the swing motion they're trying to stamp out. Toss back in. McInerney tapped it down straight to Powell Pepper, steamrolling through, but coughed it up to Cameron. Exit for Brisbane to the centre square. McCarthy read it best, but put it down. Bergman.
Free kick.
It's coming back to McCarthy. He was held in that marking contest. Wants to move it quickly. Brisbane up to right half forward. Zorko caught behind Farrell. Port Adelaide ball.
Poor kick.
The Power kicking to the western end in this final term, looking to chase down a 38-point deficit as Farrell heads up the Stanley Street wing.
But in front, Andrews got high contact over the shoulder from Lord. Free kick to the Brisbane co-captain.
Great battle.
Andrews just defensive side of the wing. Chips it wide. Berry takes the mark. Berry chips it to Zorko. Zorko will play on with a kick around the boundary. Well, he got dumped after he kicked it. Don't know whether to look at the byplay or where the ball went. I'll go up to the ball. Free kick at right half forward for Brisbane. Rayner. Manhandled by Houston.
There he is again.
Yeah, Farrell just dumped Zorko. Not much in it. Mind you, Zorko's very good at playing this crowd. He knows them better than anyone else out in the field tonight. As Rayner chips Brisbane to full forward once more. Lockie Jones leaves the contest to stump it out of play. And a boundary throw-in will take place in the left back pocket for Port. Right forward pocket for Brisbane. The Lions are taking the school end in this final term. No change to the three-quarter time scoreline. 38 points the margin.
Bruce Willis throwing it in.
Roosters have won that NRL cutthroat final. Sharks are out. Roosters 13, Sharks 12.
Toss back in. McInerney front position. Didn't get a clean tap. Pulled out by Horne-Francis, who shakes a couple and then kicked errantly out of the 50. It takes a bounce over the line and quickly deemed deliberate. Nathan Williamson, no hesitation. Free kick Brisbane, right half forward. A kick away from goal. Starcevic brings it in. Squaring ball, Hitwood charging but can't get there in time. Horne-Francis takes the intercept mark. Jess Stewart downstairs.
Trent McKenzie back up on the bench and doing some run-throughs for Port Adelaide, which is a great sign.
Thanks, Jess. As the Power try and work an exit here. Boak receives the pass in the right back pocket. Kicks it, looking for McEntee, but Dunkley flies to spoil for Brisbane. Rode by Lester, hands it to McCarthy. Kicks it back to the pocket over the head of Archie. It rolls over the line and out of play. So the last time Brisbane earned a home preliminary final was in the COVID-affected season of 2020 when they were beaten on that night by Geelong. They've had plenty of chances in the last few final series, but many suggesting this could be their best.
They're ready, Q.
Boundary throw-in with Brisbane deep in attack. Horne-Francis with the quick exiting kick off the road for the Power to a packet defensive 50. Starcevic picks up for Brisbane. Toe pokes it back to the pocket. Brilliant gather from Bailey on the bounce. Swivel and snaps near side. The finish wasn't as good as the pickup. Mind you, the pickup was pretty high class. 39 points the margin at 102 to 63.
It's a bit left field this, but that boundary throw in again, that went 5 metres. 20 metres up, 5 metres in. Surely that's a skill.
Are they too tired up here? They always have them short up here.
Houston stabs it to Burton. Now up the spine go the Power. Lockie Jones at centre half back.
Official complaint from the Ruck Union there from Matt Primus.
Puts it in the path of Dersmer on the Stanley Street wing. He can turn and go. A couple of bounces. Caught. Just got a boot away. Nice diving tackle. Hitwood ran all the way out of the attacking 50 to get him. Brisbane now get a rebound. On the outer side through the logo. Lockie Jones. And just to get the footy. Jams it up towards left half forward. Wilmot read it best on the bounce. Brisbane now. Dunkley out to Danaher. Pushed as he kicked it. Heading up to right half forward. Houston entangled with Cameron. Houston wins out as Aaliyah comes with the assist, but he runs it over the boundary line. Holding free kick. Will go Port Adelaide's way. Aaliyah went to ground and lets Cameron know all about it. Not sure why, considering they're down by 39 points. Not the time for trash talk.
What about the chase down from Eric Hipwood? I told you he's got some wheels.
Outstanding, wasn't it?
And dare we mention the fact that Greater Western Sydney are probably home by now, and Port won't be home until tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was a talking point. I was waiting for the appropriate time to mention it. Port Adelaide earned the top 4 right. They finished third. They'll be sleeping away from home tonight, and a team which finished lower than them and who they got to play next week will be home.
Yes, I would argue Victorian-centric.
Yeah.
Matt Primus with you on Grandstand AFL. Not the first time that the non-Victorians have had that fate, Matt. Rioli with the kick around his body towards half forward, picked up by Leicester on defensive 50. Kicks it to the wing and McCluggage takes the mark for Brisbane. Oh, they're going for the jugular here. Kicks it to half forward, looking for Cameron. Couldn't mark, but spores away from Burton. Cleaned up by Berry of Brisbane. Runs to 55, chips to the pocket, chips to Rayner. Chips to Cam X Factor Rayner.
Oh, here he is.
Who marks it 5 in from the boundary in the right forward pocket.
Have a kick. You're on fire. Man, do it. What about Berry? Looked like he was going to about 5 different blokes. Ended up finding the right target. And Cam Rayner just getting separation. Whew. It's good to watch.
3 goals already tonight for Cameron Rayner. Playing in his 7th final. He's played every game this year. Gabba ready to roar once more. Tough angle for him. Right foot set shot. Oh, just near side for a miss. 40 the difference at 103 to 63. 8 minutes final term.
They need to have a crack here, Port, but they're probably half thinking about next week as well. They've got to keep their men. You don't want any injuries.
Yeah, lose McKenzie, lose Jonas a couple of days before with the calf. You got to definitely have an eye towards next week.
Barrel plays on, spears it up to Houston. Now Rosie, long ball through the Stanley Street wing. 2-on-1, Port Adelaide's favour. Finlayson should have claimed the mark. Goes to ground. Lord fighting against 3 now. Tried to push it out towards Wines. He's bowled over. Trying to wrench it out is McKenna. In the end, Lord will have scored it out over the boundary line in front of the benches. 40 points the margin. They need some dare, Port Adelaide. At the moment, they just look a little lethargic. Lord nearly cleaned up Fletcher as well off the ball.
What a name, Lord. It's a great name.
A long-term replacement for Charlie Dixon may have already claimed the role. 4 tonight. McInerney taps it down. Dunkley caught in the tackle from Butters. Spills out to Palpepper. He left it behind. Neal tackled by Drew. He fell into him. Holding the ball. Thought for sure that was in the back. But a sigh of relief for Ken Hinkley and the Power, who get an opportunity. Handed off by Drew. Gave it to Rosie. Now Houston in the centre square. Looks to switch to Burton.
He's got an acre to take the mark. No one around him. Grabs at edge of the centre square. Kicks wide to the pocket. It'll bounce in front of Marshall and between his legs in the end. Under pressure. Archie picks up. He's tackled out of play by Boak. Now Dane Zorko's down and feeling for his stomach. It's almost as if he's retching out there. Don't know whether he
got winded.
Maybe ensuring that a replay is going to be shown for how that happened. I don't know how you get a football injury in the solar plexus unless someone's done that to you. Anyway, even off the ball, Robertson and Butters are tangling. Boundary throw. Powell Peppers just smashed Starcevic off the play. Umps have got to get a handle on this. And everyone stopped looking at the umpires, waiting for a call here.
You don't want to get suspended, though.
Free kick is going to who?
Downfield.
The 2 umpires are now talking to each other. It's going to be a Port free kick, is it? No, Brisbane free kick.
Downfield.
For Powell Pepper smashing into Starcevic, I think.
10 metre downfield.
Yeah.
That's a handball.
Tempers fraying just a little bit. Dunkley's going to receive the free kick after all of that. And he's on defensive 50. Bangs a high ball towards the wing. Bergman flies, doesn't fist the pack. Rayner taps it infield to the advantage of Robertson, who taps it to the advantage of Zorko. He's okay now. 58 metres out. Zorko kicks at the goal mouth. Mark at the top of the goal square. Claimed by the son of the piggy. Fletcher kicks his 3rd. What a first final for Jasper Fletcher.
Flying pig.
Brisbane lead by 46 points. They'll play at home in a preliminary final in 2 weeks' time. The Power are going to have to back up after this one. It's a matter of margin. Put down your glasses. 11 minutes final term. Lions 17-7, 109. Port's 9-9, 63.
Outmarked the Brownlow medalist then in the goal square too. Ollie Wines was right on him. Was able to outbody him and take a beautiful mark and play on a kick goal. And he's had a terrific night up forward.
Well, Charlie was there as well. But you see Zorko out on his own and just made that decision to go to the top of the square. And the flying son of a pig I tell you, hasn't he played well? Plays on. Good goal. Brisbane just getting on top. Port just got to hang in there.
Didn't Zorko...
Is the boy as good as his dad? Pigs might fly.
Oh, he's very good.
Jess on the boundary.
Jared Lyons has been subbed on for the Brisbane Lions. Not sure at this stage who's come off.
Robinson.
Devon Robertson off for the Lions. Tossed up in the middle. McInerney slaps it forward. Zorko did the shepherding so Bailey could charge through. Hands it wide over the top to Lyons. The super sub to put the nail in the coffin.
What about that?
Instant impact from Jared Lyons, and they get around him as well. It's a family affair at the Gabba. 36,000 in the house for a joyous Saturday night. 52 points the margin. Port Adelaide will head home with their tails between their legs. 18-7, 115, plays 9-9, 63. 12 gone in the fourth on Grandstand AFL.
How good's footy? Yeah, I've been sitting on the bench. Much love, Jared Lyons, don't get me wrong, but Zach Bailey again, great one-on-one win there. Could have had a shot himself, unselfish, and Lyons, nice little finish too when you've been sitting there. You never sure how that bird is going to
As a forward too.
Look, Port have had their injury problems in the last 15 minutes, but this is a flex. It's at the Gabba. What it means? Well, it means that they get to the preliminary final, but the margin now, as much as margins in finals can be deceptive, the Lions just continue to show that they are so hard to beat this year and in this house, and they'll host a grand final qualifier here. Bailey with another clearance for the Lions, and he kicks it to LYONS Lions. No mark paid. Gee, he had a big piece of that. Players pile in, ball up, called 40 metres from Brisbane's goal.
And Brizzy in great nick too, health-wise, aren't they, Q? Like they're as healthy as they can be at the right time of the year.
Ball up, Brisbane's attacking 50. McInerney won it down. Dunkley trying to steamroll through. Caught in the sandwich. Try again.
It's the octane at which they can go on this deck.
Oh, yeah. It's high.
Quick reset. McInerney tried to reel it in. Spilled out to Butters, who towed it to Lyons. Coughed it up to Rioli. Archie with a nice tackle. Centre half forward for Brisbane. Play just lingers a bit. Umpire circles, holding the ball. Oh, no. Ball up.
It looked like he was going to...
Yeah, he went right into that one. Tossed up. McInerney gets away from Finlayson. He wrapped up in the tackle. Does his best efforts to showcase to umpire Nathan Williamson. He's trying to get rid of it, McInerney. Fourth bite at the cherry. McInerney wins it down. Lockie Jones trying to reel it in. Drew shoveled one out towards Palpepper. Skies it towards the centre square. Underneath it, Rosie and McKenna. Neither got to it in the end. Butters thrusts it up towards left half back. Dersmer on the chase. Charging out to meet it is Lyons, though. Good handball to Fletcher. Off to McCarthy in the pocket. McCarthy on the tight angle. Squares it up. He's looking for Rayner. Gee, that would have been a cherry on top. In the end, Aaliyah smashes it into the third row.
Outstanding there from Ali, I tell you. Rayner would have had a cider if he didn't put his little big fist into that.
Geez, Mackenzie saw out there. He's on one leg trying to help out and get rotations going down back there.
52 points the margin at the Gabba for Brisbane. Boundary throwing, clean possession, McInerney, then he drops it. Drew picks up for Port. Hand pass to Palpepper, runs to half back, hands it to Rioli. The power out. Rioli fakes the hand pass and kicks in field. Marked by Butters. Hands to Rosie. Rosie through the Gabba cricket pitch. Kicks towards half forward. Horn Francis runs hard to take the mark. 45 metres from goal.
Great three names to call in a row there, Q.
Oh, yeah.
That's the future of your footy club. He's had a good game tonight, Horn Francis.
Well, it's the now of their footy club as well, Jace.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why this midfield has got the explosion to somewhat go with Brisbane, but they're going to have to back up next week and see if they can do it against the Orange Tsunami at the Adelaide Oval. A chance for Horn Francis in his first final to kick a goal. Number one draft pick. A year was enough at Arden Street. He's back in Adelaide, playing for Port. Right foot high and left from 50 and out of bounds on the full. No score. Brisbane remained 52 to the good at 18-7, 115 to 9-9-63.
Okay, obviously I'm not one to talk about goal kicking, mate, but they're all their set shots, so there's no flow in their run-up, is there?
No, and you've got to get that rhythm. It's a real rhythmic, sequence to get it right and good connection.
The power of falling to the finish line. Starcevic launches it towards the Stanley Street wing. Dunkley's kick smothered. Aaliyah got a handball out through Lysett. Houston soccers off the deck straight to Wilmot. He's at half-back. Debuted last year in the elimination final. Now a rising star for Brisbane. Dunkley on the 45 to Archie. Heads up to right half forward. Danaher look to claim it and is paid up against Houston. Too far out to score. Kicking to the school end. Danaher with 4 tonight. Loads up into the right forward pocket. Packer waits. Hitwood set himself. Couldn't claim it. Spills through the back. And a boundary throw in to come with 96,020 in the house at the Gabba, which is certainly the Gabatoir tonight.
36,000.
I think you said 96.
Did I say 90?
Yes. That would
got
be
ahead of
something.
myself.
Oh, my God. That's huge.
36,000, Aaron. Good one. Aaron will go home to Adelaide. Oh, it's my first time to the Gabba.
Got
96,000 people there. Good on you, mate.
That's huge.
It's been a long night.
Yep.
Wait for the Olympics. They might get that in then.
Yeah, in cumulative 2 nights. It'll be about 50,000 the capacity when they get that done. Anyway, boundary throw in. Houston does the roving for Port Adelaide. Hand pass the left half back of Butters. Kicks it out of the air. Skillfully to the wing, but intercepted by Coleman of Brisbane. Takes the mark, hands to Berry. Hands that over his back. Neil, quick kick to the pocket. Bailey tries to pick it up, but he can't. He's harassed off it by Burton of Port. Hand pass looking for Rioli near the boundary line. It goes out of play for a boundary throw in. If you are just joining us, Brisbane by 11 at quarter time, 16 at half time, 38 at three-quarter time. Port has not scored in this term. Brisbane has added 2 goals to lead by 52 points.
The last 6 goals the way of the Lions. Lysett wins the tap down. Busting through Palpepper. Whistle.
So there is that. Penalty count finished up 6-4 in the Sharks' favour. There were also 2 set restarts for inside the 10 going their way. A player each on report. That was Tom Hazelton, who also went to hospital with a abdominal injury. That was for a tackle early in the second half.
Didn't realise Lord was closing him down. Long ball up towards the top of the goal square. Archie got hands to it. Spilled towards Lockie Jones. Looking for the exit to left half back. Sitting underneath it, Coleman. Brought it to ground. Palpepper roves. Tried to hand it off to Rioli. Looks inside and spots Horn Francis, who takes the mark at left half back.
Hey, 2 of you then. Aaron, that was good.
It's all sorted.
Really 96k in here now.
Yeah, we had to double things up.
Yeah.
Burton at centre half back, kicks to Boak on the wing, marks and hand passes to Bergman, running freely on the Vulture Street wing, kicks inside 50 poorly. He was hoping for Lockie Jones, but hoping for Lord in fact out the back, but Andrews read it and takes the mark. The co-captain still got an improvement or 2 in his pre-game speeches, according to Dane Zorko when I spoke to him pre-game.
They're not that easy, the old pre-game speeches.
Lions are chipping it around in the back line, starting to enter conservation mode for Brisbane. So whoever comes here on preliminary final night will have to do something no other team has done in 2023.
Right.
Beat Brisbane at the Gabba. Long kick towards left half back from Brisbane. Rowed by Boak of Port, puts them back into attack. On the head of the pack, first at the ground level. Leicester cleans up for the Lions. Hand passes to Wilmot. Wilmot hands it to Neil. Neil hands it to Coleman. Coleman kicks from the right back pocket towards right half back over Lions, marked by Lysett of Port Adelaide.
I think our star, Cam Rayner, is very stiff, boys, over there. I don't know if it's the corky or cramp. Looks like cramp.
So Burton now has it. Off to Mackenzie, close to the square. Dangerous handball to Butters, who dummies around Cameron. Mackenzie is back on the ground for the power. Heads inside 50. Beautiful delivery. Managing to spot Palpepper charging out of the goal square. He slides in for the slips catch.
It was ugly.
Straight in front, 25 out. You don't think it was deliberate?
No, I think it was a helicopter. We'll take that, though, if you're Palpepper. He's been everywhere tonight. Deserves a goal.
Set shot to come. For a consolation prize for Port Adelaide. The crowd almost disinterested in what's happening on the ground. They're just enjoying themselves at the moment. Just to clarify, 36,000 in the house. Palpepper. Goalless so far tonight. Steams in and puts through his first of the evening. 46 points the margin once again. Port Adelaide move to 10-9-69. Brisbane 18-7, 115. Time on in the fourth. Still 6.5 to play as we close in on what will be a home preliminary final for the Lions and a home semi-final for Port Adelaide.
I think we need Powell Pepper, if you're a Ports fan, to be kicking a few more goals next week. He's looked dangerous all night, I should say. I just think hopefully the injury toll's not too bad. Is Dixon going to come back, Matty?
Well, I think he flew up here for this game. I saw him in the change rooms before, so I think he'd be close. And they've definitely missed his powerful presence up there, haven't they, as a big target, even though Lord's been good. So,
well, they just haven't got a key forward who's 100% fit, have they, really, with Marshall looking a bit hampered at times.
And Lord's just a kid finding his way.
Centre bounce, Butters with another clearance. Hand passes to Rosie, hands it to Wines, back to Rosie, back to Houston. All in the centre of the ground for the Power. They control the stoppage. Chip pass marked by Drew. In the middle, Drew bangs it long to full forward. Knuckled off a pack of 6 players. Powell Pepper does the roving, snaps on his right boot and kicks it high and long and straight for 2 in a minute.
Oh, what a finish.
What a goal. Great goal.
40 points the difference as Sam Powell Pepper kicks his second goal, and it's the Power 11-9-75 trailing Brisbane's 18-7 115 22 and a half final turn.
Just like that, bang bang from Powell Pepper, set shot, and then that nice snap. But again, Rosie and Butters. Geez, they're quick, they're agile.
The way they move, isn't it?
Oh my, they're going to be so important for next week. All their stars need to play well next week. It's going to be a big match, and because GWS are the best team in the comp on the road.
Yep. And the nice story of, even though he's been a while away from Alberton, but Adam Kingsley returning to try and upset his old team.
All the chances.
Rayner, you reckon they'd ice him, Macca, if you were coach?
Yep.
No,
they'll leave him. He's already kicked 3. He's done a great job.
Bounce in the middle with Brisbane up by 40. Hits the deck. Bailey got one out to Neil. The leading clearance player in the league sends it up towards the attacking 50. Cameron with the spoil from behind and then plucks it away from Burton. Drives it up towards Danaher. It bounced off him. Cameron leaves it behind as well. Danaher gets another go with Bergman all over him. Got the handball out late. Aliir was waiting. Got it off to Butters. Alir's dumped after the disposal. Port Adelaide will continue with the advantage. Drew flung it to Boak at centre half back. He spots Rosie. Darts inside to the square. Gives it back to Drew. He's charging up the corridor. Sends it into the 50 on Francis. Tried to get a fly but didn't jump early enough. And Andrews floats across for the intercept mark for Brisbane.
Chips it short to Lester. Ryan Lester. Only played 3 games last year. He's been a real fixture this season, the veteran. Holding his spot in that Brisbane back 6 as the Lions exit through Fletcher with a chip to Wilmot. Marks at right half back.
Yeah, Adams going down with that concussion.
And his career's now over, Marcus Adams. That's really opened the door for Jack Payne. Darcy Gardner can't get a game now for Brisbane. Such has been the improvement of Jack Payne. Kick to the wing. Archie takes the grab. And Callum Archie will hold up on the true centre wing position of the Stanley Street side of this Gabba House, which is an ultimate fortress for the Lions so far in 2023. They have got 1 game left to keep a perfect record intact, and if they do, they go to the G to play for everything. Zorko chips in field to Starcevic. Starcevic chips to halfback for Leicester. Lions controlling the football now. Leicester kicks wide for Payne. The man from Noosa, nicknamed Baywatch, with those big pecs and those broad shoulders. You'd want him chasing you if you're in the ocean in trouble. Because he looked like he could save you. He's a big guy.
Sharks would swim away.
Payne chips it to McKenna. McKenna to McCluggage. What's this time like in a final, Acker, when you know you got them on toast?
Oh, it's good. You just don't want anything bad to happen. You just want to finish out the game, although I always want to kick a late goal, you know.
What would Charlie Cameron be thinking right now?
Oh, kick a late goal.
Dunkley kicks to the pocket. Danaher marks it.
Yeah, great.
In a one-on-one with...
the Birdman.
With Bergman.
The Birdman.
Oh, here we go. Danaher has 4.
Drop punt or a checky, Acker?
This for a handful, this for 5 in a final for Joe. The man on the mark's 5 metres in from the boundary. Danaher starting his run up from beyond the paint where the 50 meets the boundary.
Drop punt, I reckon.
I reckon the Gabba faithful have already thought of when can I get my tickets for a fortnight. But they'll rise once more if Joe kicks this. Danaher, drop punt. Oh baby. 5 for Joe.
Wow.
Tony Lockett, Jason Dunstall, Gary Ablett Sr. They'd all be proud of that set shot finish.
That was
beautiful, wasn't it?
5 goals for Joe Danaher. as Brisbane lead by 46 once more at 19-7, 121 to 11-9, 75. This has been among all of the storylines. You know, Danaher's put his mark on this final, and there have been question marks at times as to whether he could do it regularly enough.
Yep.
This is a great start for his September.
Well, we said last game we missed that soda in front. I said it doesn't happen that often when you're that good, but to his credit, he's come back and he's just made those kicks for goal count.
Big second half. What's he kicked in the second half?
Or is it?
What again?
He has kicked four of his goals in the second half.
A great
Matthew?
second half,
Yeah. Really important.
46-point margin. Brisbane's way. Lysett wins it down. Rolls towards Zorko. Tackled immediately by Rosie. Butters got a handball out to Wines. It's coming back. The tackle lingered too long. Zorko in the square. The former skipper heads to left half forward. Spots Neil. Marks in space. And then can chip it into the 50. Straight to Berry, who's left all alone. 45 out, tight angle to the left.
Yeah, some tired guys in white out there and red time again.
Well, they had all thought it was play on, so they all got caught, and then Lockie Neal just scooted out the back way. And
Brisbane's going to win by near on 10 goals, and Lockie Neal has had only 18 disposals.
There goes your percentages. that didn't work tonight.
Not tonight.
It's a great thing, though, to be able to have that. Right. Lockie and I have to do another guy step up, and you still get the win, and a great win.
Biggest margin Brisbane's won over Port Adelaide in history is 69. Could get there. Berry comes in off the side of the boot. It's across the goal face on the behind line. Rush through for a minor score. 47 points the margin. History is a funny old thing, Hugh. Port Adelaide lost a couple of prelims before their 04 flag. Brisbane lost a prelim and a semi before their three-peat. Maybe this is the year for the Brisbane Lions after a couple of poor finals campaigns.
Both groups of supporters are hoping that that history of 2 decades previous repeats in the next 3 or 4 years, because when they meet in finals, they end up with premiership cups. With the last time Port played Brisbane in a final was the 04 GF, which ended the Lions dynasty, and the only power premiership to this point. Brisbane sharing the ball at half-back. McCluggage kicks out to the wing, marked by McKenna. He has been an unsung part of this rise of the Lions. Went to Ireland, came back, played every game for Brisbane this year. He's turned over that kick to half-forward. Intercept mark taken by Rosie at left half-back. He's kicked to the edge of the centre square, marked by Dersma. Port will get their chance. They get another chance. That's the right of finishing in the top 4. They play Greater Western Sydney next week as the switch goes across half-back. Kick to Butters. He keeps buzzing hard. 1-2 hand pass exchange with Wines and then chips to the wing, marked by Bergman. Plays on with a hand pass back to Butters. Chip inside 50, asking Rioli to beat 2. Can't. Wilmot in front for Brisbane. Spoils it down. He's wrapped up immediately by Powell Pepper. And a ball up. 29 minutes final turn. Brisbane 19-8, 122. Port Adelaide 11-9, 75.
Tossed up off hands. McCluggage gets the clearance for Brisbane. Almost jammed it up towards the Vulture Street wing. Dunkley tunnels one, nutmegged, lines in the end, and retreats with a handball to Zorko. Volleys it out of the air. They're just mucking around at the moment. Dersma couldn't claim the mark. He's wrestling forward at the moment, trying to get past Berry. It goes Brisbane's way. McCarthy through the logo, hands it to Neil through the centre square, takes a bounce. Neil spots up Charlie Cameron, diving forward to take the mark. 40 out, straight in front.
Ash McGrath in game 200 had a kick after the siren. Not quite the same context here, but Charlie Cameron, from very similar geography of the Gabba, is going to kick after the siren in game 200.
What song do you reckon they're going to be singing for the next couple of minutes?
We won't be singing the Brisbane theme, club song.
It's just a matter of the margin.
Kick it, Charlie. Kick it, man.
Charlie Cameron crosses the pain of 50, heads for home and misses to the right-hand side. The unbeaten Lions rule this jungle. Brisbane claim another victim at the Gabba and lock in a home preliminary final. The Lions winners by 48 points.
The sound of 36,020 fans at the Gabba, realising that if they can do this one more time in this house, they will earn the right to play for the Cup. Unbeaten at the Gabba, the Lions earn a home preliminary final, having won every quarter. They led by 11 at the first change, by 16 at half-time, by 38 at three-quarter time, and won it by 48 in the end. Brisbane 19 goals, 9,123 to Port Adelaide's 11,975. Joe Danaher kicked 5 goals. Cam Rayner kicked 3. Jasper Fletcher kicked 3. Charlie Cameron kicked 2. And singles for Hugh McCluggage, Lincoln McCarthy, Dane Zorko, Jared Lyons, Eric Hipwood and Zach Bailey. While for Port Adelaide, they'll get their chance to stay in the fight for the Cup. They go home to play Greater Western Sydney next week. With a few injuries to sort through, it must be said. Dylan Williams and Trent McKenzie not finishing the game full of health. But Ollie Lord, they found someone down forward just in his 12th game, his first finally. Kicked 4 goals, Ollie Lord. 2 goals for Sam Powell-Pepper, 2 for Todd Marshall, and singles for Willie Rioli, Connor Rosie and Darcy Byrne-Jones. So it's the Lions who can celebrate with their home fans, can spend the next week or so at home, sleeping in their own beds and waiting for the winner of the Demons and the Blues. Boy, they're hard to beat in 2023 anywhere, but they're even harder to beat here, and no one had done it as yet. The Lions into the home prelim. Stick around with us. Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis to break it down. Jess Stewart will get into the rooms. We'd love to hear from you. If you've got a thought, send them forth. 0437 774 774 is the text message number. That's 0437 774 774. The Lions are hanging around on the ground. There's a few post-game interviews taking place. Port has disappeared down the race. Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis, your first thoughts on an emphatic victory by the Lions, which puts them in prime position to make their first grand final since 2004.
Well, the red time specialist, really. I mean, there's probably, 7-8 goals in red time. It just hurts you when you've had so many good passages of play, good quarters. Port Adelaide, very valiant in defeat. They'll take a lot of stock out of this. They'll be right next week, I tell you. It will be a cracking game with GWS. But Matty Primus, it was really an arm wrestle for a long time, and then injuries kind of got him at the worst time there. A bit unlucky there with what happened with the sub, but that is footy, and it doesn't always go your way. But that said, I don't think that's the end of the world, because for a large chunk of the game, they were very good.
Yeah, you're spot on, Ako. And I think you mentioned a couple of times during the call, Q. Brizzy played at a really high level for 3.5 quarters. No one plays 4 quarters. 3.5 quarters, and Port maintained it, then they dropped off a little, and they maintained it, then they dropped off for a longer period in that third quarter. Then injuries got them, but Brizzy's level was just too high for too long.
I think it's the one thing that we can say about the home advantage, sleeping in their own beds, all that type of stuff. But the Gabba is hard and quick.
Yep.
And
they play beautifully.
The humidity hasn't been too bad lately. It's starting to get a bit, so we're not really getting that slipperiness.
Yep.
We saw Collingwood roll the dice and play high octane before Easter and get beaten by Brisbane. What do you think, Ake? Is that what's the Gabba magic dust that makes Brisbane so hard to beat here?
It's just it's a place where I just think they're always more adventurous. They always seem to just play a very aggressive, a very attacking game of footy more than anywhere. And I think when you are unbeaten at home, there's a reason for it. But no one that pulls on a Lions jumper just. No one hates playing at home. They love it. They love playing here. You hardly get a chance to train here. It's your home, and every time you're out here, it's special. And let me tell you, I think we beat in a prelim final about the same score against Richmond, and they were floggings. And let me tell you, if Brisbane keep playing like that, it's really, really hard when they can go 4 quarters, and it's going to get hotter. And in 2 weeks' time, it's going to be a bit warmer. The humidity will be up. It'll be a cracker.
Yeah, that was the 01 season. That was the first year. That was win 15 in a row, wasn't it? Before his 16th was against Essendon in the grand final in 2001.
It was.
Fans have hung around. We'll get to Jess Stewart in the rooms. So, Matt, we'll get a few more thoughts on Port. What went wrong, or they just ran into a red-hot team today?
Yeah, they ran into a really hard team. I was just going to talk about Port in a second, but a really even performance from Brizzy. And we spoke about pre-game. You know, Rayner did some magical things. Joey was terrific in the second half. But, you know, it was just you go through their whole team. They all performed to their level. I reckon you could argue, you couldn't really say anyone. Maybe Harris Andrews had his colours lowered a little bit, but really a lot of them played at their 8, 9, 10 out of 10 games, and that's why they've won convincingly, and that's the real pleasing thing, with their best on-baller really not having an impact on the game, and I think that's the most pleasing thing from Brisbane's point of view.
Charlie Cameron has been lifted to the shoulder of two teammates. Cal Archie and Kadeen Coleman have the privilege of
the brothers
putting Charlie on their shoulders, and now Cameron will lead the Lions down the race. Couldn't quite claim his Ash McGrath moment in his 200th game.
Oh man.
Missed the kick after the siren.
Yeah.
I'm sure Ash will remind him of that when he catches up, but he kicked 2 goals in a flash. Wasn't his most productive of games, but it's a qualifying final win in game 200.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You got a prelim, and you remember hopefully holding a cup up at the end of the year more so than what happened in his 200th. And you touched on Port. I think they were hamstrung.
Yeah, we'll hold on that thought and expand in a moment, because, Jess, you can call them in. The Brisbane Lions are about to come into the rooms and sing the song.
Great atmosphere. You can't find any space in the family allocation. I think it's all taken up. And it's they're all coming in at the moment. Obviously, you've got Alistair Lynch, a former premiership player for the club. He's super pumped as well. It's very exciting for the club.
You can see it here on the big screen. Call them in, Jess. Describe what you can
now.
see.
Yeah, the scenes are great in here, guys. You've got all the reserves players, all the family. I don't think I've ever seen as many family in this room since I can remember. They're just about to get underway with the song. We're ready to go in a second, boys. Here we go. Harris Andrews about to lead them away. They're about to get underway now.
Well, stay close, Jess. The Brisbane Lions rooms joyous. They will either go to Melbourne to play for the lot or not leave town for the rest of the season. What a contemplation for them. When they got that victory over Collingwood and the way things fell, they realised, well, they were 3 steps away of getting to the G, and all 3, if they could tick them off, would be here. Beat St Kilda in the last round, tick. Win the qualifying final, tick. I don't think 2 out of 3 is going to cut it, though, for this mob. They'll be incredibly disappointed if they can't go 1 step better in a couple of weeks' time, but that's for further contemplation. And it's impossible not to see that they would be favourite against Melbourne or Carlton after the way that they've won today with a 48-point margin. They are deadly at this venue.
I tell you what, they sing that song 3 times quicker than we ever did. It's amazing when did it just went from just a nice, because it's the French national anthem, it's nice and rhythmic. Now it's like they're
all gassed out from singing songs when they kick goals.
Oh, clearly.
You never got songs played when you
bang,
kick
bang,
goals.
Bang, bang. How fast can we sing this song?
Jace, is this the best Lions team since your mob?
It is, and I said it this year. I said the best list for 20 years. They are primed. They're ready to go. This is the year.
Let's get into the rooms, Jess.
Harris is a bit tall, so he just pulled the headphones out for a second. Sorry about that, Harris. Harris, you're into a prelim back at the Gabba. How does this feel right now?
Yeah, it's really exciting, obviously. I thought we came in with a really good plan. Port Adelaide are a fantastic team. You don't win 13 games in a row for no reason. We really respect them as a club and as a team. And, I was really proud of the boys tonight to come out and play with some effort. And, it's really exciting.
Has it hit you yet that you're just 1 win away from going all the way down to Melbourne and keeping this record potentially intact that you haven't lost at the Gabba potentially this year?
It hasn't really sunk in yet, to be honest. probably celebrate a little bit tonight, enjoy it, and then, tomorrow get recovering and, really have a good couple of weeks of training ready to go. So we've been in this situation, I think, maybe once or twice before, and plenty of good learning to come from those years. And, just super proud of the boys tonight. Had a bit of hardness and steeliness about them.
I'll throw you to the guys upstairs.
Thank you.
Harris, it's Quentin Matt Primus, Jason Ackermanis and Aaron Bryans with you. Firstly, just your overall thoughts on the game. They came at you hard, but you broke them in the end.
Yeah, they certainly did. As I said, we really respect them as a club. The way they go about their footy is very impressive, and we knew we were going to have to win it a few times out there. And I think we got out to a bit of a lead, and then they kicked a couple maybe in that second quarter. And I thought at the back end of that second quarter we showed a real desire to play the game the right way, and fortunately we were able to get a bit of ascendancy in the centre bounce, get it going forward, and our forward line is really dangerous, and our big boys are doing a good job getting the ball to ground, and the smaller guys are pressuring up and finishing off the goal. So it was really impressive.
And clumps of goals at the back ends of that second and third quarters. Is there something about the way that you can run out those parts of the game, because that proved pretty crucial?
Yeah, it's important. I think years gone by we've probably had the opposite way. Teams have gotten on runs against us late in quarters, and we've got a relatively mature group now. We've had a lot of guys that have played a lot of footy together, and with a sprinkling of younger guys who are really exuberant and bring a lot of energy. And just really excited for those younger guys to have these experiences, and for us guys that have been around for a little bit longer, it's exciting as well.
Harris, Jason Ackermanis up here. I just wanted to ask you, your best player, Lachie Neale, is well held again, and Q's stats before the game suggest that when he's well held, Brisbane don't win as much, but tonight that didn't matter. Was there anything said, like anyone want to help him, or you just sort of leave him to his, the one-on-one battle and just hope he gets on top?
I think for us, Locke is obviously such a quality player. He's going to get a lot of attention week to week, and he does a lot of stuff around stoppage that is really selfish and opens up opportunities for other guys. And that's something that, we've brought in Josh Dunkley, the emergence of guys like Hugh McCluggage, Zach Bailey, Cam Rayner when he's in there. Those guys are able to get the job done in there. And probably in years gone by, we've been heavily reliant on Locke, and potentially teams have been able to shut him down and then, stem our ball movement and our ability to win contests. But, we feel like we've got a real good depth in there, and those guys can go in and play their role, even if Locke's not necessarily setting the world alight. But I thought tonight, I got no idea how much he got near it or that sort of thing, but he certainly put in a lot of effort defensively, and it made our job a lot easier down back.
Harris, Matthew Primus up here, mate. Well done on the win tonight. I thought the most pleasing thing, and Acker touched on a little bit there with Lachie Neale, but when you go through your team, there was a couple of guys who had some great moments and great halves and those sorts of things, but geez, it was a really even performance from everybody throughout your whole squad, back, mids, forward. It was just everybody played at a really high level.
Yeah, that's something we've been striving for all year. Each line's had some really good moments this year, and maybe some moments they wish they could have back, and we really wanted to focus on making sure all three lines, forwards, mids and backs, were raring, ready to go. And this time of year you're really clear on what your job is. If you're not clear now, you're probably not playing. It's been great. I think as I said, the experiences of years gone by as also as some of the experiences later in the year against teams like Melbourne and that, we've had some good learnings, and we're just really excited to keep implementing them in games going forward.
Now, before the game, we spoke to Dane Zorko, who did tell us that you are now officially running pretty much all the pre-match and pre-game speeches. He said you got a bit of work to do. He's been trying to work with you, but he said they just leave you alone and just how you're finding it, because it's not the easiest job.
No, it isn't the easiest job. I think it's just getting a feel for what the group and how the group's going. Zorks is a little pocket rocket. You know what he's like, Acker. He's pretty hot. So, he usually finished off with a couple of expletives at the end of each thing, and I'm probably a little bit more calm. Every now and then the boys need a little bit of a cook to get them going, but, it's been a great learning this year, working alongside Lockie and obviously leaning on Zork as well. I've been able to continue to develop my leadership, and that's something I just want to keep building on.
There's one last question just on, can you tell me why Charlie, is he missing a tooth or something? He's the only man I've ever seen to do an interview with his mouth guard in.
Yeah, he's got his front chompers knocked out I'm going to say maybe 6 to 8 weeks ago against the Tigers. He lost them I think he headbutted Trent Cotchin, and unfortunately lost the chompers. He's running a mouth guard at the moment. He runs around during the week, sometimes without his two front teeth, and you see his tongue poking through with his cheeky little smile, and the boys take the piss out of him with a bit of a lisp. So it's good fun, but hopefully for him, his sake, and his fiancee's sake, he gets them cleaned up at the end of the year.
There's the collective, Harris, of what the group has learned through experience, and I think we're getting a pretty solid theme from Chris Fagan and the leaders about we are better for this experience. We're not scarred from the past. But what are you taking out of your past experiences? How's this September for you looking, Harrison, and what you're feeling about what you can do better because what's happened in the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think for me, I'm just super clear on what my role looks like in the team. I know exactly what I need to do in situations, and I think that's something that maybe in the past I haven't quite had, and I think that's not out of anyone's fault. It's probably just me thinking that I need to do more in big games and in finals, but I've really simplified it this year, and the coaching staff, along with Jed Adcock, who's now our backs coach, he's done a sensational job working with us backs and making the game plan really clear for us. And as I said, I think it's just being able to live in the moment and appreciate what's going on around you and take that all in rather than looking too far ahead. So, yeah, it's been an enjoyable game, obviously, tonight. As I said, we won't get carried away by any stretch. We'll recover well over the next couple of weeks and get ready to go against whoever it is.
Hey, Harris, just on that theme of reflection, I read during the week that Chris Fagan decided to show the group the finals losses you'd had over the past few years. How does the group take that and then learn from that when, at times it can be a little unsettling to review your failures?
Yeah, I think each guy's going to take that differently. Some guys will, probably puts a little bit more of a fire in the belly. Some guys probably couldn't give a rat's, to be honest. But, for me personally, I see that as an opportunity to motivate myself, and all we want to do is, play really well as a team. We went along to the Lions Hall of Fame a couple of weeks ago. Back were obviously there, and we really appreciated that opportunity to just see the camaraderie of those guys. And obviously they had some great success, and that's what we're aspiring to do. But from what I saw, and obviously that night as well, I saw that they played the game the right way, and they always looked out for each other. And if we play that, we back our style and our structure in, and play with that spirit, that'll hold us in good stead.
And dare I contradict myself, the direct comparison, which is not a direct comparison because COVID in 2020 was very different, but that's the last time you got to play the prelim at home. So when you reflect on that particular night, what are you hoping to ensure things go better in a fortnight's time?
Yeah, I think we were pretty young that night, to be honest with you. Pretty naive to what's going on, and we came up against a red-hot Cats team. They were super experienced and a really quality football team, and we probably got a little bit overawed by the occasion. But as I said, we've had those experiences. We certainly don't just disregard those opportunities to learn. That's something that Fags has been on massively since he arrived at the club, is to learn from our failures and look to implement the lessons we take from those failures. So yeah, we'll obviously sit down, probably talk about it during the week, either this week or next week, and look to implement the learnings.
And you can tell, Charlie, that I gave him the big build-up. He could have emulated Ash McGrath by kicking a goal after the siren in his 200th, but he let himself down.
I know, yeah. I'd penciled him in for it, to be honest. The carry-on would have been great after he kicked it, but that's all right. I'm sure he'll have another moment.
Rest up. Enjoy. See you in a fortnight.
Awesome. Thanks very much, guys. Have a great night.
Harris Andrews, co-captain of the Brisbane Lions. The Gabba is awash with kick-to-kick at the moment. Many of them happy Lions fans celebrating a 48-point victory. Brisbane 19 goals 9, 123 to Port's 11 goals 9, 75. If you want to get in touch, 0437 774 774. G'day to Steve from Oberon in New South Wales. Is proud Lions fan, great coverage. If only a final against Collingwood or Melbourne was as easy for the lads. But maybe this is our year. Fingers crossed. Well, it'll either be the D's or the Blues coming here, Steve, in a couple of weeks' time. Hopefully we can get some reaction from the Port rooms before we wrap up as well. But yet another massive crowd, 36,020. We've come to take it for granted a little bit over the last couple of years. JC played in front of full houses, but gee,
back then it was only 33,000.
Yes.
Where's the extra 3,000 come from?
No, they've added a few. Well, but that was because of the social club.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
That's when they used to lean over the balcony there with a beer in hand and cheer you running on that half-forward flank there.
Oh, they should, yeah. Had a lot to cheer about, can I tell you?
Matty, question for you about Port Adelaide.
No question.
It's a tricky one as well.
Yeah.
Don't whack me after for it. You've spent time in the South Australian bubble. You understand the scrutiny of the media as being the head coach during a really difficult period for the footy club. Ken Hinkley resigns before the finals campaign, and there is the possibility of a straight sets exit next week. I mean, you would understand how intense that's going to look for Port Adelaide if they fail now?
Absolutely. That'll be the agenda. Talkback radio tomorrow. That'll be the agenda about, hey, not about, geez, they've had a good year, and if they win a final, because the group has, and Ken mentioned it, the group has changed significantly, and it's the youngest finals team still going in the finals currently, so all that, but that'll be out the window. It'll be, well, if they go out in straight sets again, why did we sign Ken Hinkley? That'll be the discussion. And it might be a minority discussion, but it snowballs into momentum and talk and all those sorts of things, which is unfair, but that's the pressure you're under when you're in a footy town and a two-team town. But if they play the way they did tonight until some injuries happen, I think they'll beat the Giants. They beat them pretty comfortably about a month ago. But yeah, that's the pressure you come on again if they don't get the result that they need come next Saturday night, I guess, or Saturday afternoon.
It'll be Saturday afternoon. I wouldn't be worried if I was a Port fan. They're a young side, did a great job, few injuries, and they'll bounce back.
Let's give, if you'd like, here's the opportunity. Greater Western Sydney is at home. Is at home tonight, and they finished lower on the ladder than Port.
Staggering.
And Port won't get home until tomorrow. Sure, they get to play at home and they'll get the night before the game in their own bed, but surely that's not the way that the system is designed. Why aren't we done by the afternoon in this game? And Sydney and St Kilda and Greater Western Sydney aren't playing now. Do they get it?
They don't.
Purely based on TV.
But do they get it? Should it be better than that?
It should be, because Carlton Sydney should be playing today or tonight, and Port Brisbane played Friday night. The
crossover for Carlton and Sydney ensures that they have one less day.
Yes.
But the alignment, surely there is a way. I mean, this is a team that won 17 games this year and is percentage off second, and they have now, by the matter of an afternoon versus a night fixture, been disadvantaged.
Absolutely.
What's the use of the 24 weeks beforehand?
It shouldn't matter the rest Carlton and Sydney get, because the teams who finish fourth should take priority over them. Shouldn't matter.
It should. And that's where the AFL let themselves down at times. And they should do better. These two teams deserve as much rest if they lost to play. You're right. There's no excuse for it. It really isn't. I wouldn't be looking anywhere else. Headquarters has got some work to do, and they drop the ball occasionally. They're generally well run, but seriously, that's a bad one. Port deserve better.
Would it happen to Collingwood?
No.
Would it happen to Essendon?
No.
Would it happen to Richmond?
No.
Would it happen to Carlton?
Not a chance. Maybe Carlton.
Can only hope.
Excellent icebreaker, Jace. Excellent. Yeah, and
hey, while we're talking about rule changes in the AFL's administration, Port Adelaide, cruel twist of fate tonight to activate your substitute and immediately within a minute face multiple injuries in Williams and McKenzie. Is there the possibility that in the future we could see a sub come back on the ground if that happens?
Can't do that.
No? You think once it's subbed, it's done?
Yeah.
That's crazy, but how many times do you reckon that will ever happen? I mean, it's like once a year, maybe if you're really unlucky. I mean, it's just a cruel twist of fate and bad timing. Don't worry about it. It's a good rule. It works. But, it just shows you make the sub at the right time. I mean, three-quarter time, if you lose players in the last quarter, you're like, oh, well. So they just pulled the trigger a bit early. It was just unlucky.
Did Port show enough tonight to give their supporters faith that they could bounce back next week?
Sure. Oh, absolutely. They were.
I mean, margins can be misleading in finals.
Yeah, they were within 10 points, 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. 15 points.
15, to be precise, they were within 15 points at the 26-minute mark of the third term.
And Brisbane's efficiency just kicked away, and then the last quarter was the last quarter. So, I would think so. I'd walk away with that, confident that they could beat the Giants come next weekend.
But what I liked is the change-up. It wasn't working, and you could tell Ken had to say, listen, we've got to be more adventurous, we've got to take it on, and they did, and they executed unbelievably. It didn't work all night after that, but it was so much better, and that shows you the players have got faith in Ken. Ken's got faith in what's going on, so that's a great sign. It just shows you can't have one game plan. You've got to have just adjustments when you need to, and that's good coaching, but even better execution.
Yeah, the time's up signs and kick to kick.
Oh, yeah. It'll take them 50 minutes to get off anyway.
And as much as the crowds have been good for 4 or 5 years, boy, there was a long period where not many people turned up.
Yeah, it was ugly.
Yep.
It was bad for the game.
And why not the Lions, they're literally falling off the bandwagon.
Absolutely. Well, why wouldn't you?
At the moment, and just as well, because the mob across town at Lang Park, they're waking up as well. Brisbane Broncos are into a preliminary final as well. It's a different part of the sporting world where there is a crossover of fan in this market. Sure, there's the rusted on, code lovers, but we do bandwagon a bit in Brisbane.
We do.
They like to go to teams that win.
We love a winner.
What will happen up here in 2 weeks then, Q?
I think the Broncos will play Friday night.
They'll get that,
and then the Lions will play in probably twilight,
right?
Unless the AFL deems that who Melbourne or Carlton should spend the night. Oh, should Melbourne or Carlton spend the night?
Oh yeah, they won't.
Here in the preliminary final before they go to the grand final.
It has to be a Friday.
Oh, TV ratings though. Come on.
Yeah.
Sorry, am I being a bit too cynical?
Well, I was thinking how cynical you were, and then it just warms my heart. I saw the most overweight bloke. He had number 12 on his back. So, good to see I still got fans out there.
It's nice after all this time of me straightening you up, Jace. You're starting to straighten me up.
The one good thing, I guess there's many good things about a home preliminary final, but the gap in timing over the next 2 weeks means that the Lions have a chance to freshen up some of their stars. So Jack Gunston's a possibility to still come back in. Yep. And then also Daniel Rich. Oh. Where's Daniel Rich at right now? Announcing his retirement, he omitted himself from the squad. Is he a chance to break back in?
Oh, it'd have to be an injury, and a bad one.
There'd have to be about 3 injuries with respect to Dan.
Well, and the other thing, the bigger picture of that is their VFL team plays a prelim next week and plays Werribee in Melbourne. So they're still going to be able to just, if they need to, legs, whatever, they can still monitor and get their group humming along. So the squad's placed beautifully to have a full-on...
And who do you kick out of the 22 if Gunston does come back in?
No, he's in trouble.
No one in that team there deserves it.
They've played so well.
Yeah.
Not at the moment.
Mm.
Yeah, the question may be JL as a sub. Do they go that again in a prelim, perhaps? But apart from that, everyone else, tonight... uphold their end of the bargain.
Well, what would you do now as the pure tactical sub, Matt? We've seen different coaches have different approaches to it. Can you even dare go for an impact sub when you get to this time of year? It seems like during the regular season we've seen different types of positional players used, but then you just got to have another mid. At this time of year, because if one goes down, you can't win finals with a cylinder of your engine taken out.
No, not when there's no easy ball in finals. The game opened up a bit tonight once Port were dead on their legs, but predominantly it was a pressure contest. Hard ball everywhere to go. So, and you would think. Carlton Melbourne is going to be a tough stoppage kind of game up here for a prelim, so Jared Lyons would suit that. So, unless they need a bit of speed. But you're right, Brizzy this year a couple of times have had rucks as their sub.
Yeah, Darcy Fort's been used
once or twice,
sub,
and
quite a few times.
But I would think that they'd be happy with how it worked tonight. And once again, you just go for those experienced contested players. I would think again as a sub.
That's your only chance for Danny Rich would be as a sub if he just plays.
Why would you even think of Dan Rich as a sub
at
Jace?
That's the only way. I can't see him make it has to be purely because the backs are running thin. There's no other way. And that's why I think they had Archie for a while, because he's so versatile, because he can play in lots of spots. But then he was too good to leave out, and that's the problem.
Here's the run of the stats. If you've just joined us, Brisbane defeating Port Adelaide by 48 points, 19 goals, 9, 123 to Port's 11, 9, 75. Hugh McCluggage finished with the top numbers individually for the victors. He finished with 26 disposals, 21 for Dunkley, 20 for Wilmot. Neil with 19 disposals. So he was held to 20 in round 1 when Port won by 9 goals. And 8 goals the margin tonight, and he's on the winning team with 19 disposals. Coleman 17, Rayner 16, Danaher 16, Fletcher 16. Such an even spread, as you said, Acker. 15 for Starcevic, 15 for McKenna, 15 for Zorko, 15 for Berry. It was a very evenly spread performance from the Lions. As far as Port Adelaide's concerned, the MVP of the league, Zach Butters, led all comers with 29. He is an absolute delight to watch. Aaron, you're treated to see him in the flesh every second week. I hadn't seen him in the flesh for a while. And he looks great on telly, but even you get to the footy and the one great thing about Australian football, it's always so much better when you're at the ground to see just how the movement and the impact is made. He is a wonderful young footballer.
He's always had the potential, but his biggest issue is he's such a contested bull that he often injures himself. So he'd have these really nice runs, and then he'd do an ankle or smack his knee, and he'd end up, halving his usual disposal output and kind of disappearing off the radar. This year he's had an actual proper run at it, and it's remarkable. He won the Footballer of the Year for the ABC, despite the fact that I think he polled in one game of the opening 6. So he could be a really slow starter, and then during that 13-game winning streak, he goes on an absolute tear.
Are you saying that Jamo and Josh Franco just were biased? And
the last round, he definitely did not deserve 3 in the last round. We've certainly acknowledged that.
The Adelaide bent. Tongue firmly in the cheek.
Well, this is the issue with him come Brownlow night, which I think will cost him, is every game that we had him polling in, he polled 3. So he essentially needs to be the best on ground in every game he's done well to win the Brownlow. And if he doesn't, it'll be Petrarca, Bontempelli or Davidos.
Yes. Let's get into the Port Adelaide rooms, because Miles Bergman has kindly joined us. Miles, Quentin Hull, Aaron Bryans, Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus with you. Thanks for your time. What's Kenny's message after that one?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. We just sort of talked about, obviously we weren't good enough tonight, but we'll learn quite a bit from it and take that all as we go along. Obviously, early it was just a bit of our finishing and our polish, but overall, just learn a bit and go into next week strong.
How would you rate the performance, Miles?
Not our best. Like I said, I think we've definitely got a lot more to prove. We believe we're a lot better team than we showed, so hopefully we can learn throughout the week and bring that on the next week.
Miles, Jason Ackermanis here. It was a super performance. I just thought Brisbane's effort was really consistent late in the quarters. I think they kicked 3 goals and 4 goals in the second and then third quarter, which it hurts because it shows you good teams at home, which you'll do next week against GWS. You've got to be there the whole quarter. You can't just relax. Did Kenny mention that? Because I thought the effort and the way you changed it at quarter time, your aggressive ball movement, you started to really take the game on, actually just play on, get some hand rule receives. It's just a lot of good signs.
Yeah, of course. They are a great team, and they showed that tonight. As you said, at the Gabba, they've done amazing things this year, so it's always going to be tough. And we just need to try and stick out to a full game. So we had good patches and bad patches, so I think that's one thing that we need to really focus down on and try and narrow in to just play out a full game.
Bit unlucky with, Matty, I was just going to say, you've been unlucky with a couple of injuries there, Miles. Just late, you had the sub, then you had a couple of injuries. Do you expect anyone back? Is Charlie pretty much right to go next week?
We'll have to see how he goes during the week. He will go by what the doctors say, and we'll see, hopefully. We'd love to have him, obviously, but like you said with the boys today, they're a bit unconfirmed, so we'll see how they go as well, and hopefully we can have not too many injuries.
Miles, Matt Primus here. Terrific effort, I thought, for 3 quarters from you guys. I thought your backs, for a large extent, held up really well, but in the end, the amount of inside 50, I think they had 64 inside 50s, Brizzy. The tsunami of the ball in there and how much talent they got in their front half certainly overwhelmed you in that second half.
Yeah, obviously having that many inside 50s is really tough to keep maintaining, so we tried our best to hold off, but if they're going to keep coming like that, we just need to try and do our best to get the ball in when we can as well. So, yeah.
Miles, it's Aaron Bryans here for ABC Sport. Impressive showing tonight, obviously, for half of the game, but frustrating that you couldn't finish on the road. Ken Hinkley, in terms of his coaching, seemed to make some moves, and as Jason Ackermanis mentioned earlier in our post-game, he has the players' support every single time he decides to make a decision. I mean, how quickly did you snap into action when he called for a change?
Yeah, 100%. We trust him fully. We trust every coach in our staff fully, and we've worked on that over a few years now to build that connection throughout the club. And whatever they decide and whatever they do with the team, we will back in all the way.
Now, boss, you get on the plane, what time tomorrow morning, then you're back in Adelaide?
I'm not actually too sure. It's pretty early, though. Most of the time it's about 6 a.m. wake up, so it's a tough sleep tonight to get up early and go. but it'll be nice to be back home and get training again.
Have you seen any of your teammates that were a bit hurt? We saw Dylan Williams with a big pack of ice on his hammy, and Trent McKenzie sort of limped through it the rest of the game. How are those troops looking?
Yeah, I went and said good day and checked in on them. We're not too sure how they're going to pull up. Obviously, they're going to have to get scans to see what the damage is done, but hopefully they're not too bad and we can keep them inside.
Hey, Miles, you re-signed during the year when you had a fair bit of interest from the eastern states, so obviously a promising young talent, 2-year extension for you. Port Adelaide has a habit of keeping players they want. Can you tell us a bit, or take us a bit inside the negotiations and why you decided to stay and I guess the bid and the pitch that the club put forward?
Yeah, obviously, like you said, I am from Melbourne, so it was a big draw to go home and be with family and friends, but the club's been amazing ever since I walked in the door. It felt like home, and every player there just feels like one of my closest mates. All the staff are just amazing, and Kenny and I are so close. So at the end of the day, it wasn't really a decision, and like I said, I love the club, so I just wanted to keep sticking it out, and I know how good we can be and what we're going to produce in the next few weeks and hopefully a few years as well.
Looks like I see Kenny walking out to do the press conference. Has he got a body double or something? Is that like Vladimir Putin? You just got to.
I reckon you're talking about Chris Davies there.
They look alike, don't they, from a distance?
Yeah.
I'll actually ask you a question, Miles, to wrap it up as Acker makes his observations. Can you just give us a picture of the room? I mean, margins can be deceptive in finals. You played for the right to get a second crack at it. Once you get on that plane tomorrow and you realise you've got another job to do, how do you sense the energy of the boys right now?
Yeah, it's obviously tough. It was a hard loss, and we would have rathered a better situation, but I think we seem pretty positive, so we'll go home, have our day off, and then come back into the club with a good attitude and just keep getting to work at what we need to work on, talk about those areas and train hard.
Appreciate your time. Good luck next week against the Giants.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Miles Bergman, always tough to front up after a loss, particularly in a final, but handled himself pretty well. A fine young man, and I've got the right to have another go next week. Always the great joy of week 2 of finals, where you've got two teams that weren't as good during the regular season having a win against teams that were better, and the momentum in footy. How do we get seduced by this week's form, or do we look at the larger body of work?
Well, we lost our first game in 2003 down at the G against the Pies, came back home.
Wet night at the MCG in 03.
One down in Sydney in a cracking game, and then faced the Pies again and had a good win. You just never know. I mean, I'm not saying that Port's at that level. We're going for our third, but, you've got to be strong. You've got to have a strong resolve. Yeah, you need your good players playing well. You need fit and healthy warriors out there. But, I think tonight they showed a lot. And if they bring that and bring it for a bit longer, GWS are going to have their hands full.
One of the positives out of the night, Scott Lycett seems to be back towards his best after an up-and-down season, and that's good news for Port Adelaide fans because there's some, I guess, wouldn't say breaking news, but Sam Landsberger from the Herald Sun's reporting that Sydney is now the front-runner for Brodie Grundy, which puts Port Adelaide in an awkward spot heading into next year. Lycett's out of contract, and I think they were looking to replace him, and now they may actually be stuck with him.
Yeah, look, he got going. I thought his second half was really good. He struggled early in the first quarter. He still looks a little bit sore, or doesn't look completely for anybody, but I thought he was terrific and had a really good battle with the Big O and had a terrific second half.
I'll just complete the run of the numbers because we got to Miles just as I was about to do those Port stats. So Butters, top of the pops with 29 for Port. Rosie, 28. Houston, 27. Drew, 20 in that head-to-head against Lachie Neale. It's not quite Josh Carr and Michael Voss, but it's developing into something, isn't it?
Good battle.
Xavier Dersma with 16. Lachie Jones, 14. So too Wines and Horn Francis. Overall, Brisbane had 9 more possessions at 318 to 309. Contested-wise, Port won the battle there by +3. The clearances, Port won the battle there +3. So that around the ball, it's okay. They were 16 down for the inside 50s. 64 to 48. So the contest's not the problem. No, it's the usage.
It was the usage, and I thought Brizzy did a great job of trapping them in, a lot better than what Port did, and that was the game. And in the end, they gave their forwards too many opportunities, Q.
So if you're Brisbane, who are you barracking for next week, Melbourne or Carlton?
I don't think they care. Although, you know, I think as a capacity crowd, that's nothing against Port, but they're not Carlton, who have huge fan base up here, Essendon, Collingwood. Oh, look, I don't think they mind. I think
you'd rather play Carlton.
Probably. I think they. No. I don't think Melbourne worries them. I think they've had a wonderful stretch. They should have won that game, their last game against Melbourne at the G. I think they'll be ready for them. I don't care. I don't think they care who it is. No. Whoever it is, they watch the game. They say, "Yep, we match up well. We're gonna play our game. We're gonna blunt these guys and do this." Yep. That's what they'll do.
Here's a one from left field, Acker. Who's this group's alpha? Do we need an alpha in 2023? You had Voss, you had Lynch. You had Mal Michael and Justin Lepich bashing heads. You had, that's the one thing that's so different about this Lions group compared to your group. Whether it's just times have changed. Do the Lions need an alpha to win it?
No, they don't. They've got plenty of unbelievable midfielders. But I think Cam Rayner would do that, and I think Starcevic, he'd be a tough man to work out who'd win in that battle. I mean, they're just such strong men that just impose their will. So, if you had to say a bull, I mean, Cam's coming, but Starcevic has been like that for years. He's so tough. Fair dinkum. He's so tough.
What do you reckon, Matt?
I think it's a bit of times to change too. And I know we'd like to compare eras and stuff, but Acker's team was once in a generation, wasn't it? It was amazing. And I think times have changed a bit. The Alphas, I think Zorko likes to play. His personality has those traits, doesn't it?
Most premiership teams have got that. So maybe I'm just splitting hairs here to try and see a little bit into the crystal ball as to what the footy world's going to be talking about in the lead-in, because they're going to be favourites to get there. Now they might not. Yep. But whoever they play, whether it's Melbourne or Carlton, Brisbane will be favourites to make the grand final.
I think they know that. They don't care. They've been there. They haven't. It hasn't worked out. They know what it takes. Doesn't matter what you say. We're going to show up, and they'll take anyone on anywhere. But it's great to be at home in a prelim.
So Brisbane win it by 48 points earlier today. It was the Giants by 4 goals. Just repeating those NRL scores of today. Penrith beat the Warriors 32-6, and the Roosters have knocked Cronulla Sutherland out, winning by 13 points to 12. Thanks, Jace. Thanks, Matt. Always a pleasure to share the microphone with you. Thanks to Aussie Bob on the fader. Special thanks to Jess Stewart, who at the 11th hour came in and helped out with the ever-improving health-wise Zane Bojack stuck at home tonight. But well done, Jess. Thank you so much. You've had a massive day. Aaron, hope you enjoyed your first experience at the Gabbatoir.
Thanks for having me, Q. It was nice to call in front of 36,000 fans here tonight. Ripping contest, really good fun.
And most importantly, thank you for your company here on Grandstand AFL throughout the day. Heaps to come with not only the wrap-up of the 4 men's finals, but the continuation of the AFLW tomorrow. So I hope you can join us for that. On behalf of the entire ABC Sport team, that's week 1 of the finals done. Here's how it happened at the Gabbatoir.
Scores level at a behind a piece. Toss back in, left half forward for the Lions. McInerney wins it down. Wines is there to try and crumb, but he's bowled over. Manages to flick a handball out straight to Bailey, though. The former Norwood product just brushes off Bergman with ease. Snaps tight in the left forward pocket. Outstanding finish.
Jasper in his first final, a chance to kick a goal in the opening term for Brisbane. Straight in front. And the Gabba likes it. Juan Francis wins the ball, kicks it inside 50, but Payne meets it for Brisbane. Took an age, got tackled by Rioli, just got rid of it in time. But the ricochet to Lord. Lord's kicks 1, make it 2. He's all right in front of the sticks. Ollie Lord makes it a 9-point ball game. Andrews punches it back towards the defensive 50, but Rosie Rose for Port has time to swivel and shoot from 55, and he kicks the goal to put Port Adelaide in front.
McCluggage turns, spots Rayner all alone right half forward. The wild card for the night heads all the way to the goal square. Cameron pushed into the air, falling through by Fletcher.
Zorko grabs it in the middle, kicks Brisbane forward, and Cameron takes his first grab of the night. This would be for a game-high lead. The Gabba ready to explode. Cameron kicks the goal.
Brisbane with 5 of the last 6, and McInerney takes it out of the ruck. Long ball into the 50. Off hands at the back. McCarthy gives it off to Cameron, who races into an open goal. They're roaring at the Gabba. Charlie Cameron goes bang bang.
Lions, they've got that ruck dominance, and I think that's really that he's using it, Big O, to his advantage there.
Cam Rayner, the MVP tonight so far, sends it inside 50. Double fist by Williams. Danaher's at the back though. Danaher, he cannot miss this. And he finally puts one through.
The assignment is 40 metres out, slight angle to the right. Danaher strikes beautifully. And Brisbane lead by 27 points.
Danaher taps it down, does his own roving, snaps a tumbler. The